profile of the people that your doctor friend is treating, and some logical reasons why they wouldn't leave. More fearful of the unknown than of the Russian artillery and missiles, which is sad but understandable, right?
Yeah, yeah, completely understandable. And it's uh, I I can understand the mindset of the people that do. It's kind of it's a risk analysis. You decide if it's riskier for you to leave or to stay. And obviously, these people have decided that it would be, well, it's risky either way. They at least have more control over things if they stay.
Exactly. And he probably did. The doctor talk about that? I can imagine that he did. Or maybe it
Hmm.
wasn't the relevant part of the conversation, but I'm sure he's seen that firsthand.
Yeah, yeah. He didn't talk about it in great detail, but definitely it's a calculus that all these people people are making, and like I said, the ones that are uh, able to move have already left. So you're left with the people that they physically can't move that well. They have lots of arthritis and lots of you know, other ailments, diabetes, and other things that make it difficult for them to be physically active and to move.
And maybe they can't even tend their garden. I mean, you can imagine some of those people would welcome relocation if they knew they were going to get medical treatment. But it's not always clear that all those arrangements can be made ahead of time. I mean, this is like emergency evacuation because the Russians are threatening, and it's on a timetable, and um, you know they don't want to necessarily go to a random city where they don't know anyone and not sure what the accommodations would be. Um, and
Well,
maybe they can get into a hospital somewhere, but maybe not, right?
well, yeah. He said there's a, quite a bit of cynicism also in the people that they've uh, all the social structures around them that they've been there have been completely collapsed for a couple of years now, and so uh, they're very skeptical that they would be able to get services other places in Ukraine. They because they hear stories of how overcrowded and just unaccommodating different places are to once you get moved there. You basically get dumped in a warehouse or something to get sorted out, and a lot of people just stay in the warehouse and they don't ever really get sorted out.
That makes sense. Um, if you've heard those stories, I mean, that's kind of a tough decision, right? It's like, well, at least I know, at least I know my house is comfortable and it has my memories, and I'm 80 years old, and my time's going to come at some point. And I
Yeah.
don't really want to schlep around the bus station and you know be on the streets.
Hmm.
You can
Yeah.
imagine you can imagine it being worse, right? If everything was overcrowded and it was unorganized. I'm not saying it is in Ukraine, but you can imagine if they've heard one or two stories, those are the ones they're going to remember.
Hmm. Yeah. And there's just a certain amount of kind of inevitability that sets in, and that you're you know I'm here, and also quite a bit of stubbornness, I'm sure, that they don't want to give up their land to Russia, and so they're just going to stay there. And you can. I'm sure that's echoed in the. Oh, I'm sure a lot of Americans feel the same way, that they would uh, stay in place just despite the enemy, just even though they knew that there was better care or somewhere else. They're just because they want to give the is it what is it, the Bronx salute, or the middle finger salute, one finger salute.
Yeah, exactly.
Carl, you've made your way up here a couple of times and then dropped, and now you're back. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Spaces is giving me a fits tonight, so hopefully you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. So, Nafo Dave, your doctor friend that you met, I'm curious, is his team just showing up at random places at random times, or is there a schedule they're following? Do the people that he's providing service to, do they know he's coming? Did he tell you about the logistics of how it is that works at all?
He didn't really go into the logistics of it, other than to say that they were constantly on the move, going from village to village. I do not know if there was a pre-planned schedule that people were made aware of. He did say that they were working in conjunction with a couple of other food kitchens that were doing this, and that they were part of a network. So I imagine there's a network of people, because they would just go through, do one, a pass through, and so um, if for to people to get food every day, there would have to be several different groups following along behind, and they were following along behind other people. So I think it sounded like from his description there was a circuit of different food kitchens and mobile kitchens that were going through these areas, just one after the other. So I don't know if there was a set schedule, but more like that we're going from this village to this village to this village, and then word would spread ahead of them that they're coming to the village next.
Yeah. So there's some kind of communication going on then.
Yeah, but he said there also, surprisingly, um, a, a lot of the places he was up near the front line, that Russia is actively interfering with their uh, satellite communication, which most of the people rely on. That's the only way that they can communicate. Is they don't have cell phone service, and so you have to use the Starlink. And he said that Russia is getting really good at interfering with that, and so a lot of times they wouldn't have any kind of communication until they got away from the front lines.
Yeah, heartbreaking.
And that's something I've seen some stories, but I haven't really had the chance to dig into them about how Russia is interfering with Starlink, and if there's a workaround that Starlink can provide, because that seems like a very important thing.
I heard some experts talk about, one of whom worked for SpaceX previously, and talk about the issue. And the geofencing is challenging because there's no way to sort of know which side is using it. And if you do it on a geofencing basis, then, for example, Ukrainian units that are behind the front lines, like special forces units or scouts, then they'd be cut off. The trenches are close enough that the geofencing is like 1 kilometer or 800 meters, and so kind of impractical. I mean, maybe they could change the hardware and the software eventually, if they needed it to be more finely tuned, but it still wouldn't provide for um, Ukrainians to use it when they're past what the current front line would be, and that would imply that Starlink would have to know sort of day by day where the positions were and redraw the map. So it's got some technical challenges. I know we like to blame Musk for stuff that hampers Ukraine or helps Russia, but it sounded to me like it was a pretty honest assessment that there are tough technical challenges and some just logical challenges that couldn't be addressed no matter what the hardware and software settings were, unless you could identify it by user, which I don't know if that would be a big privacy or potential security breach. I would think that people might not want to supply to SpaceX. That's not the way it's architected at the moment, but I'm just saying logically, you could do it by user profile if they were secure enough and you were confident enough in them, and you didn't mind Starlink having them or SpaceX. So that's what I know about the Starlink situation. Back to you, Dave.
Oh, back to me. Well, I was hunting down the charity that he was talking about. They don't appear actually to have a website, and that's why he didn't give it to me. So I'm sorting out different ways to.
That's a good reason not to give you his website URL.
Yeah, but there's the other one that he also was working with, Hope Across Borders. The other one of the other guys I talked with named Win Packer, which
what a
I was.
name.
Yeah, I know.
It should be
It's
an
like,
author.
or yeah, he should.
Or a Green Bay fan.
Right, he should buy a team in Green Bay. You
have to wrest it from about 50,000
Yeah,
stakeholders.
yeah. I don't think Green Bay is willing to give up their community ownership quite yet. But
this is a bit of trivia for any European listeners. There's one American football team in the Premier League, as you would say in England, that is not owned by a billionaire, and that's this little town in Wisconsin called Green Bay, which nobody would have heard of if they didn't have a professional sports franchise, and they don't have any baseball or basketball or hockey, which are the other three major sports in the States. But they do have a quite good football team with quite an amazing heritage, and that's actually owned by the residents and fans of the team. So and they coincidentally or not do a better job of recruiting, not only from the draft, but finding players that have potential and developing them over the years instead of trading for superstars, which they do a little, but much less than other teams. And they've been quite a good contender, something like Man U or Liverpool in the Premier League, kind of right up at the top of the league tables most years. Anyway, that's so Win Packer is with Hope Across Borders. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, I'll tweet this out because I know we're since we are a 501(c), that we're not supposed to really fundraise for other ones because we haven't necessarily vetted them. But I'll tweet out a link to Hope Across Borders here. I've got that
on your personal account.
on my personal account. So, and maybe put in the purple pill.
Sounds good. Well, in the meantime, do you have a follow-up question, Carl, about Dave's meeting last night for the doctor? If not, I will share my other human interest story, and that is about Ukrainian prisoners that were brought back from Russian captivity. And that may well have been talked about earlier in the day, but it's worthy of repeating. And if it hasn't been talked about, it's definitely worthy of hearing. So, what happened is that Ukraine and Russia exchanged 75 prisoners apiece. So this included service personnel of the armed forces and the National Guard, border guards, and 4 civilians on the Ukrainian side. And so Zelensky said, throughout all this time, we haven't stopped working for a single day to bring everyone home from Russian captivity. In fact, they've mooted about an agreement of trading all for all. No real word, at least in this source, about who, how that's going or preliminary assessments or anything like that. But these released captives include 70 men and 5 women, including 19 defenders of Snake Island, which is amazing that they were taken prisoner instead of being killed, and that now they're back in Ukraine. Hallelujah. 14 personnel who defended the Chernobyl nuclear plant, and also 10 defenders of Mariupol. So it's the 52nd, Dave. I did not realize that there had been this many. 52nd prisoner exchange since the full-scale war started. So the total number of Ukrainians that have been freed through those 52 exchanges are 3,210. So that's a pretty big number. The UAE had a role in facilitating the latest exchange, and the coordinated headquarters, that's the Ukrainian unit of government that's responsible for this. They thanked UAE for their role, and I want to talk about this from a different source. Although one of the pictures was tweeted out by Anton Gerashenko, and I want to actually tell you about one of the prisoners who came home. Let's see, her name is in the other article, so just give me a second. Okay, here it is. A woman named Mariana Chechelyuk. She went with her younger sister, Alina. She went into the Avestal bunkers at the end of March of 2022. She was a policewoman. When the Russians opened a green corridor, and many of you remember that event, and how the Russians fired at prisoners. In this case, it wasn't that they were all executed. It was that she was not allowed to pass through because she was part of the National Police of Ukraine. And there's a picture of her in my timeline. It's like fourth or fifth tweet down, and very attractive young woman in her police uniform on one side, and then today, as she arrived home and was given flowers and looks emaciated, but and just crying right out of joy. So let's see if there's. I think there's a little bit more. So on March 22nd, 2022, Mariana and her sister escaped in the Azovstal warehouses during another shelling, but their parents did not make it and stayed at the other end of the plant near the bread factory. There was no communication since the beginning of March, so they couldn't call Mariana and Alina. So when the evacuation of civilians from Azovstal began, representatives of the UN and the Red Cross promised to take Mariana and Alina to Zaporizhia, but instead they were taken to the village of Bezimene for filtering. The family managed to free the younger daughter, Alina, but Mariana was promised to be returned in 2 days and then a week, and then later the Russians began to deny the fact that they were holding her. According to her mother, Mariana experienced a lot of torture in captivity. She was starved, she was beaten, and abused in other ways. Due to the conditions of her captivity, the girl's health worsened. Respiratory tract diseases and tonsillitis turned into chronic bronchitis. Mariana lost a lot of weight, her immunity weakened, her hair began to fall out, her periods disappeared, her mother said about the girl's condition. And now she is freed. She wanted to read her own poem, so I'll read the poem for you. She wrote it to her mother on the way home. I want to come to you, mother, to tell you how I was there, how I kissed your eyes, how I wished to be closer to life, how I suffered all the pain and misery, how I endured without fear, how I forgot even my name from every cry and sadness, how I asked for his help and he gave me strength every day, how the road was constantly going, but it was always not me. Hold on, this is awkward reading subtitles from my video. Okay, I'll skip to another part. Can I come back to you, mother? No, I will come back to you. Do you hear me? I will come to you on a date in the morning. You will feel me in your heart. I will shout that I am free forever, that I was saddened by the end of my home. Mother, I will always remember this pain that is called the Russian pen. Quite moving, isn't it? Oh, Dave had to drop, so Moby Dick, go ahead.
Hi everybody, guys. I follow a lot of you from here, and thank you for everything you're doing. Slava Ukraine. Just wanted to bring you some good news that OSINT Defender, I put it up on the top of the room, top of the space, that Ukrainian armed forces are conducting a huge operation on somewhere around Belgorod. And this comes less than 24 hours since we learned that we allowed them to use our our missiles, our rockets, to hit Russian territory. This is beautiful, I believe. And again, thank you very much for all you guys are doing, and the Slava Ukraine.
Herom Slava. Thank you for bringing that up. That is super good news.
Yeah, I just learned from different sources. I just watched a bunch from Zhest Belgrade from the Telegram channel. People are saying like 18 or like 20 something explosions they counted. Like something big going on. Tomorrow morning we'll learn something better.
Yeah. Well, the tweet you put up there said at least 8, but if they've seen 15 or 20, that's awesome. And I'm sure you talked about today, Dave, the change in the guidance from the U.S. about hitting sites in Belgorod Oblast of anything that was threatening Ukraine from there. But that was official within the last 24 hours. Brian, go ahead, sir. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. So, question. That text that you were reading regarding the prisoner of war, is that something that you can tweet me or DM me or something? Because for my slide deck, for the portion that talks about war crimes, I do want to have a couple of slides talking about the mistreatment of Ukrainian POWs, and I have the video of Alexander Dutski, what's his name, the electrician, the Slava-Ukrainian guy that got gunned down, and they filmed it. I have that video on my slide, but I want to have some first-person account to account for this war crime, and so whatever verbiage that you're reading, if you could get that to me somehow, or point me to a tweet, that would be great.
Yeah, I can. I'll do that right now.
And if you've seen the pictures of her, and she's a beautiful girl, she's a beautiful young woman, and the way she looks now, it momentarily brings up in my mind pictures of Auschwitz, of Buchenwald, and everything that goes with it. Same if you were following news about those exchanges, the Ukrainian warrior, the way he looked before he was imprisoned and 2 years later, I cannot describe. You can't look at that picture without tears in your eyes. It's horrific. I don't have any words to describe that.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you, Moby. It's so. Sometimes it takes the individual story to bring home the horror, and somehow we can emote more keenly, and then extrapolate right to the thousands. But if you just hear about thousands were forced from their homes, or the shell, this many houses were destroyed, it's different from hearing about one brave policewoman who was trying to defend Mariupol, and escaped into a bunker only to be captured, and thought she was going to escape out of the city only to be held back, and then told because she was a policewoman, which is totally honorable and not a part of the conflict, because you're a member of a police force, and then be lied to, have the Russians lie to your parents and them not know where you are, and then be tortured. It's horrific. I did DM it to you, Brian.
1,000, thank you.
Oh, 2 is plenty. I don't need 1,000, but thanks, man. All right. If anyone wants to, Moby, let's say, do you have do you want to tell us about your situation? It sounds like you're driving. It sounds like you have friends who know what's going on the front line. Do you want to tell us any more insight from your vantage point?
I live in Florida. I'm here in the United States. I live in Boca Raton. Uh, I am ethnic Ukrainian. I'm myself from Moldova. My daughter just now is flying, I think right this moment almost, to Moldova to see my family and her sister, well, cousins and everybody, and my mom. I do talk a lot in our Ukrainian spaces. If you see down here, I see Anastasia is there too. She participates with me as well. We do discuss a lot of what's going. Well, half those spaces are Ukrainians. A lot of us coming there from different parts of the world. But I don't know if you know Val Kolesnichenko, doctor who lives here in the United States. He's one of the people who started those rooms along with you guys, maybe at the very beginning. We come together, we discuss all the news. I know that people in those spaces are actually sitting there under the rockets. They're falling on their heads, and they just half an hour ago, maybe 1 hour ago, they were describing how they feel, how they actually it's sometimes they're joking about, for example, a nuclear strike on Ukraine, and they say, Gene, when you sit here, you don't you stop fearing when they saying something. Oh, we're gonna do a nuclear strike. They're like, we so don't care about it at this point that it doesn't, bring us any pictures of. I said, you do understand it's nuclear strike. It's horrible, and they're like, after all we've suffered, after all we've seen, after I see on the news my house that is being bombed, like, and the rockets are falling right near it, you kind of stop fearing it. It's the daily life. You are used to it, and we don't care anymore about this nuclear strikes and how they're trying to scare us. We don't care. There were different words used, but yeah, that's how it goes. I do spend a lot of times, my own time, on sitting and watching things. I do watch political analysis in Russian, in Ukrainian, in English, mostly the Russian and Ukrainian, how they are seeing the situation. It's almost daily. I do my 1 hour on my balcony with my computer. Things are, when they learn about this strike right now, nothing but glad. The feeling is, oh, we're so glad. We are, oh, you know what? Now they're gonna feel it. And the more strikes they hear about, the better it is for everybody. It's even having some therapeutic kind of like influence on them. It brings them this. It encourages them. They see that we are delivering on some of our promises, definitely not all of them, because they still need our F-16s, but this is going slow. But this particular decision to let them strike, we see the results right away. You see how people are like, okay, it's a sigh of relief. We started.
Yeah, I mean, that is so. I mean, I don't know. I feel the same way. And obviously not the exact same way as the people who are getting artillery into their trenches, but that sense of finally, yes, great. And that, it was okay. And then within 5 hours or so, it's like, yeah, HIMARS strikes, like massive. Um, that's gonna change the battlefront. And I did see that Russia is bringing troops from other parts of the front line. you probably heard, you, Nobi, but also everybody, have heard that they've got this whole new 300 to 500,000 more mobilized soldiers that are in waiting, and they haven't really committed them to any particular part of the front lines. But in the meantime, they're taking troops from other parts of the front line and massing them in Kharkiv. So, which means Belgorod Oblast, right? And so, in spite of the crazy numbers of casualties they're suffering and armor they're losing, they're still pouring more in so they can keep up the momentum. But if now Ukraine can use HIMARS on them, different story, right? That's part of the sigh of relief.
We can't compare HIMARS to anything else. The damage it does to the other side is not comparable to anything Ukrainians have in their hands. I mean, the Atacams and Storm Shadows and everything. There's another tentatively good news, because I say tentatively, just tentative, because it came from a member of parliament in Ukraine, and he is citing some, I don't know, unknown sources, and he said that most definitely, most probably, whatever the word I'm trying to find, is that French troops and instructors are on the way to Ukraine. The ones that President Macron was talking about. So we probably will learn that, like, again, tomorrow, day after, we probably will see something else.
That's fantastic, because now we can get a lot more Ukrainian troops trained in a lot faster time. So that's super significant. And I know that a number of other NATO countries are talking with France about joining that team, and I think that will have some really good effects on the battlefield as well. It'll focus the minds of the Western trainers, and just like the trainer that we have on this base quite frequently, talking about making the training applicable to the war they're actually fighting, instead of just NATO doctrine and kind of, drills that don't really have to do with the situation in the front line. That I think that this will help the military trainers not compete like push out, but develop the capabilities to see what the Ukrainians are actually up against more viscerally, and that their training will therefore improve. Not to mention the fact that they don't have to go through all the legal paperwork to get a whole unit of soldiers to Denmark or Moldova or wherever.
Right, and it's expensive too, moving people around.
Exactly. It's expensive, it's time consuming, it's removed, and so yeah, this is going to be great. And I mean, we knew that Canadian trainers have been part of training before the full-scale invasion and in the country, and we suspect that there are trainers and special forces of various nations that are there secretly, but having sort of formal training programs inside the country executed by NATO forces, I think, is going to be a big morale boost, and also, like we were saying, Moby, that it's just going to be practically better in terms of time and money, and also realism.
Just think that one instructor can train 15 people in 1 month, right? So you drive or you bring those 15 people to another country, logistics, food, everything paid for, or that one instructor goes to Ukraine where everything is already there. You know, Army has the supplies and everything.
Exactly. And they're in familiar environments, so they don't have to deal with, language or, I mean, maybe they're sheltered from that if they stay on the base anyway. But, just being in their country is going to feel so much more secure for those soldiers, especially if they're doing basic training stuff with new recruits. Um, because, they've got enough to get used to in terms of a military way of life and a operational way of thinking, that they don't need the distraction of being in Germany or Spain or wherever. So that's really good. Thanks for bringing that. I heard, I saw a couple sources that were saying that was close and that the French um, president had approved it. So that's great news. And if it sounds like it's could be operational very soon. So that's good. Good intel.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Any other insights from the Ukrainians you were talking to?
Yeah, so far so good. So that's what I learned today.
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming up. And
Thanks
sharing
you.
with us.
Thanks again.
All right, Dave. I have some military stuff if you want, or anything you want to bring to it.
Well,
You
so
can go next.
I wanted to talk a little bit about a Ukrainian couple that was there that talked about their experience in leaving Ukraine. It was really interesting because they the wife, she's from Crimea, and so she was in, when Russia took over Crimea in 2014. She was a teenager, and she talked about that the Russians there, her parents didn't want to leave Ukraine, and but her dad had been involved in the military. He wasn't in the military, but he had been like a contractor or supplied them, and so the Russians just nabbed him and took him away for a few weeks, and she didn't really say what they had done to him, other than they had tortured him, and then had forced they were trying to force, she thinks, from that, because her dad has never really talked about it either, that they were trying to force him and to have her get a Russian passport for her and her all his family, and but he had refused to, because he was Ukrainian, and she kept saying that the Russians were always trying to get you to get a Russian passport, and because you're Russians and you're our brothers. And she said no, we're not Russian, we're Ukrainian. Um, so eventually they found a smuggler to get out of Crimea, and so they got out of Crimea and they went to Dnipro, and there she met her husband, uh, and they got married and had a couple of kids. And then the right before the Russian invasion, they had some friends that were Americans, that were over there, and the Americans, they had said, got a notification from the embassy that they needed to leave. And she remembered that this had happened in Crimea too, that the Americans had all left Crimea right before the Russians had invaded. And then she saw all her American friends were leaving again. And so she and her husband took the clue, and they just packed up whatever they could in they had, 4 people and 2 suitcases, just packed everything up they could and left and they went to Turkey, thinking that they would just be there for a few weeks or maybe a month at the most. And so they got out the day before Russia invaded. It was quite this timing that they had, and they went over and they were in Turkey. And then when it became apparent that that Russia was not going to take over Ukraine very quickly, and that the war was going to be protracted, then they moved to. They had some friends in Georgia that they went and stayed with, and then they had some friends in Romania that they stayed with. They kind of bounced back and forth between Romania and Turkey and Georgia for a while, until they managed to get visas to come to the U.S. And so they came here to Utah area, and they're settled in Salt Lake now. But they had nothing. They just had their clothes that they had in their 2 suitcases, and that's all that they were able to bring. Because their home was in Dnipro. They said that it has been ransacked and mostly destroyed by shelling, and so they don't really have anything to go back to. Um, they're except their family. They have some family that is in Lviv now, but she doesn't know what they're going to do right now. They're kind of living. They've got jobs here in Utah, and they're planning on going back when the war is over, but they don't know when that's going to be. And it was and she was also the person that cooked the borscht that we had. It was excellent borscht, and so she shared her cooking skills with us and shared her story about how they had made it out the day before Russia invaded.
Wow, that is a crazy story. So that was the day before the start of the full-scale invasion, like the 21st of February of 2022?
Yeah, they got out the 20th, and she said that the only reason that they knew to leave was because all of their Americans were getting notices from the embassy to leave, and that they had seen that in Crimea and knew what was happening.
That is amazing. Is that is quite some foresight. And how did they get from Turkey to the US?
So they met the guy Win Packer, actually. So they had somehow, I don't remember how they came in contact with his charity, but they had come across them and got to know Win and his wife, and and the Packers have set up several Ukrainian families here in Utah. They're pretty well off, and so they managed to sponsor them and get them a visa and got them here.
Wow, that's fantastic. What a story. Ironically, Turkey is a country that so many Russians have gone to, uh, fleeing the country, but also still open for direct air flights so they can do their holidays. So that Turkey is like a huge destination for Russians that have that kind of money, um, to go and party. Um, so hopefully they didn't run into any of those. But if they were in a big city like Istanbul, I bet they did. Hopefully they just like shuffled away and didn't engage with them, because that would be. that would be fraught.
Yeah, she didn't say anything about that. She did say
Yeah, I
that
can imagine she wouldn't want to say that at a big gathering that
yeah,
she's raising money for their friend.
but she did say that that they do know a couple of Russian couples here in Utah that are very pro Ukraine, and that's been heartening. She said that was good to, because they mostly speak she mostly speaks Russian, and so she said it was good to run into some people she could talk to in Russian, but that were Russian, but they didn't support Putin or Russia, and we're helping out with this with um the Hope Across Borders charity.
Awesome. That's encouraging to hear. I would have thought that many more of the Russian expats would be pro-Ukrainian, because that would be why they left in the first place. But for them to leave just out of pure selfishness, like, I don't want to be in the army, I don't want to be part of Putin's death machine. But yeah, I agree with his imperial plans. I find that a reprehensible combination.
Yeah, and it seems a surprising number of Russian expats still support Putin. It's like, yeah, I'll support Putin because they're part of they're on the gravy train. They're part of the oligarchs, and they get some of that money, and so it's good for them that Putin is still in power. But it's bad for them to be in Russia, because then they'd have to go into the army.
Well, yeah, if they're part of an oligarch's family, it's sort of a different situation. But I'm thinking of the tech professionals, the younger people that didn't have connections to the regime, but were kind of in the Western oriented or liberally oriented part of the non-state economy, who fled because whatever reason, they had options, I guess, and they didn't like the option of going into the army. But I was hoping that more of it would be a moral outrage, um, and that they would be pro-Ukrainian, and not repentant like it was their decision, but empathetic at least, with the plight of Ukrainians. So, but I've
Yeah.
been.
I have the news right on this point.
Tell us.
They're not very
Go ahead, Moby.
encouraging, not very encouraging news, because kids, and I don't want to state it, but kids of the president of the Russian Central Bank, Elvira Nabiullina, her name is, they somehow made it to Norway and became citizens. That's exactly to where you were just talking about.
Exactly. I mean, that's like,
she's a war criminal.
Is she directly, or just by family association?
She is no. The kids, I don't know, but the president of the central bank in Russia finances the whole military and all the efforts and everything. So how can we not scrutinize that? And I'm talking we, now uniting myself, the United States with Norway. I mean, it's the Western policies somehow, like, how can you do that now?
Right
now, right?
I'm with you 100%. I thought you were talking about the daughter and not the president of the central bank. I would say is a war criminal as well, 100%. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting philosophical and ethical question. Do you apply the sins of the parents to the children? Right. It's in a lot of old sacred literature, that question, and different answers have been applied across history. It doesn't feel good, though.
I would scrutinize their money right away. If they came loaded, where is the money coming
Agreed. That's a good way to deal with it. Like, you can come, but you can't bring any money, or we're gonna expropriate it.
Exactly. You're not bringing any money from the country that is committing genocide and everything, And even if the money came from like Western banks and European and everything, track them down where they came from. If you see that they're coming from Russia and from their money,
I like.
we have all the
Yeah, I like.
we have all the instruments for
I
that.
like that solution a lot. It's like, we can show you humanitarian mercy, but that doesn't mean you get to keep your daddy's money, because that's dirty money, and you either have to come as a refugee or not come at all.
And at this point, it's not even a dirty money; it's bloody money.
Yeah, right. That's a better way to say it. Yeah, I wasn't trying to tone it down. It's bloody money. All of their natural resource money is bloody money at this point. And they keep expropriating businesses from entrepreneurs, as well as from Western companies. So then that gets put into the war machine as well. So it's double crimes, or triple crimes. Lie Sniper, welcome. Good to see you. Sniper, can you hear? Can you unmute your mic?
No,
there
yeah.
you go.
Yeah. Are we talking about this? The head of the central bank, is that the woman who has been said to have wanted to quit the job already long ago, but Putin had forced her to stay in that job? It was quite in the beginning of the war already, where I think that she had wished to leave, but or quit the job, but wasn't allowed to. And is she now the one who has moved to Norway, or she and the kids?
Moby, do you know? Is because you
No. She's under sanctions for sure. Just her son, I believe. I'm looking it up right now. Basil Kuzminov. From I didn't look it up. I just again I saw it on in one of the tweets, and the thing is that I kind of trust that account. I'm gonna check it out, but it's not the first time we see that. It's not the first time we see how Russian, wives of Russian oligarchs, I mean, even oligarchs themselves, like Abramovich, look at him. He's moving quite freely in Europe and everywhere, and he's under sanctions. But we see him popping up here and there and using his yacht and traveling around. I would not be surprised. Let's put it this way: I would not be surprised if this what I'm just saying, that her son made it to Norway and got his citizenship. I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm gonna dig to it, just to not make it a fake news. But and again, it could be. I'm saying it could be. But I would not be surprised, not for 1 second.
Yeah, we just had the genders reversed, and I don't know if that was just inadvertent, because I forgot about her, Lie Sniper, that she was. I mean, earlier in the war, like at the first year, they were saying that she actually did quite a bit of work, clever work, really good economics and fiscal policy work, or monetary policy work, to keep the Russian economy on track. So I thought it was a guy that was we were talking about, and his daughter, but I think it was a woman and her son.
Yeah, I think this woman she's like professionally very good. If we just look at the matters from and I think she's also so good that she saw quite early on what this whole thing is doing to the Russian economy, and she didn't want to play part in it. That's my understanding, that she wanted to quit her job, but Putin refused to let her go because she's so good. I don't know if she leaves, then will she get some bad tea or some defenestration in
Right.
near future? I don't know.
Right. I haven't seen any news items of a change at the helm of the central bank, but it's not. I could have missed it, obviously.
Yeah, but because I think that if if she's a war criminal or not, if she has, I don't know. If she has been forced to do things and she has expressed her wish to quit whatever she's doing and not to have anything to do with it and so on, then I think at some point there always is, I think, in my moral thoughts, there's always a point where you have to also consider if the person has done it from free will or has been forced to do it. I think that's some distinction. And there was a question about if the children of war criminals should also be punished, and I don't know. Well, what do they have to do with it? Perhaps I'm too liberal and too soft. I don't know. That's just in my mind. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you. I mean, this is a place where people of good character and sound mind could disagree, and you could understand it. But I don't think we should expect moral heroism as a baseline morality. So, like, she should be willing to lose her life for the principle of I'm not going to serve this dictator anymore. That seems too extreme for a baseline moral case. So I agree. So that's a way of agreeing with you, that and why. Because the penalty of quitting the central bank in her case could be death, as you said. And that seems like too much to expect of a non-saint. And then, so if she's coerced into doing a job which isn't direct, I mean, it is obviously the Russian economy is 40% of the state budget is going now toward the defense industrial base, and which we then know is going to be turned into war crimes on a daily basis. Almost every shell is well, not every artillery shell, but every missile, it seems like is going at a non-military target. And so those are all war crimes. But I don't know that because the central banker kept the economy on track to the best of her ability to avoid a certain, probable death, that she should be tried with a war crime if she's expressed her desire to step down.
Yeah, I think that if we consider something to be a war crime, like participating and leading the financial things of a country which is committing war crimes, then the question is also there: where do we draw the line? If someone is a clerk in an office, which like in the Ministry of Defense in Russia, are they war criminals as well? Because I think that the UN international laws define war crimes quite precisely, and in fact I don't know which definitions they have for, let's say, administrative supporting acts, but I think like genocide or killing civilians or putting them to work or recruiting them to the armed forces of the invading side, and those are quite clear cases. But if you are in some office doing your job and keeping the finances of the state upright or attempting to, and even if you are expressing the will to quit because you see that doesn't work, then I think that I'm not trying, really, please don't understand me wrong, I'm not trying to be soft and so understanding to what the Russians are doing. But I think that we should also keep in mind that we should not degrade our moral like codex to the same level where the Russians are, and condemn them, everyone there as a whole. And I think if she has expressed the wish to leave her job because she has, I don't know why, moral things, or just that she sees that it's impossible to keep up the finances upright. I don't know, but whatever. And I think that we should not think on the same level of dehumanization and collective punishment and these kind of things which are common in Russia. I think the West and the Western ethics and morals should be able to lead us to like other kind of decisions. That's just, I'm rambling, but okay. I perhaps you got my perhaps you got my mic. You just
Yeah,
okay,
we got your drift, and I I think that everybody understands from what I said that I basically agree with you. So let's see what Dan has to say, and then what Dryfly has to say. Dryfly kind of came up here.
Yeah, Dryfly
in a
will probably
big rush.
slap me upside the head after I get done with this. This rankles my mind, and I understand what you're saying, Life Sniper, but it rankles me to no end. Back in World War II, how many of middle class citizens born in this country, Japanese, were locked up into concentration camps because they were suspected of collaboration? That was wrong. What I think is wrong, morally wrong, is we have sanctioned oligarchs and government officials and them and their families and ex-wives. That's still family, because you can't play the court card when you're under sanction, because you could be under criminal indictment later on with the international court. That does not give you the right to use the court system or the immigration system to sneak in and out of countries with visas freely, because you're a member of the 1%. I find that morally repugnant. I think the visas should be revoked during a time of war, because we're all contributing to this war. All these countries in the liberal democracy, we have the right to say, no, you don't get a visa. No, your kid can't go to school here. Unless you're a political, prove that there's torture involved or something, you don't get in this country with a visa. Other than that, yeah, it just pisses me off to no end. Shut the doors, because we don't know what's walking around. When the war's over, then they can ask questions, because this is serious stuff. Thank you.
But Dan,
just one question. Just if couldn't it be seen as a weakening of the Russian structures if we would allow, for example, in this case, if she has wanted to quit and she's very capable of running her job, then if she would leave, that would leave Russia in a let's say worse position than before. But it's not like a personal revenge because she's Russian and she should be punished and so on. I think those sound like Russian arguments from mindset. But if we would, I'm just how would I say? How can I know what I'm saying before I hear what how can I know what I'm thinking before I hear what I'm saying? But I'm just saying it anyways. That if such oligarchs who are not directly participating in any monstrosities and so on, we can't just condemn them because they are Russian. What kind of incentives would we give them to leave Russia, to weaken Russia by leaving, if we would collectively punish everyone just because they're Russian? I don't know if you get my point, because if this kind of person,
I want to.
yeah, okay,
I want to. Yeah, you said it. I want to step in, Dan. We'll go back to you, but you guys are addressing two different aspects of the story. So Dan is saying we shouldn't let the sun in to Norway. But I think Moby's solution to that would have prevented him from coming if it was like, okay, you can come as a poverty-stricken refugee, but you can't bring any of your mom's assets or your family's assets over. That would solve the problem. He probably wouldn't come. I mean, he probably didn't want out that badly. But Live Sniper is talking about the strategic value of letting an excellent economist who clearly has qualms with the way Putin is running the country, or she wouldn't want to give up this high profile influential job. If we could snare her away, that's a whole different thing, right? So you guys are talking about two different things. Dan, you're talking about the kid. Live Sniper's talking about the mom, the economist. So let's identify which problem we're trying to solve one by one here.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Excellent point. I just wanted to throw in that the son and coming for and without the money. That the point is that if the money has the earned money can be connected to have been sourced from making war crimes, and absolutely, I completely agree that then that kind of money should not be allowed to support people who come over. But if they really are so like ethically woken up that they say, hey, I don't want to make this shit, and I'd rather be poor in the West than rich in a country which makes genocide, and I think that's kind of wish could be respected. Thanks.
Okay, awesome.
Thanks.
Now you can go, Dan. Do you feel any better with where this conversation is going, or do you still feel okay? Go ahead.
I wasn't saying just the child. I wasn't talking about the head of the banking system over there. And we have plenty of economists over here. It's not like she's going to split an atom. She's going to split a ruble. Anyways, that's not my insistence. My insistence is we're under war. This is a security risk, and we shouldn't allow any of that going on at all because they've shown to be dishonest in the first place. My thing is, I'm not saying they're all, but I'm sorry. If she's going to get killed over there because she stays in Russia even after she doesn't do the job, that is not Ukraine's problem. The problem right now is we have oligarchs and their children traveling in and out of all over Europe. They're in some American schools, English schools. No, I'm sorry. When their parent is under sanction, the whole family gets sanctioned. You all go back, you deal with it. I'm sorry. Right now, my focus is on Ukraine. And I'm sure Ukraine isn't as loose as this with, the people that SBU picks up all the time. This is a huge security hole. And I think the visas should be revoked and you're sent back and you just wait. It's been 2.5 years. Now, all of a sudden, she doesn't want the job anymore. That's not my issue. And that's not our job to discern that. Our job is to protect the security of the nations that are helping Ukraine and not let people roam the earth like it's their playground just because they have a lot of money. When their country that they're from is under war, especially oligarchs in general. I'm picking at. But anyway, sorry, I'll go.
No, those are good points. Let's go to Dryfly because I think he wants to jump in on this topic, and then we'll come back to you, Live Sniper. I think your position is clear so far, but you'll have more chances. I want to go to Dryfly and see what he has to say.
Okay, I'm going to throw a little bit of realpolitik into this, and I get the outrage, but I don't know. Have any of you guys ever read any of Le Carre's work? And I'm specifically thinking Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
But I don't remember the plot line.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you, Carla was Smiley's number one bad guy, if you recall. Carla ran some directorate in the KGB that was constantly thwarting and penetrating the British intelligence group that Smiley was a part of. And in the first two books, he thwarted him. Carla actually outdid Smiley and defeated him, okay, in both of them. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, and then the next one. And I can't think about it. In the third one, Smiley caught wind of a child of Carla's. And everyone didn't think Carla even had a child. but they found out she had a child, and that the child was very troubled and was in a Swiss institution, Swiss or Austrian institution, and the British used that to pressure Carla to flip. Okay, I can't believe Putin allows his inner sanctum and his oligarchs that he's closest to, and there's some that are pretty high placed, like Peskov, who have family in the West, that he just allows them to do that, because when they're here, we may have all these laws and all this protection under law in courts, but there's nothing stopping those guys from just disappearing and going into a black site somewhere and putting enormous pressure on Peskov. I mean, just off the charts. It also tells me I don't see any chance of the Russian upper elite authorizing or supporting any major attack on the West while their kin and family are all over the West. So I think there's a huge incentive on the part of the West to not let those guys go. I mean, I'm not sure we would let them go if they wanted to go back home. You know, if you follow me. Secondly, as far as the central bank woman, if she's got kids in the West, do you think that she's a high risk to be penetrated in Russia? I do. If not now, eventually. I mean, what happens if somebody shows up some dark night and says, you know, we know where your kid is every single minute. Every single minute. You know, maybe you want to tell us what the bank, you know, what the plans are for banking. I mean, this to me, maybe I'm just such an old cold warrior that I'm living in a world that's no longer here. But I don't think people have changed that much. And there's just a lot going on in this thing that we're not aware of. And the same thing with the oligarchs. These oligarchs that flirt around, they're allowed to do that for a reason. And it isn't just because we're weak or stupid or whimsical. There's a reason they're allowed to move. If he were a real security risk, we'd have him under lock and key in a heartbeat, because we are picking people up. We're picking them up all over the states from time to time, like that guy that was staking out special forces people in I think it was in Virginia. You know, that he was filming and staking and photographing, and all of a sudden, boom, you know, that guy's picked up, hauled off, and we never hear another thing about him. I think there's so much more going on in this than we know. So I wouldn't freak out. The real key, as far as, are they free to roam around? Are they on our side, or are they just targets, or are they collateral we can use? Is, are they laundering money, and does the money laundering support efforts to subvert the West? And I would say that would be the kind of case where the money laundering, say, ends up in a political campaign in Germany or the United States, or supporting a political movement like Brexit. If you can prove that, yeah, I would say that the person is probably a real problem. But if they're just here, it could be that we're letting them stay here because we're using them as basically as hostages before we have to really pull them in and use them as hostages. I don't want to think that the government, or I don't want to play like the government is that hardcore, but we haven't been pushed that hard yet. Wait until we are. Again, you know, I'm old enough to remember the Cold War. I'm old enough to remember when we played those kind of games, when people were assassinated on the street. You know, just no one knew what happened to them. Their brains were knocked out. Right now, the Russians seem to be the only ones that are doing it, but there's nothing saying that the Western intelligence agencies wouldn't do it and aren't capable of it. All you got to do is look at the drone strikes against some of the terrorists. It just happens. So I just think people need to take a pause. I'm not praising our institutions. I'm just saying there's more there than you and I know. And I'll listen.
Let's. I want to come back to you, Dan, but Bly Sniper has hand up. So let's go to him first.
Yeah, I must.
Welcome back, Nafor Dave, by the way.
Yeah.
I must confess that I completely agree with the points Dryfly make. I also, regarding those, that we have to trust our security services, and I think that if someone would like to come to West, then they could be offered, let's say, protection. Let's put it this way: they would be under scrutiny, and their phone line, if they agree that their phone lines are being listened to, and they will be tightly observed, and they are willing to sacrifice or lose that level of freedom which the other people in West have. I think it's okay, and I think it's quite obvious that if someone has worked, these oligarchs have worked long for Putin, that they would suddenly flip completely and abandon all the thoughts, and it's of course they are a bit suspicious. I must admit, I also have a certain baseline suspicion to most Russians I meet, but nevertheless, I think that they would be could be used as an asset, perhaps even at a later date. And if they take the risk that they might be assassinated by, or their children might be assassinated by the Russian like forces, whatever, then I think that's their personal decision. They are, of course, they are pretty well aware that that might happen, and I think that might be one reason. If the children of this woman are this leader of the central bank, if her children are in West at the moment, perhaps that kind of threats are exactly what has kept her in. That she has been told that, okay, we know where your children are, and if you do anything stupid, then something might happen, and that might be one reason. But Dryfly, do you have a log fire in there? It just sounds so cozy there. This crackling noise.
I think he's in the shower.
Okay.
I'm sitting on a porch in a downpour. That is exactly what I do. Yeah, there's crackling, all right. I don't have gutters. My house is over 100 years old, and I live in a cold area myself. So I have huge ice dams if I build a big gutter. So I've taken the gutters off probably 30 years ago. And when it pours, the water just runs off the roof and it hits the ground, sounding like almost like gunshots out here. For you, it just sounds like firecrackers.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah,
now you ruined my nice image in my head that you're sitting on a couch and there's a cozy log fire burning in a big stone like fireplace. And okay, but well, we go with that. Thanks.
Well, in the background there was some betting that it was actually bacon, but I thought it was a shower. So I'm closest.
I thought it was rain, but I was confused because it's so clear here, and you're not that far away from me, Dryfly. So, but let's go to. I want to go to Dan first before coming back to you, Dryfly. Dan, does what Dryfly said change your sort of point of view on this at all?
It calmed me down a little bit, but yeah, and I understand what he's saying. And I understand what life, in fact, I agree with a lot of life. I'm listening to it all. But what's ticking me off when we hear people, Slavi's come up here before. And when she was on one night and she talked about it, she or other people in Los Angeles, they'd be out walking their dog in a certain section of Bel Air where all the Russian immigrants live and everything. And they make nasty comments. I'm talking about the people that are here on visas and walk around and we're dirt. They always say, I've heard it. They say we're dirt, or they say make nasty remarks about Americans don't have this, Americans don't. What are they doing here? Kids in school, I've heard it before. Yeah, it's just, that's what I'm talking about. And I think we have to be careful of to say how great our security system is in this country, because I think it's highly, highly compromised. I'm sorry, Dryfly, but it is. I've read a lot of stuff too. And lately, I think I'm suspicious that it's highly compromised. And with that, I'll just stop. Thank you. But thanks for your contribution.
Just if you see the statistics of how many Russians crossed the Mexican border last year, I believe we're talking 42,000.
Wow. That I heard that Putin was deliberately sending them to the southern border to exacerbate the situation and encouraging other countries, even Chinese people to. I mean, Chinese people come to the southern border now, and I don't know that that's active. You know, active acting on behest of the Russians, but certainly them putting the word out there appears to be the case that if you want to get into the United States, go to the southern border to just ramp up the political tensions around that issue. But 42,000 actual Russian immigrants that come over the southern border, that's pretty. That's a lot.
Hey, can I
Dryfly,
add
back to you.
something quickly?
Sure.
And no country in the world needs that many assets running around of another country to know what the other country's doing. That's, yeah. And out of that 42,000, probably I would say a third of them are actually plants or assets. That's my opinion from what I've read.
You think that you think those are active Russian intelligence officers, like 15,000 of them?
I think there's a lot of civilian Russians, emigres, they could be US citizens now that were buried in this country. I've read different stories. I've seen a movie that was a true movie that was done. Yeah, about assets that we've had in this country living for years with families while they're still operating. So I think it's higher than we think it is. And I really do not have that much confidence in our security apparatus, not just in this country, but in a lot of Western liberal democracies. I think they've gotten compromised over the years. Russia's been at this for 50, 40 years. That's, you know, I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that might not conflict with what Dryfly and Fly Sniper are saying, but let's hear from Dryfly and we'll take it one step at a time.
I've heard that those kind of numbers thrown out. I don't believe them. I'll be honest. There may be that many visas applied for. There's a lot of visas applied for from Russia. As many illegals, undocumented? I don't think there's that many. From Central America? Yeah, absolutely. You know, way more. I think the number of people who come in from Central America probably exceed what our estimates are. Those coming in from places like Russia or China, probably far fewer. It's too easy to get a visa to get in on a business visa if you want to get in. So, for example, if Putin wanted to plant somebody in the country, all you got to do is have somebody come and want to start up a business, and they plunk down some money, and you get a business startup visa. And I know that because I know people that have done it. The amount of scrutiny that goes into that is shockingly small. There is some, but it's really not a lot. The things they look for are you laundering money? Did the money come from an illegal source? Do you have personal connections to anyone that's on a terrorist list or what do you call it? You know, like mob, you know, known underworld. If you're not, and you come in, you know, and you're bringing money, they usually let you in. So there's really no reason for Putin to bring assets in that way. However, he has. You don't have to bring in a lot to be really effective. You know, there were 19 people who took down the World Trade Center. You know, 19, not 4,200. But they were organized, coordinated, and they had a mission. And the mission was hidden extraordinarily well from most of our intelligence services. The few places where it reached our intelligence services, it was poo-pooed by those at the top. Now, in their, you know, to give them credit or you know, to give them an excuse, that was during peacetime. Russia did most of their horrendous murders in Europe before anyone really knew we were at war with Russia. You know, Skripal and that other guy that was the person who complained about the invasion of Crimea, who was both of which were poisoned. Those two guys were done before the West knew they were at war. So Putin had a much easier hand to move around. As far as The others, now, given that we know the threats and that we are more cautious, I'm just not as concerned about that as I was. The people I worry about are the ones who are coming in, and we know nothing about them. Absolutely nothing about them. Like the guy in Virginia who was filming that special forces officer. No one knew what he was even trying to do. What the hell was he doing? But he got caught. The special officer guy attacked him. There was a fight. And he wasn't killed, I don't think. Maybe he was killed even. But the point is that they really didn't know he was in country or what his mission was, or at least that's the report in the news. They may know much more than they're telling us. But those kind of guys, when you don't hear numbers, in other words, if you hear no one's coming in, and all of a sudden events like that occur, that's when you really need to worry. When you're hearing numbers like they know for a fact there's 42,000 Russians coming in, well, how do they know there's 42,000 Russians? If they know that, they've done some kind of accounting and they've done some kind of survey, some kind of sifting. And I just think people need to take a bigger breath over what are the real risks. It's often the real risks are the things you don't know, not the things you know or you think you know. And I worry a lot about Russian espionage. I worry a ton about it. I worry about their forces. I worry about the forces who don't come across the border. I think they cause more trouble down in Mexico than they'll ever cause in the United States. The GRU is supposedly all over Mexico, and the SVR, both of them. The intelligence, the military intelligence, Russian military intelligence arm, and their equivalent of the CIA are both all over Central America. They're the ones that are stirring up the pot and driving, helping governments in Central America stir up the pot in indigenous communities to drive populations north. They're also actively militarizing the cartels to be more effective, not only running drugs, but handling money, laundering money, and being a threat to the governments in those countries. And you see it all over El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, all through that area. I knew people who did business down in Costa Rica, and in Panama. Both are considered to be extremely safe 10 or 15 years ago, not anymore. And a lot of it is done by Russian stirring up trouble there. So I think there's a ton of problems with Russia internationally, tons and tons and tons of them. But the fact that the head of the Russian central bank has a son in Norway should be looked at as an asset, not a risk. Because A, we know he's there. B, we know who he's connected to, and we can make that connection in a heartbeat. The ones you got to worry about are the ones you don't know. And that's what I'll leave it at that, and I'll listen.
All righty. Welcome, Alan. You caught us in the middle. I know you've been listening for a bit. But you caught us in the middle of quite the sort of strategic, moral / ethical, and visceral conversation here about the movement of Russian citizens. So, thanks for being here, man.
I just made it back. It's been a busy night for me. I don't know who suggested 42,000 Russians since when. I know that Russians crossing the southern border have increased since Putin launched the invasion on Ukraine, and even before that, Putin imposed a military draft of a higher number in September 2021, I think. And after that new military draft in Russia, there was a dramatic increase in the number of Russians attempting to come to the United States seeking asylum. I don't think Russians are crossing in large numbers illegally. I think most of them try to follow the rules. I happen to know that all Russian men, so 18 and older, are detained by ICE at the Mexican border, even if they enter seeking asylum. This includes Russian families, so that if a mother, father, daughter, and son have a CPB-1 appointment, this is how you can make an appointment through Homeland Security to ask for asylum. The father and the son are detained. The mother and the daughter are usually released into the country awaiting a court date. But all Russian men are detained. All. It's a policy.
Well, that might make Dan feel better. Dan, that's U.S. policy,
Extremely.
not policy.
Extremely better.
Good. All right, let's go to Live Sniper, and then we'll come back to you, Dan.
Yeah, I don't know what the 42,000 might be, and some number of those might be definitely some Russian assets who are able to hide it better than others. And but I think looking from outside, I would, okay, of course I'm in Langley, Virginia. Everyone knows that all fellas are, but but I think that in the US the number of let's say extreme pro-Russians are within the normal American population is far bigger than the numbers which have been stated here. And I would be more worried about the internal, like the far right and all these Marjorie Taylor Greens and whatever. And because there seem to be people in the highest ranks, let's say so, which are being used as Russian assets or might even be directly under some influence from Russia. And I think their number is far bigger than the number which was stated to 15,000 or whatever, the third of those 42. I don't believe in that number because of the reasons Alan just said, that the many men might have fled the country to say, hey, I don't want this. And they might have their personal reasons. I don't want to go to war. I don't want to die. Or they might be like they oppose the system, and because young people nowadays are they have better access to media and they might have seen the light, so to say. And but I think that the bigger risk for the national security are the pro-Russians, which are not Russians, which are difficult to detect and well, not even difficult to detect, but they exercise influence as full as American citizens with all rights and so on. And I think that's the danger. Of course, there might be some direct Russian assets which direct them who have come to country, but I still think that the number of those people is far smaller than the native American, but let's say regular American citizens who support the Russian ideology. Thanks.
I just want to say, and I'll go to you, Alan, that I don't want to pick up on that thread that Live Sniper laid down about the MAGA Republicans being in the, orbit of the, just because we do a lot of talking about the American politics and scene, and it's just less interesting to listeners than this kind of.
Can I say something? I just made I just tweeted the newlinesmagazine.com. I don't know if it's a respected media, not sure, but this is the first thing I could find going online. I'm a little blind here without my glasses, and I don't have access to my computer. It says 2022, 22,000 Russians. So whoever says those numbers are insignificant is mistaken. 2023. If I go online, if I had my computer right in front of me, I would go and dig to those numbers. The reason I'm saying that is that when I saw the numbers, it strikes you so badly that is like, seriously, 42,000. Even if 1,000 of those are, let's say, working for Putin, it's already a huge amount.
Yeah, it's a complicated issue. I happen to think that that most of the Russians trying to come to the United States or who went to into some EU countries or went to Thailand or went to Georgia or went to Serbia, most of them are young. Most of them are educated. and most of them are trying to escape mobilization. They don't want to fight in the war. Many of them probably oppose the Putin regime. Many of them support Ukraine, and they want to get out of Russia because there is no future in Russia for them. I don't doubt that there are probably some Russian operatives who've made their way into the United States, but by and large, I think the Russians leaving Russia, wherever they are going, wherever they're going, they could be going, trying to get to Antarctica for all I care. Most of them are leaving because they oppose Putin, see no future for themselves in Russia. They support Ukraine. Many of them have Ukrainian friends. I don't think you can paint with a broad brush, especially the young Russians who are leaving Russia. And I wouldn't worry about them that much, frankly. To Lie Sniper and then to Dan.
Yeah, I just had a peek in the article which you posted. Thank you for that. There's also said in the same chapter that the number is fourfold than it was in the previous year. So basically, that shows something has changed and something has motivated the people to come to the US. And okay, it might be that Russia has intensified their operations in planting some assets in abroad. Well, might be. Or it might be, as Alan said, that many young men are escaping the war, either for personal reasons or for ideological reasons or whatever. But I think that's the number has grown fourfold from the previous year. And I think that already indicates that it might well be that majority of those have made a decision based on the war which Putin started. Thank you.
I think
Exactly my point. That was exactly my point, that the numbers has grown so badly and they are growing. My God, I'm so sorry, I don't have my computer, but it's grown exponentially almost, that fourfold in 1 year, and from specific country. We cannot disregard the one theory or the other. Alan, I respect you with all my heart, but we cannot just brush it off.
Russians, young, educated Russians, especially, IT savvy Russians, tech savvy Russians, it's a bigger demographic problem for Russia than it is a security problem for the United States. And currently on the southern border, Chinese trying to enter the United States outnumber the Russians. But you look at the countries that these migrants are coming from, China and Russia, two of the most brutal authoritarian countries in the world, with massive surveillance conducted on their citizens at every street corner, in every hour of every day. These are people who are trying to find a new place in the world where they can have a future. Now, in history, the United States has offered that opportunity to millions, tens of millions of migrants from around the world. Am I brushing off migration into the United States? No, I'm not. But I do think it's a bigger demographic problem for Russia than a security problem for the United States.
I have to answer with a quick answer, and then I'm gonna leave. I'm sorry, I see Dan, I see your hand, but I have to leave now. To answer you with a quote from "Catch Me If You Can," even better, Alan.
Even better. I guess I'm missing the reference. I'm sorry.
Yeah, "Catch Me If You Can." Leo DiCaprio was using this phrase, "even better," and I'm saying that sarcastically right now, of course.
Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, Alan, I apologize to everybody if I sounded like I want to send every Russian back to Russia to suffer. That was not my intent. My intent was my concern. And I hear what you're saying, and I kind of basically agree with you. I agree with what Dryfly said, but it is disconcerting. It's disconcerting when I hear people say, well, this, I've seen videos of women sitting in restaurants in England, practically spitting at, and she's Russian, and she's saying nasty things about the West. Anyways, but and no, it wasn't on TikTok. But on a lighter note, I think the only reason the younger ones want to come here, yeah, they want a chance, and that's fine too. But I hope these people are being vetted right through their toes. And my opinion, I think they're only coming here for, yes, the better economy and the toilets. Sorry.
Well, they are vetted. As I explained, I was actually on the southern border for 6 months recently, and know a little bit about the migration picture on the southern border. I was in Texas, so that is, I think, one of the most active places on the southern border. The border in California also incredibly active, also in Arizona. But I happen to know that as I said, it is policy for every Russian male above the age of 18, or even at the age of 16, to be detained, and not detained overnight, not detained for a couple of weeks, but detained for 3 months. I'd say probably, 3 months minimum. And during this time, extensive background checks are conducted, interviews are conducted, and if they are released from detention, they are only released from detention after a credible fear interview with an asylum officer. And that asylum officer has to approve. That asylum officer has to say this migrant, from whatever country they are coming from, has a credible fear of returning to their home country. So if you pass this interview, you're going to go into what's called the asylum path. You're going to be assigned a court date. You can apply for asylum. That asylum will not be granted until there is a hearing in immigration court. I get that immigration court is way backed up. Asylum seekers are waiting as long as 2 years, some as long as 5 years. President Biden actually has appointed dozens of more immigration judges. New immigration courts are being created around the country. Existing immigration courts are being expanded so that these asylum cases can be heard more quickly and decisions made more quickly. But again, it's before a judge in an immigration hearing where there is a federal prosecutor in immigration court who presents the country's case against the migrant, if there is such a case to be presented. And it's not a one and done process by any means. If you get released into the United States without documentation, by the way, only with temporary papers given to you by Homeland Security, by ICE, you can't get on a plane with them. You can't leave the country. You don't have a passport. You are an undocumented non-resident of the United States. You can't work. You can't get health care. you need to have some help. And, there's help available for immigrants coming to the United States from every country in the world, including Russia, including China. And I believe the last figure I saw, it varies from immigration court to immigration court, but roughly 65 to 70% of asylum seekers will eventually be granted asylum. And again, these are individuals who have gone through interviews, have passed a credible fear interview. They present a case. In the United States, by the way, a Russian coming here and announcing he is here solely to avoid mobilization, avoid the Russian draft, the United States does not recognize that reason as sufficient to seek asylum. And so that Russian is out of luck. Well, Scott, I know how to stop a conversation, don't I?
No, I just wanted to tell you thank you. Thank you.
Well, Alan, that was very apt and detailed facts, which helps because we were talking philosophy and fiction. Dryfly brought up John le Carré, and which we know is based on his experience in the British intelligence services. So I'm not saying it's not factual, but yeah, it's a complicated issue. We went from coercion in performing in a system that you know to be wrong versus certain death or near certain death, and the morality of holding somebody to that standard or to the standard of resisting in that circumstance, then to how should we treat not only the children of that person but the money side of things. And then we brought up the strategic issues that could be present in terms of coercion in the reverse direction, and then to the actual border threat, to demographics, to to the actual reasons of U.S. asylum law. So it's been a very well-rounded consideration of migration in war, I think. And should we go to the Duke and then back to Dan? Go ahead, Duke. I can't hear Duke. Can you, Alan?
I can't hear Duke either. Duke, you've got an audio glitch here, or maybe you have your volume turned all the way down. If you recycle, we'll bring you right back up because we can't hear you. Meanwhile, Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, Alan and Scott. Now I was a good example of how we can get bigoted over emotional issues. But yes, yeah. Thank you for talking about immigration and stuff. But I'm still concerned, as well we should be, and be suspicious, but not of everybody. But anyways, I was gonna just tell you, Alan, just call me Mr. Wilson. Remember Dennis the Menace? I'm cranky Mr. Wilson. But thank you for your stuff because I see where this can go, and I could be just as bad as the Russians. I understand. Yep. Bye.
Well, thanks for sharing your concerns, Dan. I mean, I think those are realistic, and it pays to be skeptical. We've learned a lot in the past 2 years about the depth, breadth, and maliciousness of Russian disinformation, and not only disinformation, not only the information war, but the hybrid war that they're doing, and the way they pull levers around the world to escalate their actions. So and we also know that our government is not flawless by a long shot, and we know that the West has been lax. So you're not wrong to be skeptical and cautious and emotional about it. So I'm glad that we can talk about it, sort of go around the horn and bring some reason and factual basis to all this stuff. And hopefully, that gives us some comfort, but needn't give us 100% comfort. So you go right ahead feeling what you're feeling. Back to you, Alan.
Well, it's an interesting topic. It can take us many places, but what we have to do is go back to Ukraine. I understand, Scott, from some reports I'm seeing in the background here, that there is another massive Russian attack underway, all the way from Lviv to Kharkiv. But there's also a Ukrainian attack on Russian assets in Belgorod, using for the first time American HIMARS missiles. So the restrictions that had been imposed and partially lifted by the Biden administration, by President Biden himself, are taking effect tonight around the city of Belgorod. And we know that Russia has many missile launch sites in Belgorod Oblast, some quite near the city of Belgorod. In fact, misfired Russian missiles have landed in Belgorod, planes flying over Belgorod with glide bombs intended for Ukraine have more than 30 times unintentionally dropped those glide bombs on Russians in Belgorod Oblast and in Belgorod city. But tonight, the explosions in Belgorod are the explosions of Ukrainians firing U.S. HIMARS at Russian military targets, and Russian air defense, for whatever it's worth, around Belgorod, trying to take those missiles out of the air, Scott.
Yeah, we talked about that. In fact, Moby, when he was up, gave us a hint. I had a news report that at least 8 HIMARS rockets were fired into Belgorod, and then Moby came up and said he's got some friends who are kind of on the ground right at the border, and they said that it was at least 15 explosions that they saw. So that's so encouraging, Alan. And yeah, we talked about the short time window between when the Biden administration authorized such strikes to be used with U.S. equipment, or to be performed with U.S. equipment, and the actual realization of that. And I also mentioned in that context, Alan, that General Sirski said today that I was going to go to the article, but I'll do that gradually. General Sirski said that the Russian army is moving units from other parts of the front line, as opposed to their newly mobilized units that they're still forming. They'd moved people from other parts of the front line to Kharkiv Oblast to try to keep up the intensity of. And this is going to actually have the effect of taking those casualty numbers that were crazy high already, record breaking this month, into even a higher level. It seems to me, don't you think, Alan?
There's no question about it. It will be taken to a higher level. Ukraine is fully prepared. It took 17 days for Ukraine to get permission to use American delivered HIMARS and GIMLRs and what have you, permission to fire on Russian military targets inside Russia. President Zelensky made the original request on May 13 in a phone call with Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Defense, Jake Sullivan, who's the president's national security advisor, with C.Q. Brown, who is head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And it took 17 days. Antony Blinken weighed in, favoring lifting these prohibitions on Ukraine. And finally, the prohibitions were partially lifted. We're seeing the results tonight. But if Russia is redeploying forces from elsewhere on the zero line to reinforce its attack, either through Vovchansk into Kharkiv Oblast or through Lipsy into Sumy Oblast, it means that they are weakening some points on the zero line. And it means that they are now going to be trying to advance against a better prepared Ukrainian defensive force. And the Ukrainians know exactly where the Russians are assembling in Belgorod and Kursk Oblast. They know exactly what they face. They know the makeup of the forces. In Belgorod, really, it was a mechanized force, very lightly armored. In the force apparently getting ready to invade Sumy Oblast, has been reinforced with Russian armor, so Russian tanks, etc. But Ukraine's ready for it, and now with the freedom to use GIMLRs and HIMARS and other U.S. delivered weapons, this includes artillery, 155 millimeter artillery. I only see, as you say, Scott, the Russian casualties skyrocketing.
Yeah, I had the article or the paragraph, long paragraph as it happens, but from the Institute of the Study of War, which, as you know, Alan, I really like because of the depth of their analysis, and Chuck always thinks of it as the gold standard in terms of map making and advances. So the here are some deeper facts. It's basically, I mean, the headline is what we said already, but there's some interesting detail here. Sersky and his general staff reported yesterday that the Russian military was transferring this elements of an unspecified number of additional regiments and brigades from other unspecified areas of the front lines and from training grounds to the Lipsky and Vovchansk areas. So both of their little pockets that they garnered earlier this month. Sersky said that the Russian military still doesn't have enough forces in northern Kharkiv to conduct a full-scale offensive and break through the Ukrainian defenses. So even though they've got those more people, they're probably going to meet the same fate, right? That's my assumption here. And then there's a military administration head for the oblast. His name's Oleg Sinahubov. And he also reported that Russian forces are transferring reserves to Lipsky and Vovchansk directions. And his inference is they're trying to draw and fix as many Ukrainian forces in northern Kharkiv as possible. And also, at the same time, they want to maintain the current tempo of Russian offensive operations. So again, more casualties. Sinahubov stated that Russian forces have not concentrated a strike group near Zolochiv Hromada, which is north. It's still in the oblast, but northwest of Kharkiv city. But Russian forces could redirect forces in the Lipsky and Vovchansk directions to the Zolochiv direction. So that would be a third kind of front, if you will, in Kharkiv Oblast at the border or near the border. Now, interestingly, several Russian mill bloggers purposely misreported Sainhubov's statements about possible evacuations in the event of Russian attacks, and claimed that he had stated that Russian forces are preparing offensive operations in the Zolochiv direction. I don't know why that. I'm not sure why that would be beneficial to the Russian cause. But anyway, the Russian military's transfer of reinforcements to Kharkiv Oblast indicates that the Russian military likely continues to prioritize efforts to draw and fix Ukrainian forces from critical sectors of the front line in eastern Ukraine and establish a buffer zone in northern Kharkiv. Russian forces likely intend to launch the second phase of their offensive operations in northern Kharkiv Oblast following their intended seizure of Vovchansk. Although positional fighting and possible Ukrainian counterattacks could require Russian forces to conduct another wave of intensified assaults in the area to complete seizure of even that little town of Vovchansk. And maybe not even do it, right? Because both Zelensky was there and Syrskyi are saying it's stable. We don't know that means they're not going to give up any blocks of this little village, but, well, small town, let's say. ISW continues to assess that Russian forces are likely holding back many of the reserves from the northern grouping of forces, which is staffed with elements of the 11th Army Corps, the 44th AC, and 6th Combined Arms Army, all part of the Russian Leningrad military district, until such time as the northern grouping of forces is closer to its reported planned end strength of 50 to 70,000 personnel. And then the concluding sentence is, the northern grouping of forces, even at the upper level of its reported end strength, will lack the necessary manpower needed to conduct a successful operation to envelop, encircle, or seize Kharkiv city itself.
You know, I'd have to say, Scott, that, well, first of all, I wish Chuck were with us tonight. Chuck will be back here on MriyaReport later in June, and we'll have a target date for the return of Bullet Points with Chuck Farrer, in the next couple of weeks, I think. But, you know, Biden's decision to lift restrictions on how Ukraine is allowed to use American delivered weapons, especially HIMARS and Gimler's 155 millimeter artillery. This decision renders the Russian offensive assault into Kharkiv Oblast pretty meaningless. It's now become an assault without a purpose. You cannot create a buffer between Ukraine and Russia in Kharkiv and Sumy Oblast if Ukraine has permission to use HIMARS against Russian military targets in Kharkiv, in Belgorod Oblast. Okay, and that permission is going to extend into Kursk as well. It's now become an assault without a mission. And I think Russia would have been hard pressed anyway to create such a buffer zone, so called, in Kharkiv and in Sumy Oblast. Very hard pressed. I just it's an assault without a purpose, in my opinion. And I'm not a military expert. That's just based on everything I've read. Haven't had a chance to ask Chuck in the in the back channels what his thoughts are, but maybe next week we'll get some notes from Chuck, and then, as I say, later in June he'll be back with us live again.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on the point, the sort of strategic point of having this this foothold in Kharkiv and then possibly in Sumy if they think they can do it. I mean, first of all, in Sumy now, with every artillery unit having full ammunition, and from what I can ascertain from the frontline artillery units and their posts and what the general staff has said, they haven't ever seen in the course of this phase of the war the ammunition supplies like they are now. So there's that, and then, as you say, Alan, with the green light to use Gimler's launch from HIMARS on the groupings as they're forming to invade, and there may be a better trench system in at the northern border of Sumy Oblast. It seems like it's going to be awfully tough for Russia to even get a foothold there. From the estimates I've seen, there's about 30,000 men, worth of units at that section of the border, and as you also say, Ukraine knows where they are. So, and the fact that it's weakening other parts of the zero line in the process, seems like it's just going to allow Ukraine to counterattack and in other places. So, yeah, I mean, they can try to fix the Ukrainian army in these two northern oblasts for sure, but there's a point at which it doesn't come down to sheer number of soldiers. It comes down to ability to maneuver and to take out logistics targets. And it seems like Ukraine is winning that part of the war. So I feel kind of encouraged, actually, about the prognosis for the war itself.
Oh, I agree with you, Scott, and I'm just going to say quickly, Ukraine controls about 70% of Vovchansk, and Ukrainian forces now outnumber Russian forces on the Vovchansk line, if we want to call it that. So this is already an opportunity for Ukraine to counterattack. They have counterattacked. It was by counterattacking that Ukraine stalled the Russian attack through Vovchansk. Now, unfortunately, this small city of 30,000 people has been reduced to rubble, but Russia doesn't have an opportunity any longer to advance from Vovchansk toward Kharkiv. And I don't think they'll have much of a chance through Lipsky. And again, as you said, Scott, Ukraine knows exactly where these Russian forces are. They know exactly the makeup of these forces. It goes back to something Chuck said time and time again on bullet points. There's no way for Russia to surprise Ukraine. And nowhere on the zero line can Russia surprise Ukraine with any kind of attack or maneuver for any number of reasons, including eyes on the ground. Let's and Curry, if you just bear with me for a moment, I want to go to Will Teal first, because I know Will has been watching both Vovchansk and Lipsky very, very closely. Will.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been listening for a few hours here, and reading behind the scenes, and I'll just, it's going to be days and weeks, possibly, before we know the effects that the relaxation of policy by the United States in the North is going to have an effect. But you'd have to be brain dead to think that it wouldn't have an effect on the forces that they're moving in to reinforce there from Russia, and there, it isn't, as you said, it isn't all one-way traffic anymore in relation to who's moving where in the North. So the interesting thing to me is that you talked about earlier is that Russia is now moving more forces in to reinforce the folks that are inside of Ukraine's territory in the north, and they're moving those forces from other axes in the south and east because they still want to continue to build up this northern army for supposedly some major operation. So they'll continue to build up that northern army, but they're not using that northern army to reinforce their positions in the north of Kharkiv or Volchansk. They are moving forces from elsewhere. So while they may be purporting to continue to carry out their activities in the north to fix and draw Ukrainian forces there, in fact, it is Russian forces that are moving more up into that area based on the losses that they've got and the failure to gain territory. And the word you didn't say at all today, Chasiv Yar. There is no progress in Chasiv Yar. That's the whole reason they started the northern offensive, is to free up capability in Pokrovsky and Chasiv Yar. Now the activity down in Pokrovsky is still high, but the gains aren't there. So to be honest, it looks to me a bit like the attempt to try to fix and move forces by Russia has in fact caused fixing and moving of forces of Russia, and that it is not achieving its primary intent, which was to relieve pressure in the south so that they could make more advances. That I do not believe has worked, Alan, that ploy. And with the opening up of the capability for Ukraine to strike in the north, I don't see how they're going to have any more success in the coming days and weeks as Ukraine identifies and reduces forces up there. So this isn't all good news. I haven't driven out of anywhere. There's quite a lot of activity down in Pokrovsky direction still, and there are still being incremental gains. But the incremental gains that Russia's making don't really appear to be in places that are tactically or strategically significant to them. And the hard nuts to crack, Chasiv Yar in particular, they haven't seen any success down there, other than they got up to the edge of Canal and into the corner of the buildings in the southeast corner of that city or that neighborhood. But that is all back and forth, and as you say, the losses they're sustaining in this new level of activity in now 3 major directions is it continues to look unsustainable. And if you look at the activity in Russia and in occupied areas in relation to getting more troops, I think there is indication in those areas that Russia is starting to see some stress in being able to fill all the bodies that they need to pick up every day. So, yeah, I'm not seeing anything amazing, but you have to know that 30 to 40 strikes in Belgorod region overnight with artillery and Gimlers, that isn't aimed at nothing. So we'll see in the next coming days and weeks, I would think, Alan.
Yeah, I think so. And remember, Chuck Farrer said weeks ago, Russia is not going to take Chasiv Yar today. That was the last bullet points we broadcast here at MriyaReport. And that was, as I say, weeks ago. Chuck has always pointed out that Chasiv Yar is a natural fortress on high ground overlooking the city of Bakhmut. I did actually ask Guillaume Patak about Chasiv Yar today, Will, but you're absolutely right. we're not talking about Chasiv Yar because Russia is not succeeding with its assault of Chasiv Yar. And didn't Putin demand that the Russian military seize Chasiv Yar as
by May 9th?
by May 9th? Thank you. Russia's Victory Day. They couldn't do it. They're no closer. In fact, they're probably a bit farther off from that goal. Now, Curry, thank you very much for your patience. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Will. There's I live in northern Minnesota. I'm a retired gent. I speak Finnish. I speak, well, not so good anymore, but certainly I'm better at German. And the things that you've been sharing tonight is a little bit exasperating for me, coming from a congressional district in northern Minnesota, where I'm been in communication with my congressperson, my senators, and so on. And what I think, I'm not sure I can. So many thoughts went through my mind. Will. First of all, I'm a person of my parents were immigrants, or pardon me, children of immigrants, and I was born in their 40s when I was born, and so I have a certain historical perspective, like you do, Will, about understanding about what happened in build up of the World War II and so on. And to be really frank, I'm a very strong liberal. But if you want to label me, I'm a Roosevelt progressive, and because I really benefited from the Roosevelt policies and where during the era I was born and so on, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, I'm a little bit, and though I'm involved locally, and I have been to my local congressperson's office several times. They know who I am, and frankly, they have been very, very, very kind, and we had really some good discussions, because the fact of the matter is, the person who was taking my statements, well, they're my neighbors, they're my friends. That is how I want to look at it. You are friends. We disagree perhaps, and thankfully I got some good feedback from our congressperson's representatives in the area, and had some very, very meaningful conversations. That being said, I don't think we're the fact of the matter is, we don't understand this in northern Minnesota. Well, pardon me, not everyone, but everyone, not everybody, certainly. We have some of the people have been on this space who have a friend of ours, I can't remember his name, but he's more from the southern regions and so on. We just we're not getting the press that we need. We're not. I don't see the conversation that is happening on mainstream media is not reflecting people like me. I mean, a real progressive, came from a progressive background, who opposes what I'm a little bit frustrated. Honestly, in all this space, because I'm doing my part. and I will not discontinue in doing my my due diligence to help from MriyaReport and so on, because the fact of the matter is, the wonderful conversations that we've had on this space, I don't say that don't make an impact.
Curry, they do make an impact, and
absolutely, absolutely,
and
my
I
friend.
thank you for your contribution to that impact. Do you have a comment directly about Ukraine tonight?
Well, I want to say is I'm grateful as now a retired gentleman that I'm able to do due diligence and try to influence a few of my retired friends as we get together for coffee. I added. Let me put it this way: if you're a retired gentleman like myself, I mean, I know Finnish, I know German. I'm trying to learn Ukrainian. What is going to be meaningful in your life as you go forward? Like Viktor Frankl said, "Trots allem sa jag som lem." In spite of everything, say yes to life. Where are you saying yes to life right now? For me, it is Ukraine. It is that simple. I have people have contacted me from Ukraine who talked about the situation.
I think that's very well put, Curry. Ukraine is where we say yes to life, and it has to be. It has to be a loud yes. One of the ways we can say yes is to continue to contribute to the fundraiser that MriyaReport is running right now, and you can see more information about that in the fourth tweet of the Nest. So, Curry, we have a co-host swap coming along. I want to welcome Prince. Also, welcome back Scott, who was co-hosting here just a few minutes ago. But I also want to be able to take three more hands here. First, Scott, then Rodrigo, then For Every Child. Scott, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to thank all of our speaker panel for a very rollicking discussion, relevant to Ukraine and interesting as well. So thank you all, and thanks for listening. Thanks for our faithful listeners. Thanks for promoting yourself to participant and member of the community by donating. And we have 4 simultaneous $500 matches. So the first $500 that's donated will actually be matched. It'll pentuple your donation. So please do what you can. We're going to end this fundraiser on June 1st at midnight Central European time. So we want to do what we can before then. And thank you so much for all that you do. And I also wanted to say that we're talking on the Understanding Genocide segment about Rwanda, and I have traveled there and went to a number of the sort of pilgrimage, genocide pilgrimage sites. So Prince asked me to talk about my experiences in Rwanda a little bit during the Understanding Genocide segment. So I'll stay up as speaker. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Scott, and welcome up, Prince. Let's take these couple of hands, then get ready for Understanding Genocide. Rodrigo, I don't know you, but welcome to MriyaReport, and please go ahead. Rodrigo, if you can unmute your mic, I can't do that for you. All you have to do is press the little purple mic down there at the lower left of your phone screen, And when you speak, we can hear you. Well, Rodrigo, while you figure out the audio here, for every child, please.
Thank you, Alan. I think Curie, is it Kurre? I think he's gone. I just wanted to let him know that when probably when he and I were both a lot younger, there weren't as many media outlets as there are today, and I am seeing Ukraine actually getting more coverage, even though there are so many different stations with TV and radio. Ukraine is receiving more coverage now, and I would direct him to All Things Considered on public radio because I've been catching quite a few references there. Slava Ukraine.
Herom Slava.
Heroyam Slava.
Thank you for that, for every child. Rodrigo, any luck with the audio? Go ahead. Rodrigo, go right ahead. I think Rodrigo has a sticky mic, a Twitter glitch that afflicts a lot of us from time to time. Prince, welcome.
Thank you, Alan. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I understand you've spun around in circles a little bit today, but it's glad to see you up here. It's good to see you up.
It's always good to be here at MriyaReport. We are getting ready for Understanding Genocide this evening. If you want to just get a preview of what Understanding Genocide is going to cover tonight, take a look at the first tweet in the nest, but better yet, just stay tuned. So with that, Prince, I'm going to make way for Nancy as co-host and try to stay around at least as a listener for a little while because I value how you and Nancy and Gina talk about genocide and have talked about genocide for so many, many weeks now, helping all of us understand exactly what Russia is doing in Ukraine, committing genocide. I know you're going to talk about Rwanda tonight, but I also hope you talk a little bit about the declaration that the Moldovan parliament passed today, acknowledging that Russia is committing genocide against Ukraine. And I hope that more democratic assemblies around the world pass such resolutions recognizing what Russia is doing as genocide. So it's good to see you, Prince, Nancy, Gina. Thank you again, Scott. Thank you to all of our listeners and speakers. With that, good night, Gracie, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava, Alan.
Rodrigo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you,
Yeah,
Prince.
go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for the space. Slava Ukraini to start with. I just wanted to come back to something that Kerr was saying about before the exposure in media about the thematics of Ukraine. Me, myself, I'm from Venezuela. I went to Ukraine last year for 4 months. Beginning the very first time was in December 2022, and I was the very first Venezuelan to flag the Venezuelan flag in Maidan, which gave me a whole lot of trouble in my own native country because you maybe don't know, but Russia Today, Sputnik, and all Russian propaganda is very strong in South America, specifically in countries such as Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, obviously. But I know about my country. And also, I remember last March when I first saw Busha. I was the very only one, the only Spanish speaking influencer who was reporting about the war towards South America, and none of the information about the war in Ukraine gets to any official media such as Telesur or stuff like that, which is completely under the control of the pro-Russian narrative of the Chavista regime. So all the information that people get in South America get it from influencers, and specifically for the Spanish speaking public, which, as you know, is the second most spoken language in the world. Well, there's a big deficit in media, and we try to cover that gap. And when we do that, then we get attacked violently through social networks and Twitter. I refuse to call it X. Well, it's been, as you guys know, the algorithm of Elmo, Neo Gobble's boy. We call him Hijo de Putin because it sounds nice, right? Hijo de Putin, specifically in Spanish. Pun intended. Well, anything that has to do with Ukraine is algorithmically lowered. I even had to pay the blue, as you guys can see, I have the blue check mark of shame. But because my account was being completely silenced, I mean, I have my followers are real, but it was reaching really, really little people, really few people, and because of the narrative that dominates in South America and the lack of media coverage, even independent ones, sometimes for lack of interest, but also sometimes because of they are afraid of what the regime might do. Don't talk about Ukraine. And when you talk about Ukraine, and specifically if you're Latino or Venezuelan, then they're on you. Gina has her hand up, and I just wanted to add that stuff. There are people uh, also trying to put in the effort in the anti-propaganda wars and the information towards the importance of the Ukrainian fight, because it's the same fight for freedom and democracy that has to do with our countries too. Thank you for the space.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo, and good evening, everybody. It's great to see you, and I'm just going to go ahead. Gina, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Rodrigo, were you in Ukraine back in June of last year? I was trying to find you. I was there then. And before I left, you had posted on X that you were bringing the flag. And weren't you bringing, if I recall correctly, weren't you bringing an icon over? There was something religious, because I'm a Catholic journalist. And I thought, oh my goodness.
Yeah, actually, wow, that is small world after all. Well, basically, I live in the south of Italy, an hour and a half from Naples in Basilicata, and the saint, it's not the saint, the virgin patron of Basilicata is the Black Madonna of Viggiano.
Yes.
And I painted the Black Madonna of Viggiano, and I brought her from the sanctuary where I live in Basilicata. I brought her to Ukraine, and I gave it, actually it's in the hands of Azov, and they really like it. And it's all in the back. It's signed by a whole lot of people with letters and words of solidarity with them. And my idea was to I wanted to flag it in Santa Sofia because I thought it would be a beautiful sign of ecumenism to flag a black Italian Madonna. There's only two of those in the whole of Italy. And to flag it, to show it in Santa Sofia, which is the mother church of Orthodoxy in Ukraine, I think it would have been something beautiful to show solidarity, and also as a sign, and also that it's in the hand, like they have a Black Madonna in the hands of Azov. So that's beautiful.
That is. If you get a chance, would you DM me? I would love to learn more about that. And as I said, I'm a Catholic journalist. I went to Ukraine to cover, pretty much how the Catholic Church there has been responding to the genocide and to the war. And so but I would be interested. I think it's providential. We've connected again in this, or I didn't connect with you, but I had made a mental note, try to get hold of you when I was there, and my schedule was so full, but yeah.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I mean, my mother is Italian and Catholic. My father is Venezuelan and very like. But I had that Catholic education in my principles anyway. Even though myself I'm pretty light, but I do believe in right and wrong. I do believe in moral compasses and principles, and I do believe in solidarity and loving each other as you love yourself. So for me, I thank you, Gina. I already DM'd you. The It's important that it gets. Also, for Catholics are very big in South America. Venezuela is basically almost all Catholic, and to make bridges is something very important. Not necessarily, and I have to be careful with my words so that they're not inverted, but all peoples that have morals, I don't care if you're black, white, Catholic, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, Orthodox, and Angelical, Anglican, or whatever. What matters to me is that you're a good person and you have principles, and that you don't invade a country, and that you don't commit genocide on other people, and that we have freedom to love whoever you want to love and however you want to love, and not have all these. I'm a victim myself of totalitarianism. That's also why I feel a lot identified with the Ukrainian cause, being bullied by monsters who think that they can impose their beliefs system or whatever interest on top of other people. And I think that I remember, and also one of the reasons I went to Ukraine is when Zelensky asked whose side would Simon Bolivar be. For those who don't know who Simon Bolivar is, Simon Bolivar is the liberator of South America. He liberated more land than Alexander the Great conquered. And my response as a Venezuelan was to go there. I'm one of the leaders of the Venezuelan resistance in exile, and I wanted to show and with acts, and I went there, put my big boy pants on, took my black Madonna there, I took my will and my love for and my admiration for people who fight for freedom, and went there and also tried to inspire my people, and universal language of freedom. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava.
Heroam
That
Slava.
that is freaking
Heroam
amazing.
Slava.
That is amazing. The connections that get made here. Rodrigo, I'm so glad that you came and joined us tonight, and I'm so glad that it was on Friday night, just as we're getting ready to start our Understanding Genocide segment, which is exactly what we're getting ready to do now. And I'm just going to go around really quick and say hello to everybody. And we are actually going to start off talking about genocide in Rwanda. And people may ask, why on earth are we talking about genocide in Rwanda? Well, I think that those who have been listening to Understanding Genocide for a while know that we can learn a lot about what is happening at the genocide in Ukraine and see parallels from other genocides that have happened. We've talked about that with Bosnia and Herzegovina, with conflict-related sexual violence. I know Nancy, Gina, and I got sent a lot of information today about the incitement to commit genocide, and so that was as far as it pertains to Rwanda, and I think actually some things in there may help us see that incitement in Ukraine also, and knowing also that some people have been held accountable for what happened in Rwanda when it comes to incitement to commit genocide, and we'll see, and we hope and we pray that that happens when it comes to Ukraine. So Nancy, how are you tonight?
I'm doing good, thank you. You'll have to bear with me. I may be a little bit slow as I move from screen to screen as we're doing the resources. I'm wearing my glasses tonight instead of my contact lenses, and I forgot I have to move my whole head now to focus and not just my eyes. So other than that, I'm doing quite well.
Is Nancy's audio wonky for you?
I think I lost your sound,
No.
Prince Heather.
Okay,
There you are.
I'm sorry. It was my headphones. My headphones went wonky there for a minute. You sound
Yep,
fine, Gina.
you're back now.
Yeah, Gina, how are you doing tonight?
All right. I was actually at, prior to coming on here, a prayer service, outdoor prayer service for the children of Ukraine who have been killed and deported by Russia, which of course is an act of genocide. So it was a very moving and beautiful prayer celebration, not celebration, rather a prayer, of intention that was hosted by the Sisters of St. Basil the Great. And I had profiled one of them who was in Zaporizhia earlier this week in an article I wrote. She took several of the children and youth that she ministers to Bosnia and Herzegovina, to a Catholic prayer site that's known as Medjugorje, just to give them some peace. And her fellow sisters here in the United States organized this event tonight, and they had pictures of children who were missing. It was kind of a prayer, outdoor prayer service, and then like a walking kind of prayer procession. And there were different stops where they had pictures, as I said, of the children, and then the statistics, and they had stuffed animals at each of these stations to represent the children. And they were also collecting for the Ukrainian community here who are in need of items as they, rehome here for the moment. So very moving. And they were grateful to hear that we were doing this session, the folks that I spoke with tonight. So that was also sponsored by the League of Ukrainian Women, too, I think was the other organization. So I apologize. I don't want to leave anyone out. And I'll do a tweet with some visuals from it and then more details about it. So that should be up by later tonight or tomorrow. Folks can take a look. So, but other than that, very glad to be here for a sad reason, but grateful to be here so that we can keep shining the light on this horrible thing called Russia's genocide in Ukraine, which of course, genocide anywhere is a threat to humanity everywhere. So, but since Scott's here, I was thinking, would we just want to dive right in with Scott's experiences? I can give just some very, very preliminary information about the Rwanda genocide so that folks can situate it, and then just take it away, Scott, and let us hear, what you saw when you were there and touring. Does that sound good?
Perfect. Thank you, Gina.
Yeah, no problem. So again, just very briefly, and you can find this in a number of places online, information about the Rwanda genocide. But this took place in Rwanda. And still, when I read just the basic facts about it, it just continues to shock and stun me, because it took place in just about 100 days. It was in 1994, from April to July of 1994, and as many as 1 million people, mostly of the Tutsi group, were massacred. And most of these killings, which they just occurred, and you can see this on, for example, the Holocaust Encyclopedia at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum website. Great details there, and a lot of other resources out there, so you can see more about this. But this killing was so blatant and open, and literally took place in fields, in churches, in schools, government buildings, homes. Entire families were killed at one time. Right now, I'm working through reading the book Shake Hands with the Devil by Lieutenant General Romeo Dallaire, and he was the head of the UN peacekeeping mission there, which was disastrous. And the subtitle of his book is well called "The Failure of Humanity in Rwanda." So the other great resource here to get a sense of the backstory is on the United Nations has a website that takes you back a little. It's like kind of a slideshow under their Prevent Genocide section. And it does a historical timeline that maybe after Scott talks, we can go back and look at some of the historical lead up to the genocide that occurred there. There is a real and, kind of undeniable intergenerational context for genocide. So nations that have excused or absolved themselves of genocide or never reckoned with a previous genocide in their history are more likely to recommit, according to what many scholars think. And you can kind of see how the conditions for a genocide can be set up over several generations. So with that said, just want to hear what Scott saw and experienced when he was there.
Thanks, Gina. Yeah, I am privileged to be able to talk about this. It was quite moving. The context of my going to Rwanda in the first place was to meet as sort of as a volunteer. I had a dear friend who had started coaching Rwandan entrepreneurs, and so we were going to see that and to see if we wanted to get involved as either donors or participants in the coaching of these young men and women who were trying to set up businesses and rebuild the country after the genocide. But as part of our touring, we went to the main genocide museum that's set up in the capital, but in Kigali. But also we went to this suburban church that was one of the most moving experiences of my life. I had previously been to Auschwitz and had seen that quite fine museum and moving and sickening and all that at the same time, but this was perhaps more moving. This memorial was in two phases, and they actually made it out of the church. I mean, it was in the church sanctuary. So what they did was they actually left the clothing that the people who were massacred in this church, the Tutsis, were, they just left all of the clothing on they were benches. They weren't even pews or chairs. They were just like wooden benches. And so there were the clothing of the little kids, the parents, and it was just wherever they were sitting, wherever they were found, they archived it somehow, and then put those clothes right back where the bodies had been when the church was entered and the people were attacked. Now, one thing to understand about this genocide was, well, there's lots to understand about it. Gina, I've read Romeo Dallaire's book, and I also have close friends in Chicago who have been trying to get Paul Rusesabagina out of prison. He's the guy who is depicted as the innkeeper in Hotel Rwanda. He's the real life guy. And he went back to help Rwanda, and he was put in jail by Paul Kagame. So that's all that, Rwandan politics is a whole nother subject, which is too far away from Ukraine, I think. But so a little bit of the background is the Tutsis and the Hutus. There's a little bit of facial feature difference, a little bit of genetic difference, but basically they had been they're sort of one people essentially. But the Belgians, when they had ruled in the colonial times, they had forced a division between these two people groups, and they had put the Tutsis in charge, and sort of nurtured this myth that the Tutsis were more intelligent and more hardworking, and they were sort of the natural ruling class, and they were not always generous in their leadership. So there were legitimate complaints, and they had been set up by the Belgians to be in conflict with one another, right? So it was divide and conquer colonial strategy. So there's a lot of prehistory to this, but not to excuse the genocideers at all. But what had happened was they started, the Hutus took over, and they were just broadcasting on the radio that the Tutsis were insects, they were vermin, they were spiders, they were roaches, and it fired up the population so much that even in households, I mean, there were exceptions to this, but there was a lot of intermarriage, but households were divided in spite of the comedy that had since independence started to come into the picture, including intermarriage. But they riled up the population so much that they came after the Tutsis with machetes. So most of the killing was literally walking up to somebody, maybe having someone else hold their arms behind their back and taking a machete and cutting off their head. So it was really grisly, really personal, really just completely brutal. And so seeing that they would even invade a church and kill every single man, woman, and child was I don't know, I was just seeing it in that kind of context. Then we went to the basement of that shrine and saw all the skulls, all the shin bones, all the arm bones, all the all the hip bones, all in different little like metal cages in this kind of grotto slash storage room. Oh my gosh, it was very it was Auschwitzian for those of you who have visited Auschwitz. And then, but then hearing the way that it had been so personal, uh, brings up all the questions that the genocide that you guys are doing every week in understanding genocide. It just brings up the questions of how could this happen? What kind of humanity gets left aside? How does this rage and dehumanization occur? But the scary thing is that it seemed like it wasn't, notwithstanding all the prehistory that I mentioned briefly, it didn't seem like it took that much to turn it on, in an analogous way to the way the Russians are seemingly going along with the Putin regime. They're believing their propaganda more than they're not, or more people are. And, it's just to dehumanize the Ukrainians. Oh, they're just like us, or they're just, they're too big for their britches, or who do they think they are? Or it's our right as the colonial power to, if we say they're going to speak Russian, they're going to speak Russian. It's like, what? But yeah, so that I don't have answers to any of this. I mean, General Dallaire sort of bemoans the he had rules of engagement that he had to follow as a military officer, and the Western powers that were the source of his contingent, UN contingent, they weren't willing to relax the rules and to have him actually intervene to protect people. And the force probably wasn't big enough once the crowd got that energized by the bloodlust and the constant radio communication about how vermin-esque the Tutsis were. So I don't know. I think I'll stop there, you guys, and you can ask me questions if relevant. But
That's actually one of the things that I thought was very actually parallel, of course, using different words, but did the dehumanizing language that was used when it comes to Rwanda, and using words like rodent, or cockroaches, And what we hear from Russia are things like Nazis and other dehumanizing words, and dehumanization is part of the process of genociding a population, to make them seem less than. But Gina, go ahead.
Yeah, Scott, it struck me when you were talking about, you really beautifully summarized the colonial history that had really fostered those divisions, which again, as you said, doesn't absolve people of individual responsibility. We have to overcome, to the best of our ability, whatever deficits we're going into a situation with. It's not a license to kill. But the parallel for me is, even though obviously these are different histories, is when you look, and again, I'm referring to the UN's website, un.org, and then if you go on to the Prevent Genocide, and they have a section on Rwanda and the historical background. As I've come to learn more about Russia's genocides, plural, in Ukraine over the centuries, what strikes me is how cyclical this has been, and on what kind of a legacy it's built. And there is, this colonialism there that Russia has always worked to deny Ukrainian identity, and continuously felt this entitlement to Ukraine's land, resources, people, and just felt the need that it could, with the stroke of a pen, literally, I think in the Valuev Declaration was one example, just try to obliterate the language. It never existed. I mean, this kind of pronunciation from on high, this pronouncement on high about how they are going to determine reality is, with no thought for the people in front of them. I mean, it's so many things. It's dehumanizing, but it's also delusional too. And it's backed by a long history. The thing that I learned early on when I began covering this as a US-based Catholic journalist, kind of focused on a very specific angle to this war and genocide through the eyes of the Ukrainian Catholic community, particularly the diaspora community here in North America. One of the things that was impressed upon me early on was most of what you know about Ukraine, if you're a Westerner and you're not a native, you're not in the diaspora, you don't have enough contact with the Ukrainian diaspora, you don't speak the language, or you haven't been to Ukraine, most of what you know has been mediated through a Russian lens. And that starts from the academic levels down. And there's a historian, Nick Rudnitsky, whose dad was a very famous Ukrainian historian here in North America. And he told me, because he was one of my early interviews, very eloquent, very knowledgeable. He's at Manor College, which is just outside of Philadelphia, which was founded by Ukrainian Catholic nuns, and is really it's been an incredible voice all these years for Ukraine's interest, Ukrainian heritage. It's a real hub of cultural and political and religious and every kind of form of energy you could put behind the word Ukrainian. It's there. But Nick told me that Western scholars got incredibly lazy and just accepted wholesale the Russian narrative. How does that play out today? The fact is, one of the reasons, it's only one, but it is a significant one, that we have been so slow to respond to this genocide and to back it up to 2014, when Putin really launched this war and this genocide, is because we just accepted Russia's narrative. That has consequences, when we don't do our homework. And we didn't see the historic pattern. We just thought that, to the point where we're still trying to get artworks corrected in museums that are Ukrainian artists. And I'm not talking about artists' works that are in Russia. I'm talking about artists' works that are in US museums. If you follow Ukrainian art history on Twitter, she's pointed out a number of them. She's, and I'm so sorry her name escapes me right now, but she's having to contact museums and saying that person is Ukrainian, not Russian, and they are still categorized as Russian. That's how entrenched this can be. So with Rwanda and with, Ukraine, we need to go back in time. Genocide doesn't just come out of nowhere. It feels like it does. And Scott, as you mentioned, it didn't take much when it hit a certain critical mass for it to just kind of explode. Although, again, it's not inevitable. It's people consenting to do harm to other people. So there's free will that we can always stop this. And genocide, as Heather mentioned a few moments ago, is a process. It's not, and it's not an inevitable one. It has defined stages that Gregory Stanton, the genocide scholar, talks about, and those get progressively worse, but we can stop them if we're aware of them. But again, it just astounds me that we see these cyclical patterns and we don't stop to be, critical and reflective and say, if we keep it this could really be pretty bad down the line. Maybe not in our lifetime, but maybe not too far towards the end of our lifetime. This could have echoes throughout the generations if we don't stop this nonsense now. So in the case of Rwanda, and again, from the UN website on just the historical background, you had, by like the 1950s, you start to see this ethnic conflict beginning. Okay, so 40 years before the late 1950s, so 35, 40 years before the blood was spilled, and there was blood spilled before then too, by the way, you start to see that the groundwork is being laid for this. So in the 1950s, after the Belgian colonization, there was a wave of decolonization, and then tensions started to foment again. But again, as Scott said, that the Belgians were the ones that kind of, exacerbated these tensions in the first place. In 1959, you had a violent Hutu uprising. Hundreds of Tutsi were killed, thousands displaced, forced to flee to neighboring countries. In the 60s, Rwanda gained independence, and 62 to 67, 10 attacks and ethnic conflict occurred. I'm summarizing broadly here. But by the 1980s, 480,000 Rwandans had become refugees, and they were primarily in Burundi, Uganda, Zaire, and Tanzania. And they were trying to exert their legal right to return to Rwanda, but the then president, said the pressure's too great, can't do it, not enough room here. And by 1988, you had a civil war. Fast forward again to 1990, you had a major attack launched on Rwanda from Uganda with the Rwandan, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, right? And it just kind of spiraled from there. In 93, you had those peacemaking efforts from the Organization of African Unity. 93, of the Security Council at the UN established the mission that Dallaire was the head of. The mandate was to encompass peacekeeping, humanitarian assistance, and general support for the peace process. And when you read his book, he really went into this knowing that he was fighting an uphill battle in terms of Dallaire was fighting an uphill battle in terms of getting the resources that he needed, for them to take the mission seriously. Early on, he could see that people were not plugged in. They were not really taking this too seriously. It was, well, that's over there, we're the West. And he knew that going in, but he still went in with high hopes that it could be done. And he says in his book that, the genocidaires read them better than they knew themselves, because that intention wasn't there. And as the UN puts it from the outset, the will to achieve and sustain peace was subverted by some of the Rwandan political parties participating in that peace agreement. And then there were delays in its implementation. Human rights started to be violated, and those violations became more widespread, and it all just, deteriorated. And by April 6th of 94, is when the incident that sparked it was, you had the deaths of the presidents of Burundi and Rwanda in a plane crash caused by a rocket attack. And then that was kind of the spark that just ignited it. And, again, there were moments in all of that backstory where this could have all been avoided. There's always a choice. There's always something that you can do to stop this from careening out of control. But it takes political will and moral courage. And hopefully that's a little bit of what we're doing here tonight, is to try to look back where it all went wrong in places on this earth, and try to stop it from going wrong in other places on this earth. So, Scott, I was really struck by the fact that, you were able to summarize that and so well, and then to bring us up to what it looked like to walk there after the atrocities, and kind of with the echoes and the bloodstains still there, so to speak.
Well, thanks. Yeah, it was very moving, and they're trying to rebuild as a country. And, the current president is a Tutsi, and it's not, some people think he's too authoritarian. Other people think he's bringing in free enterprise. So the story continues. It's not, but they did have a peace and reconciliation commission, and by all accounts, it has really helped in terms of the fundamental ethnic conflict that sparked the genocide, and had fueled conflict. Because the political parties are kind of drawn along ethnic lines too. Um, and the Tutsis are a tiny minority, really, so it's difficult for them to maintain power and then protection and so on. But we don't want to get too far into Rwandan polity. Go into a rabbit hole of Rwandan politics. That'll get a new set of complainers chattering.
All right. So yeah, I think it's really interesting. And I mean, what a moving experience to be able to go someplace and see the clothing and to see the clothing and to see the bones and to see the things left behind. And it just, what it makes me wonder is what are we going to see from Ukraine in the long run? We think about other genocides that we've seen. We think of the Holocaust. We think of, your example that you're giving us in Rwanda, and I'm sure in other places there have been many such things, and places where people visit. And where will those places be in Ukraine? And one of the places that comes to my mind immediately are the mass graves in Izium. And I know that they probably don't look the same, but you'll be able to know that that's where they were. I know, Gina, you visited where the graves were in Bucha, didn't you?
I did. It was before the memorial was installed, and it was very, simple at the time. Obviously the bodies had been exhumed by the time I was able to visit, but the ground was still uneven, and there were, just simple ribbons and flowers, ribbons on the fence. And the church that day, I think it's St. Andrew, the first called apostle, is there. It's an Orthodox church. And it was actually closed that day. Like there was a display in there of of photographs, enlarged, poster-sized photographs, I think, and artwork commemorating it. I didn't get a chance to go in, but I did later interview His Beatitude Svetoslav Shabchuk, who is the head of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, and he was there shortly after the bodies were discovered. And in fact, it was still being guarded by the soldiers at that point, and he went to bless the bodies. And I remember him telling me in the interview that I had with him that when he was walking on the ground, he's looking at the soldiers. He's like, "You sure this is okay?" They're like, "Yeah." And he turned to them and he said, I don't know that this feels so stable here. And they said, "Well, there are still some bodies in there, and they hadn't finished the exhumation process, but they did allow him to go in and to bless, as soon as he got there, bless the ground, bless the bodies that were remaining." And he just said, it was a very, just a very strange feeling, to stand on graves like that, human lives just so tossed aside. I mean, it's just kind of incomprehensible. But when I was also there in Ukraine, I got a chance to also go to Babin Yar in Kyiv, and then also to visit in Irpin, a kind of a memorial of civilian cars that had been destroyed as they were trying to flee when Russians attacked the civilians, and they had gathered a lot of these cars as a memorial. And I remember that one of the priests who was guiding the tour said that when the cars were struck, parts of bone and skin had fused to what was remained of the car. So the car still had, kind of the DNA of the people who were killed in them. They had just fused to the remaining structure of the automobiles. And between being at those sites, Bucha, Irpin, and then Babin Yar were tens of thousands. I think it was 34,000 in just a few days of Kiev's Jews were slaughtered, shot to death in the ravine by the Nazis. And then ultimately the site, I think, became the grave for 100,000 people. I mean, when you go any place where there's been that kind of horror, I'm not the kind of person who believes in ghosts or anything. I mean, I'm a Catholic journalist and I have a strong faith in God, but I'm not expecting to, see a whole lot of supernatural stuff before my eyes. I'm just not that kind of a person. But at the same time, there is a I think you still have a sense of that there was great human suffering in a place, and that's a very solemn and sobering realization that you're standing on a place where tremendous and unspeakable human suffering occurred, and it cannot but silence you and humble you and touch your heart in a way that you want to do everything you possibly can to make sure it never happens again.
And that's an experience that not all of us have had, and that's an experience that Scott, you experienced in Rwanda, and Gina, you experienced in Ukraine. Scott, you may have experienced that in Ukraine also. I don't know if you had time to visit any places.
I did. I mean, the first place I went in Ukraine was Bucha and Irpin. And so I got the sense of, although I've mentioned before on the space that a lot of it was cleaned up already, the memorials weren't extant as of yet. But I did get to see kind of the site of the bridge that had been blown up that led right into the western side of Kiev, sort of the approach to the city. On the main road, I drove on that main road where all the tanks were back and forth, went to a retreat center that was out in Bucha. And so I definitely got to see some of the suffering. I mean, you've heard me talk about the Uman story. So yeah, I mean, I felt like I got to see some real human suffering up close in Ukraine as well.
Yeah, and you did have the experience of going around and visiting people and seeing some. I know the one that I think about all the time when I think about your trip, Scott, is your trip to Uman, and we can talk about that a little bit if we want to, I suppose. But let's go to Rodrigo. Rodrigo, go ahead.
Thank you, Prince. About what just Scott and Gina said, we have in common the fact that we saw Irpin and Busha. And I'm going to try to be as fast as possible with my impressions, but I really want to share it. And since the space is being recorded, to give my perspective from a Latino. Well, when I was 17 years old, I was taken with the International School of Geneva to Dachau. And there's two images that I remember from Dachau. One were the mountains of shoes, because it's very visual. And then, just as Gina was saying, there was, I'm not very mystical as a person or anything like that, but when you enter the crematoriums, you have that really bad, low vibe right there. And I felt that same low vibe in Busha. It's really there. And I remember going there. We were going through some forest roads, and there was a cemetery of Russian burn tanks. So when I saw that, I said the guy, and the guy that was taking me there was a guy actually from Busha, and I said stop because I just wanted to see that from up close. And I took out my phone and I straight up, since I'm an influencer, made a video. And when I was seeing all these burnt orange tanks and some of the turrets, that they fly around, I straight up made a video and I said like, "Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the presence of the world famous flying Russian turrets. This one went to the moon and went back, and this one too had a bad day." As soon as I finished that video, I looked inside of the tank and I realized that I'm looking at human powder. So I have empathy, and I said to myself, "Wow, this is a kid who maybe got put here and didn't know where he was going to, and he finished up 40,000 degrees Celsius, and not even bones are left." But you know what? 20 minutes afterwards, I saw Irpin and Busha, and my empathy kind of went away because I was in that same place that Gina was describing. First, I saw the cemetery, which I had no heart to record, but then I saw the cemetery of the cars, and people were telling me the stories about it, the families there, and the tanks running over. Then you get real close, and you can see the impacts in the cars.
We're losing Rodrigo's audio. Nancy, can you hear it okay?
No, I've
Can you
lost
hear
it
me
as
now?
well.
You hear me?
We
Now we
can
can,
now.
yes.
Hear
Yep.
me now? Okay, so when I was in Busha, they take me to this road where all the tanks were destroyed. And also, I remember from the beginning of the war that image of the guy in the bicycle with the potatoes and the dog waiting for him that was killed during the massacre. And when I go through that roundabout, I recognize the place, and I'm like, whoa. So after not even 2 hours in Busha, and take into account that I was the only guy, Latino influencer, Spanish-speaking influencer, so the guys, they were like literally trying to tell me all the stories so that I could tell the stories to the world in Spanish. And he took me to his block, and he told me, yeah, that was my apartment right there, and a Russian sniper was in it. And he showed me the photos of how he left his apartment, and he was telling me that day 14 of my neighbors were killed, and I couldn't handle it. And I said to him, "Oh, yeah, okay." So I called him later on that night, and I told him, "Listen, man, it's not that I'm a fanatic or a monster or I don't have empathy. Actually, it's too much, and it's something that is really hard and important that other people get to know. And these feelings, people who've seen it, just like Scott was explaining it, and Gina too, you get a sense that something really, really, really wrong happened there. And the about the fact that the all the descriptions and qualifications or characteristics of genocide, whether it's erasing a language, sequestrating kids and trying to change their culture, or creating mass exode or population, real population, trying to replace. Us as Venezuelans, we are also 30% of our population is in exode. It has had to leave the country, more than Syria, more than Ukraine. That's silent. It's good that we are, talking and making the references and the parallels between. It's always like some people, some dictator or some idea comes in and tries to replace or erase your identity, cultural identity. I understand that Tutsis and Hutus don't really had a real very big difference in sense of anthropologically speaking. Maybe I don't know the exact words to say that it was more of a built-on separation. But what I know is that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is that, and people should know about it and understand that we're in the 21st century, and this stuff should not happen. And looking to the other way is not an option. This is about, what kind of humanity are we going to be in the present days and the future. So yeah, genocide is never a nice subject at all, but it's an important and necessary subject to talk about. And it's voila. What more can I say? Slava Ukraini.
Hit her home, Slava. Yeah, and I know how weird this is going to sound, but I'm kind of jealous. These are places that I would like to visit. I remember not all that many years ago trying to find somebody to go on a 2-week tour of concentration camps in Poland and Germany. And I couldn't find anyone who would want to go with me on that, and I ended up never going. But it was something that I really wanted to do. And I think about where you have been, Scott, and I think about where you have been, Gina, and there's a little tinge of jealousy. I really would love to go. They're not easy places to visit, but as I say, on a real regular basis here, I want to see it all. I want to experience it all. I don't care how hard it is to see. It's important that those who can do witness so that we can do what we're doing right now. And that is sharing with each other the horrors that we have seen so that those who may not be able to handle it may be able to understand. So anyway, so Nancy and Gina, we were given a bunch of information about the Rwandan genocide, and very specifically as far as incitement to commit genocide. And I don't know, Scott, if you have anything more to add here, or Gina, if you have any more questions or things to add, Nancy, but I think that
Yeah, I've got one
Go
thing.
ahead.
I've got one thing I wanted to add really quickly because I did just find it on the UN site. And, one of the key things about the Rwandan genocide is just how rapidly the incitement spread. And on June 4th, the United Nations is actually holding a webinar titled Hate Speech in Media and Social Media, Lessons Learned from the 1994 Genocide Against the Tutsi in Rwanda. And it's openly available. You've got to sign up and register for it, but I've added some of that information about that virtual event into the mega thread. So you'll find a link there for anyone who's interested in another parallel, but this one from the United Nations, about how to take the lessons learned from the 1994 genocide and apply it to modern media today. So I think that I just wanted to point that out because it's a fresh resource I hadn't seen yet, and it is a very timely one as well. Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing that up. There's also a book called The Media and the Rwanda Genocide, and that's edited by Alan Thompson. And that book came together, I think, 10 years after, or on the 10th anniversary of the genocide, and it was a symposium in Ottawa. Yeah, it was in 2004. The symposium was held, and it was at the Carleton University School of Journalism and Communication, and it's several scholars, and it's really got a lot of interesting articles in it on the role of the media and the Rwandan genocide. And if you look through the table of contents, it's dealing with both the media in Rwanda and then also the failure of the non-Rwandan media and what the media got wrong about Rwanda and how it prevented, accurate coverage or cast it as simply simply a tribal conflict, when it was, certainly far more than that. And these are important considerations. I mean, I can tell you that in my own work right now, again, as a Catholic and a Christian journalist, um, and it's not limited to the Catholic or Christian faiths, but there is such a thing as, religious persecution, and it's pretty substantial throughout the world. And it really affects all faiths, right? I mean, there really aren't any faiths that are unaffected by some form of religious persecution. In terms of the media getting it wrong, I recently came across a critique by someone who heads up International Christian Concern. His name is Jeff King, and he does really excellent work in researching, because it's hard to get persecution statistics sometimes, obviously, in a country, for example, like North Korea, that is so close to the rest of the world. But International Christian Concern and I think it's Open Doors, I think that is separate from International Christian Concern, both have excellent numbers on persecution. But Jeff King was talking about how the recent visit by, Harry and Meghan to Nigeria, along with, media lack of coverage about what's happening in Nigeria, or casting it as, and I've seen other reports like this, casting as what's currently happening in Nigeria as simply just that, a conflict between herders and farmers, two different lifestyles as is taking place. What's actually starting to emerge, and I do have a few colleagues who actually are in Nigeria, or they're based in Africa, and they cover for the news agency that I work for. They cover that bureau there. That this is really looking more and more like a genocide, and that the West and media it's very slow to pick it up. So that's something that should be on our radar when we see that things are not being covered properly. And it's another reason why you really need to, if you really want to know a place, you need to rely on a lot of sources. Even if you can't read that other language, if you can't source an English translation, find someone who speaks the language, or use Google Translate or one of the other, automated translation programs, but at least pay attention. Because if you only ever consume a narrow range of media, you're never going to understand what's going on in the world. You have to be able to, I mean, for all the time that we spend surfing on 1,000 other things, I don't really need to know that 5 of my friends are having a latte at Starbucks, every single moment of the day. I could just as well spend a little time looking at what's going on in this other section of the world that I don't know so much about, because it's important for us to know these things so that we as human beings can look out for each other. It builds empathy, it builds knowledge, it builds awareness, and we are ever more densely interconnected. So, it's not like we can conveniently slot off portions of the world from each other. But, to the point about media and genocide, again, I wanted to mention this book. And if you're able to grab a copy of it, it's well worth it. You can preview some of it on Google Books. Some of the pages, as with many Google Books, some of the pages are intentionally left blank or missing, but you can often get a good chunk of a book out of Google Books, even if you don't feel like actually purchasing the book. But the role of the media, and as I said, I indict myself in that. And we know that with Ukraine, obviously, to back it up with the Holodomor, which was, the starvation through Stalin's collectivization, we have an outstanding example of how journalism directly played a role in that. We had 2 journalists, one of whom told the truth, the other of whom was an apologist for Stalin, right? So you had Walter Duranty running around saying, oh no, there's no famine, it's not that bad, everything's fine, Stalin's brilliant. And then you had Gareth Jones saying, this is horrible. No, it's not. This is, this is starvation, this is famine, this is force, these are atrocities. And Jones probably paid for that with his life, because he was later killed under mysterious circumstances, while Duranty wanted to, kind of strut about and, flash his Pulitzer and basically try to, outshout, if you will, for lack of a better term, Jones, and try to, bully his way with this narrative. And again, that's something that has a huge impact on how the readers of, journalists, and how political policy and how all of that plays out in stopping genocide or allowing it to continue. So we have to be so careful when we're consuming media. I will say, as a journalist, and we've talked about this on this space before, things like pink slime journalism, which is this kind of pseudo journalism that masquerades, it's really partisan stuff that's trying to look like it's a piece of journalism. If you've ever had that kind of mysterious, newspaper turn up in your mailbox and you're like, I don't even know that this was a newspaper in my neighborhood, or where did this come from? And it has a kind of a masthead, not really a full masthead that tells you who actually wrote the thing or published it, but it kind of looks like it's a newspaper and it kind of has some articles, but it's that pseudo media, that pink slime journalism, pink slime being a kind of a coarse term for, awful, that's, been passed off as food. And that's what this is, pink slime that's being passed off as journalism. Even that can contribute, even if it's not out and out hate speech, that can contribute to journalism, because it sows distrust, confusion, opinion when you're looking for news. We really have to be cautious. And we could do a whole segment. We could probably do several segments on the role of the media in journalism, in genocide, because it's core almost, to how the process works. We can't make decisions on supporting and stopping genocide if we don't have information. And if the information that we're getting too often is from compromised journalism or insufficient journalism or lazy journalism or no journalism, then what are we working with, right? So anyway, that's my little sidebar on journalism and genocide.
Well, when you talk about journalism and genocide, and I mean, I'm going to include television programs that really aren't journalism in Russia. We think definitely who comes to mind. Well, okay, who should come to mind the first is Julia Davis and all of her awesome work that she does, watching hours and hours and hours of crap Russian TV in order to give us some of the important things that we need to know, in an English context, so that we can understand them, so that we can put them into the right perspective. And that is one of the things that is extremely important. And of course, we've all gotten to know Simeone, and no, I'm not going to pronounce her name correctly. And same with Sloviaviaviov. I mean, these are people we've gotten to know, yeah, Mockers and I make a point to never pronounce their names correctly because, well, I don't think they deserve it. But that's beside the point. Um, but we see the kinds of things that are happening as far as Ukraine is concerned, um, that are definitely clear and obvious incitements to commit genocide. And we have talked about this and we've talked about it on and off, I think, and we talked about it maybe a little bit more in depth when we were first going through what the Genocide Convention is and talking about what incitement to genocide could be. But um, looking back on the Rwandan genocide, and I don't know a whole lot about this, but I do know that there was a Rwandan multimillionaire, who was a primary financier of the Hutu extremist outlets. And now, if I remember, he was indicted, and I think he was convicted. I'm not 100% sure. I ran out of time. Um, but but so knowing that has happened in other instances, it is a good thing to keep in mind that we may be hearing this and we may be seeing things, but it's going to take time. And that is another thing that the Rwandan genocide was in, I hate to say it this way, but it was in a small package, right? I mean, we're talking about already over 10 years here in Ukraine. You know, World War II didn't even last that long, you know. And when we're talking about the Rwandan genocide, you're talking about months, not years. Yes, of course, there were a lot of things that precipitated it and led up to it, that you can see very obviously, but the main acts of the murderous genocidal killings were in a short period of time. Gina, go ahead.
Yeah, and that reminds me of something we've talked about before, though, well, in more than one session, is that I think that, you know, as we've looked over during the past several months at genocide, I think one thing I know I've learned is that we can't expect genocide to look the same or to be on the same timetable. Do you know? And if we get hung up on it looking a certain way, that's actually a way that's actually a way of kind of shutting down dealing with genocide. And just as, you know, in a somewhat related sense, those who commit crimes are kind of always with this, you know, if you will, kind of a sinister creativity, if that makes any kind of sense. But there's a wiliness in a sense of, you know, finding new ways, you know, and you can even just think, for example, of if you've ever had to deal with, you know, cybersecurity or cyber attacks. I mean, people are always kind of finding new ways to create crimes. Well, I think the same is true of genocide. And you know, there are ways to do this that don't look like previous genocides, and sometimes they can move very quickly, as Rwanda did, and sometimes they can take a longer time to set up and fully, you know, unfold. But they're no less genocides, and we just have to make sure that we're not so fixed on what we think qualifies as a genocide that we don't see it unfolding before our eyes. In terms of the speed, that brings up something we discussed in a previous session, and it was that concept of slow violence. You know, and I think that, you know, where it's kind of systematic and it's allowed to go for a long time, and you can't point to an act, you know, where, for example, there's a physical assault or there's, you know, those overt acts of violence, but that there's a structural violence that's taking place that keeps people repressed, erodes their rights and their dignity. And this all kind of sits on the continuum of really bad human behavior, right? So it's not like these things are easily slotted. That's another thing too, when we talk about genocide, you know, sometimes we're struggling because, first of all, it's so heinous that it defies language, but it also defies, it operates on so many levels, it defies this easy kind of categorization. You know, look at the different aspects of genocide we're dealing with here. We've got people who are brutally murdered, mutilated, sexually violated, tortured, detained. We have children who are abducted, who are being, you know, quote unquote, reprogrammed, stripped of their identity. We have people who are being thrown into jail simply because they don't worship in the Russian Orthodox Church. They're killed for that. They're imprisoned, they're tortured. We have land that's being completely destroyed. You think of the Nova Kakhovka Dam, right? And all of the ecocide that waged, what's being done with the munitions. You know, Russia knows well, and Putin certainly knows well, the cascading effects of the destruction that he is inflicting upon Ukraine and its people. And that's all genocide, right? That's all genocide. And then, of course, the incitement that's taking place in Russia, and then with Russian proxies and supporters throughout the world, the efforts to destabilize it, all factors in. And that's hard to get your head around all at once. And in the midst of this, there's the military situation, and it's very easy in a situation like this to focus on the war aspect, which is certainly a huge aspect of it, but it's not in and of itself the only aspect of it, because there is a genocide. Wars and genocides can overlap, and sometimes they can, you know, be separate. They usually tend to occur around each other. But the big point that I'm trying to make here is that let us always be attentive to what genocide is and be prepared that it's going to look differently. God forbid it ever happens again. I pray with all my heart that this is the inflection point in humanity when we get serious about saying never again and meaning it. But we always have to be on the alert. Human nature being what it is, we always have to make sure that we're not getting caught off guard, and that we're willing to see it, because if we can't see it, then we can't save lives.
Go ahead, Alan.
Gina, Prince, Nancy, why are the signatories of the Genocide Convention? I think there are 152 nations now that have signed the Genocide Convention. Why are they so reluctant to identify genocide that's happening, as the Moldovan parliament did today, passing a declaration declaring what Russia is doing in Ukraine as a genocide? Where does this reluctance come from?
Boy, howdy, don't we wish we knew the answer to that one. Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Alan, you've asked the $50 million question right there. And I don't think that there is one single answer. I really don't. But I know that, and I keep going back to it because it's such an outstanding book, Samantha Power's book, A Problem from Hell, America and the Age of Genocide. She right up front, talks about a number of reasons, and I can just summarize them quickly. They're the major findings of her book that, in terms of the United States, one of the things is that part of it's a failure of imagination, if that makes any kind of sense, a failure of imagination to reckon with evil. And as she puts it, ahead of the killings, they assume rational actors will not inflict seemingly gratuitous violence, and they're trusting in good faith negotiations. And I think that that's, just to stop right there, that's a key part. And that ties in with how we do, or more often don't, respond to other atrocities that occur, not just internationally, but even right in our own backyards, and sometimes in our very homes. That we, as human beings, and we do have, I'm no psychologist, but we do have a way of kind of shutting down. And I'm going to use as a case example, and if anyone finds themselves feeling in any way triggered, please know we have resources in our in the thread by Threadmaster Nancy with resources that if you find this material triggering. But I will say, and I've always been pretty straightforward about this, I mean, I myself am a survivor of sexual violence and sexual abuse, and I've often wondered, like, why does this always seem to be a problem time after time and again? And I write about it a lot. Unfortunately, my journalism has me, covering cases like that. And I came across one survivor site that really had an interesting perspective on it, because it was for survivors. But what it made the point was that as human beings, some things are so evil, they shut us down psychologically. Like, we would rather deny than face it. Some things are so heinous. So some of that, not all of it, but some of that's what's at work with genocide, that it's so beyond the pale that something in us just shuts down. And then when something kicks back on, it's as Samantha Power says, we're trying to find the logic here. So this is why you hear the crazy things like, well, Putin was afraid of NATO expansion. What? This is a man that has no problem poisoning people outside of his country. He's had no problem just denying the existence of Ukraine. I mean, this is not someone that's living in, I mean, he can't be believing this, right? Because that's just absurd. I mean, 1 minute it's not, quote unquote, Nazis in Kyiv that are, if you tried to string this together, his excuse du jour for what he's doing, you would be really hard pressed to come up with a coherent sentence, because it's just that absurd. And that's probably part of our problem, is that we're trying to find sense where there's no sense, because this is evil, and evil sometimes, often, probably always does things simply because it's evil and it doesn't care. And it doesn't have a logic, because it is illogic, and it just thrives on chaos and destruction and heartache and making life miserable and unbearable. That's what evil does. And ultimately, in trying to take away life permanently, that's evil's gig. And I don't think, without getting into a moral theology or a philosophical discussion here, I think that what's happening in Ukraine and what Russia is doing, the genocide that is inflicting, just as all these other genocides are, if you can go into these situations and tell me that there isn't such a thing as evil, as some people who sometimes get too far removed from daily life will argue. They can get very theoretical and say, I remember one author, I won't quote who it is because I was so angry when I read this, I threw the book across the room. It's only one of 2 books I've ever thrown across the room in my life, and this was one of them. And it was something to the effect of, perhaps in the end, there's no such thing as evil, but some events that are just a little bit more unfortunate than others. I'm like, really? You want to try to tell that too? And I had a list, I mean, come on. So that's part of it, I think. So again, to get back to Alan's question, why do the genocide, signatories? It's actually 153 now. I think was Zambia the last one to sign, but it was 152 for the longest time. But within the last few years, Zambia became part of the convention too. But at any rate, there's that. There's the lack of imagination. Then Powers also talks about, and we've talked about this before, it comes down to domestic politics. And if society is silent and no one's holding our elected officials accountable, if we don't recognize this and say, not in my name, this is not going to happen, this is genocide and we're going to stop it. If we don't care, they're not going to care. And nothing gets done. They don't suffer any political consequences for it. They're not, thrown out of office and not elected again. There's no consequence to basically say, well, I don't have to do anything. And then we also content ourselves with thinking that humanitarian aid alone is going to get us there. That, well, or maybe we start thinking that, maybe there really are 2 sides here. And again, that gets back to that failure of imagination. People who try to relativize and say, both sides are wrong. I actually had a priest I know say that to me. It's a good thing that he was up on the altar because I wasn't going to go at him in church. But I mean, I was sitting there and thinking, really? Are you serious? I mean, of course, no one wants to see people in war, but this is not morally equivalent. There's no, and we've seen that statistically. When people try to pull that one, go look at the UN reports, because the war crimes balance is almost exclusively, I think, with like just the barest number of 1 or 2 incidents, it's ridiculously low. The balance of it is on Russia's side, the most. Like, I think that there have been not even a handful of reported, breaches there by Ukraine. It's just not, it is just that straightforward. And as Archbishop Boris Gludziak, who's the head of Ukrainian Catholics in the United States, has said to me on more than one interview that I've done with him, he said, sometimes the clarity here is so bright that it's blinding. We don't expect things to be that straightforward in the modern world. We're used to complex heroes. We're used to the anti-hero in our narratives. The guy who's really bad, but there's something still redeeming about him, but he's got that multi-layered spice to him that attracts the palate of for our storytelling. And we're always looking to see, well, it's more nuanced than we think. And sometimes it's not. And this is a case where it's not that nuanced. Russia is wrong. Russia is committing genocide. Russia needs to leave Ukraine, never come back. And Russia needs to pay and make reparations. It really is just that. And yes, the signatories to the Genocide Convention, which includes Russia under the Soviet Union. I mean, actually, no, I'm sorry. It does. I think it is Russia directly in that one, and Russia is under the Soviet Union in the UN. But at any rate, it is just that simple. You've signed something and you're not living up to it. Bottom line, just that simple. So those are some thoughts towards the answer, Alan. I have no answers except to suggest those, and would love to hear what other folks would like to say in terms of why we don't live up to our responsibilities here.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. And let's go to Beneficial.
Thanks a lot, Nancy, and thanks, Prince. And just to follow up on what Gina said about Russia being a signatory, yeah, in these international it always sounds good. The UN and the Genocide Convention and the International Court of Justice sounds great. Names are great. The very lofty titles, but it's a bunch of it's these organizations get hijacked by as Gina said, mention Russia. There's also in that group China, Iran, Belarus. I mean, these organizations really don't want to. They get and what Iran is now the chair of. I'm always bad with keeping up with all the titles and positions of what the Human Rights Council, whatever it is at the UN. They're the chairman now. So basically, it's they all sound lofty and great, and then they get hijacked by the bad people. And it turns out most of the countries in this world are not like the Western democracies. They're more like they're more authoritarian in some way. And so we can hope that they'll live up to whatever it is that they pretend to be. But it's just like every when it comes to the Minsk Accord or any other Minsk Agreement or any other treaty that Russia has signed with Ukraine, to get rid of the nukes or whatever it might be. It's as they say, it's not worth the paper it's written on. So I don't think we can really hope for international organizations and what they claim to define the problem, because they're not going to be the cavalry, which has been shown time and again, and misused often. I'm going to make a political statement here that some people won't agree with, but the International Court of Justice just made Netanyahu equal to Hamas in quote war crimes or whatever that is, however they want to define it. And so it's not only that they don't take action, but they can be abusive in what they try to do. And so I'm not so hopeful for those organizations, but I do think it's really important to define what the national project of Russia is in Ukraine, which is the elimination of the Ukrainian people, or as some people say, Ukraine without Ukrainians. And I think that if we stick to that and not hope for the international organizations to come around to it, because that's not going to be in time, even if it ever happens, then it helps define what the real problem is. And I think Israel has done a good job of it. They've been getting a lot of heat in a lot of ways from people who want to give them heat. But the way they define it is existential crisis. And people understand what an existential crisis is. You can agree with it or not. You can agree that what is going on there is or isn't, but you can understand what they're fighting for, and or what they claim they're fighting for, and then you can say, well, they're justified or not justified in it. And I don't think Ukraine, in the case of Ukraine, that it has, I've been saying this for a long time, I'm sort of a broken record, that the reason why they keep fighting has not been well enough understood or defined in people's minds outside of people who are in Ukraine right now. And I think that that's a really major problem. So some of it is mess. I hate to put it this way, but sort of like messaging. And most of what comes out, how people outside Ukraine think of the war, whether you're, however you look at Ukraine as being, in this war, it's usually about territory. It's usually about territory, or as Gina said, NATO or some other issue. But the concept of an existential or eliminationist fight again, to survive, it hasn't really been well enough understood outside. And I think that that's because of there are just so many different messaging coming out, and it's competing with other wars, it's competing with Trump, it's competing with what's going on in Europe, in different countries and their politics. And I think that so then it becomes, like Gina said, sort of war crime, Bucha, or Bucha, or this atrocity or that atrocity, without connecting it to what I think Israel has been really successful in doing, and saying, look, this is an existential war. This is why we're not stopping. And, they can point to one date, October 7th, that makes it pretty, it's nice. It's a nice way to encapsulate, the threat they're under. But I think that that's what we have to do in a way, because we are the messaging. I mean, like MriyaReport and many of the people who come on to MriyaReport and who listen to it and who speak on it, is that we, we don't connect that existential fight to basically all the reasons why they want missiles or air defense or long range weapons. We separate them a lot. And then on Friday night, we talk about genocide, and, and other times too. But I think it would be useful to include it. And I've said this before, but, I'm not knocking anybody. I just am hoping that we bring it up more often when we talk about long range missiles, or long range attacks, or air defense, or why the Ukrainians aren't giving it up. But we separate them a lot. And in the case of Israel, I'm really going on here. So, but it's Friday night. I hope that people are indulgent. But in case of Israel, they always say, we have to go into Rafah because it's an existential need. We're in an existential war, and we have to defeat Hamas, or else they're going to try to destroy our country. And so I think they do a good job of it, whether you agree with them or not, or whether you know why why they are taking the action. It's because of this existential threat. Well, in Ukraine, there's an action, but it's divorced from the existential threat. And it just becomes just another action, and it becomes a fight over, the Black Sea. And we know that and everybody in Ukraine knows it's not about the Black Sea. It's about victory and, the survival of the country. So I think that's, and I think MriyaReport plays a really important role. And I think that's something we can do. We like to wring our hands and say, oh, well, this is the way the world is working and it's not so good. But I think MriyaReport does a great job. And it really helps people understand what really is going on. And I think that it's just something I hope that we talk more about on MriyaReport, and from there it can percolate. So that's my Friday night. That's my Friday night monologue, and I appreciate you listening to it. Thanks a lot.
Always love hearing you, Ben. I haven't heard you enough lately. It's great to hear you, Ben.
Well, thanks, Nancy. It's great to hear you. And I don't hear anybody else saying that, but I appreciate when you do. So thanks a lot.
Well, Prince said it.
Right.
Oh,
But
Prince.
Nancy
Yeah,
agrees
sorry, Prince.
completely.
Sorry. Oh, Nancy, you can. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's. I really love what you do on Friday night. I just can't always get here, and it's Friday night. But when I can, it's like one of the most important sessions, I think, that I listen to on MriyaReport. So thanks a lot for having it.
Thanks, Ben. Gina, go ahead.
Yeah, Ben, thank you. And while you were talking, two things struck me. One was one of our guests the other week, Alexandra Matviichuk, the Ukrainian human rights lawyer, when she talked about the need for the new security architecture. Because I said to her, we have these beautiful documents, with this noble language. Is it that we're just not living up to it? And she just said, we need to start again. I'm paraphrasing, but a new kind of grassroots security architecture for the world that isn't going to allow this kind of lip service, if you will, to a lot of high sounding phrases that don't do anything to stop Ukrainians from being horribly, killed, maimed, deported, tortured, imprisoned. All the words in the world aren't going to fix that. And in terms of the messaging, a couple of things came to mind. I think Ukraine has done an incredible job at early on, telling its narrative and getting it out there to the world in a way that is strong, that is clear, that is accessible, and that continues to be that. So, I personally have been just awed by the way Ukraine has communicated that. At the same time, I think that the danger in the West in particular is that, as you said, Ben, we're seeing these as kind of discrete events that we're not connecting the dots. And that's really where the failure is too. And you're starting to see, and not that you were starting to see, because I remember talking to a Lithuanian journalist just days after the full-scale invasion, and she said, "We know that Ukraine is fighting for the world. Tell people that that's what's at stake here, because we know what this is." But I think too that there's been this real complacency, and for decades after the Second World War. And I always say this, I wish I had gotten the person's name. I was listening to a morning session of MriyaReport several months ago, and the listener had spoken and just said this so beautifully. Right after the Second World War, there was this hunger for peace that we don't seem to have anymore. And we've come to normalize constant violence and chaos. Not that human history hasn't always been violent, it has, but you could credibly argue that the 20th century and now into the 21st, in terms of the number of conflicts taking place at scale at this point in human history, yeah, some of it's a numbers game because there are more of us than there ever were before. But I mean, I would be willing to bet that, historians and demographers could probably make a good case that, war is up and violence is up. But we've come to normalize that. And I think it's essential. And what we do here is that we bring it back to, as Ben said, why does Ukraine need weapons? Because we're fighting a genocide here, because that's where we're at. And in fact, in Gregory Stanton's 10 stages of genocide, you get to a point where if it's advanced enough, armed, overwhelming international intervention is the only thing that's going to stop it. It's not going to be, let's sit down and have, tea and talk. And I certainly wouldn't ever want to drink tea with Vladimir Putin, because people don't usually survive that experience. But we need to keep in mind what's at stake here. And that's why I am so focused when I talk about this to anyone I know. You're going to hear me say the word genocide, and I don't let it off the hook. And I don't let people get away with saying, well, no. You have to be clear on this. With whatever sphere of influence that you have to communicate, this is genocide. Yes, it really is genocide. And guess what? If you don't stop it here, it's only going to continue. This really is, Hitler version 2.0 that we're looking at here. And we need to stop this. And for people who say that country on the other side of the world, it doesn't matter, that's patently untrue. Patently untrue. We're too densely interconnected globally to have that kind of thinking anymore. And if people aren't willing to catch up with the times, so to speak, then I'm going to have to question why they're being so disingenuous. So, and I will call it out, a media personality like Tucker Carlson, for him to run around and say, well, who knows where Ukraine is? Most people can't find it on the map. Well, I don't know about you, Tucker, but the last time I checked my phone, Google Maps does a great job of showing me a lot of places on this earth, and it takes about all of a nanosecond to look it up. So that doesn't work as an excuse. And secondly, you can't be this unintelligent to see that, cause and effect, causality, interconnectedness. Really, you're going to say that what happens over there, so to speak, is not a problem, that it's not going to have implications? Did you conveniently forget about the Budapest Memorandum? I've called him out on that several times on Twitter. I've yet to get a response on that. I mean, this is, as I said, if someone is being that kind of obstinate, then you have to look for, well, whose side are you on here? Or what position are you taking here? Are you deliberately ignoring information or advocating a certain position that would try to obfuscate and cloud what's really taking place there? We can't be afraid to challenge people on that. And it doesn't mean that you have to get all kind of Philadelphia like I can be sometimes, a lot of the times, but you can be in your own way. You can certainly dialogue and engage with people and at least make them aware, because unfortunately we aren't seeing enough of this in the press. We aren't seeing enough people relying on, for example, as I've done for a couple of years, as soon as New Lines and Raoul Wallenberg came out with that first report in May of 2022 and followed it up with the one in July of 2023 and said this genocide is accelerating, I'm not pushing my own opinion. I'm saying, look at this material, look at this. It's vetted, it's well researched. We can rely on this. You don't have to do this on your opinion. You can point to the sources that are already there to remind people this is a genocide, and that if they don't connect the dots, those dots are only going to multiply.
And I can tell you, I think you either have the links very close at hand to copy and paste, but you have all of this information right in your head. And I can't tell you how many times a week you reply to somebody with the Raoul Wallenberger New Lines Institute report in a tweet. It is genocide. Here is your proof. If you have a problem giving me proof of that it's not, that's your problem. But here is the proof. And I will say that every opportunity, I'm gonna toot your horn for a second, Gina, whether you that every single article Gina she puts information in there that this is a genocide, and mentions the reports, and makes it very clear in every article possible that a genocide is happening in Ukraine. And that's one of the things I really appreciate about you, Gina. And I'm betting you have to fight with your editors sometimes to make sure that stays in there. Either that or they've given up at this point. Go ahead, Gina.
Probably a little bit of both, but I see Ben's got his hand up. But real quick, one other thing in terms of journalism to keep in mind too is when we're reading stories about an ongoing situation, it's very, very easy to lose context. And your editors will say, well, look, you have a word count. We can't be going over this. We're going to lose readers. I mean, that's something that journalists deal with. And if you notice a lot of articles, like particularly, don't quote me on this, but I want to say that Reuters had, some sort, maybe Alan knows, some sort of a policy shift where they said, we're really going to hold our writers to this very short, word limit. We want to just get the information out there. The problem is what ends up happening is the context goes away, and a good journalist, and many of them, there's, of course, we've got outstanding journalists, many, and many of whom are risking their lives and have lost their lives in the pursuit of their profession. And I salute them. And hope to be half of what they are, if I could even get to that. But they know how to constantly remind you of, okay, here's the latest development, but here's the big picture in the context. And there are ways of doing that. In some digital publications, for example, you can do, kind of running sidebars and, bullet points of here's how we got here, all of that. I think that's so essential. I always watch when journalists don't do it, though, because then to the busy, distracted, everyday reader, the context goes away. So if all you're reporting about is, one of the many atrocities Russia perpetrates on a daily basis against Ukraine, and you don't give me any further context than that, in the midst of everything going on in the world, a reader who isn't following it too closely will be like, oh, I don't know, is that some sort of a regional thing? I'm not really sure. Like, they don't get it. So that's why you have to keep saying, this is a genocide. Here's the latest thing that Russia is doing to wage this genocide. And then you see it as it really, really is. And, as you said, sometimes my editors will be like, because I have the numbers, I check, I update them every single opportunity I can. I put in those numbers, but at the very least, I mentioned number one, it started in 2014. So let's get that real clear. At least this particular assault by Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian identity. And then the two reports, the joint reports from New Lines Institute, Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights, those were both in May of 2022 and July of 2023. And then the 4 International Criminal Court arrest warrants for Putin, Lvova Belova, and then the 2 other military officials. Let's get those in there so that we say, okay, this is serious business. We've got genocide. It started before, it wasn't just in 2022, it started in 2014. And by the way, not only, is it going back to then, and it's been declared a genocide in 2 reports by these highly reputable human rights research organizations, but now we've got the International Criminal Court taking some form of action. It's not for genocide, but it is for for war crimes, for the deportation of the children, and then the 2 officials, the 2 military officials, I think, are for war crimes, atrocities. So at least frame it with that. At least get that out there so people have a handhold as to this isn't just some regional conflict that just keeps going on and all the nonsense that you hear about. I saw an ad, it was a Rand Paul ad that came up on X today about, the horrors of pouring money into Ukraine. It's like, oh my goodness gracious, where to begin with deconstructing this one? But that's what people see. And if they don't get that context, that's what they're going to start assuming, that this is just some ongoing regional conflict that doesn't involve the United States, when it very much involves not only the United States, not only Ukraine, not only Russia, but frankly, the fate of humanity at this point. If we don't get this straight, the future doesn't look too good.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Prince. Yeah, I agree with you, Gina, about the context, and it is true that editors and often editors don't really get the whole picture either. Some, if you're lucky, you have one that does, and that's why I'm thinking that something like just an adjective like existential, the existential war, Russia's national project, or if certain things or certain phrases get repeated enough, they get magic to how the message can get picked up, especially in this very crowded media space that exists right now, both when it comes to just internationally. Ukraine, just to get any attention at all, is there are lots of days on a website, on a general website, you have to scroll down pretty far to see any news about Ukraine. Russia is on the offensive kind of thing, and it's looking good for Russia kind of message. So, but I think if we just keep at it, and we keep at it in that way, the time will come, especially that it can get picked up. I think if the government did more, but we can't help the government's messaging because that's what they do. But like I said, I think we can, and we can, and I think that the Twitter space is really very influential, way beyond just Twitter, and I think everybody here knows why, because it is what Elon Musk says. In some ways, it's like the global town square. Certainly when it comes to this kind of talk, when it comes to Ukraine, because a whole load of people with a lot of different interests come by. So I think it's it's sort of like a grassroots movement that, and I don't know what's going to hit, just because it's, especially between now and the fall, there's going to be what we expect to be the Russian offensive, and also the American, the U.S. Presidential campaign, and those are going to take a lot of the space, and we'll have to pick this up later on, come the after the election, one way or another, and after the but it would be good when it comes to the Russian offensive. Now that I'm just thinking out loud, it is a time to put it that maybe we could get the message out, because they do terrible things, the Russians. especially when they have the opportunity. And they do have the opportunity. And like even with Kharkiv now, with the attacks that are going on, it's more like missile strikes rather than a national campaign to eliminate the people. And so it's like the, you know, double tap and thing, or a building being attacked and destroyed or terrorized. So I don't know the answer. I think the answer is here, but I don't think we've come up with it. And so I don't pretend to always have the answer, but I do think the answer is in how, I mean, even in the coming attacks, you know, I used to do this in political messaging for American politicians. And a lot of times what you do is, you know, you want to get your message out for your candidate or your party, whatever it is. And you sit around and you say, well, what, you know, how are we going to do that? And, you know, well, these kinds of events are coming up, or opportunity to get our, I think that the coming offensive, or whatever Russia is doing at this point, there is a chance to get the message out about what is really going on with the existential threat and the eliminationist campaign that they are embarked on. How we do it, I'm not exactly sure, but this is an opportunity that I know from the other side, whenever there's any kind of event, they are always really good at jumping in there and getting their message out in context, and we're not as good. So again, I don't have the answer, but I do think we do have the answer collectively. So thanks again.
Thank you, Ben. Lucian, go ahead.
Yes. Hey, folks. I'm glad to hear you're all here and providing all these good thoughts. I had a quick question for Gina about, has she followed the article on apparently Viktor Yanukovych became unsanctioned by the European Court? I just wasn't prepared to see something like that in the news. I was doing a web search on Yanukovych, and there it was. And I was like, well, how did that happen? Considering all the damage that he did to Ukraine. So I'm very perplexed. And he certainly is like the Baron von Harkonnen kind of character. If you analogize Ukraine to the Dune kind of scenario. And he's always been speculated as the guy that might be brought back if the worst case scenario transpired, if Ukraine lost, which is horrifying. But anyway, I'll leave it at that for the moment. Thanks.
Yeah, I have no clue. I had not picked up on that. Gina, go ahead. Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I had seen that and was surprised. I mean, and I'm thinking, if I have the correct date on this, this was back in December, right? Or were you thinking this in like was there something closer in time? Because the first one that I came up with in my news search here was back in December. But I agree with you, though, that, I mean, it is disturbing. And I think that one of the things that we have to, really keep our eyes open for, and we've seen the news reports about this, is that, Russia isn't just exerting its efforts to control Ukraine, or to try to eliminate Ukraine more accurately, and Ukraine's people through bombs and drones. I mean, that's certainly the case, and through, torture, killing, deportation. But one of the other propaganda and its soft power, and by no means is Russia the only nation to exert that. And I'm not a political scientist, so I can't, speak in anything but the broadest terms, but it's kind of common sense that, they buy influence, and we don't know to what extent. I know that from my interviews with Archbishop Gudziak, for example, he flat out warned me in my last in-person interview with him. Podcast that he was really, this was right about the time, this is a couple months back, and you kind of expected that if you tried to break the rules you were going to pay a consequence, but there are people that's not, and I think that's the way most of us kind of innately are, that we have a sense that most people, for all the horrors, to quote Anne Frank, and this was a child who lost her life to the genocidal hatred of Nazis, but if in her famous diary, despite everything, paraphrasing here, but despite everything, I still believe that deep down people are really good. And I agree with that, because most people on the planet are good, and it's not that they're perfect, but they're good, and they're of goodwill, and they love their children, and they love each other, and they don't want to see people hurt and suffering, and they're kind to animals, and they really just want to enjoy the beauty of this planet and the beauty of each other's company, right? And yet there are people that aren't like that. And in terms of like being bought off, whether they're in a role of leadership, in a judiciary, or in a political situation, or they are a journalist or an influencer, they don't actually, they're able to kind of justify to themselves in some way. And that kind of gets into the social psychology of like, why do people end up doing bad things? Why do people shift into being able to dehumanize other people, or why do they become compromised? It gets into that, and maybe we could do another session on that, because a lot of genocide scholarship does revolve around, let's get to the nuts and bolts of this. What are people doing inside that flips them into being able to perpetrate these atrocities on fellow human beings? But I'm just offering that out there, that sometimes when you see suspicious kind of reversals of sanctions or something like that, that's an angle of inquiry, that's something to consider. Why is this being done? Was this being done for because someone has been, to put it candidly, bought off in some way? Or is there some strategic value here that perhaps, and again, I don't know, I'm just speculating, is it advantageous somehow for, at a government level or security level to ensure that this happens, with a goal of, now you're going to give us information that, I don't know. I really don't know. It would be nice if people just stuck to their word in this world. If you sign the Genocide Convention, live up to it. If you do bad things, take your consequences for it. It would really be nice if things were a lot simpler, and that we didn't have these kind of, shadowy quandaries that we find ourselves in, when you think, oh, great, someone's being sanctioned, they're going to, face some consequences for supporting, even if just financially, this genocide. To see that reversed, it's disheartening. So, but I'm sorry I wasn't more helpful with that. I can certainly look into that more, but I did kind of note that, I guess, by virtue of the fact that I'm a Catholic journalist, I tend to spend a lot of my time following a line of inquiry that is, the humanitarian and the kind of moral response to the war, and then, studying genocide, but not being, not always looking at in terms of like the latest political development, if that makes any kind of sense. Like I kind of have a, like I said, a certain angle of inquiry that I do a lot of this work following that thread.
I was able to locate some information, and I think what I'm seeing here is I did see Yanukovych still on the last EU sanctions list that I had downloaded, which was a couple of months old. And when I went back to the December 2023 articles, it looks like he and his son had been put on the EU sanctions list back in 2021. And he had contested and appealed that and won that appeal. So that part of the sanctions weren't applicable to him and his son. However, in August 2022, the EU Council had sanctioned the pair specifically for Yanukovych calling on Putin to send troops into Ukraine. So they were, and the son for having business ties with pro-Russian separatists in the Donbas region of Ukraine is what this article says. So they have appealed those listings, those 2022 listings, but those are still in effect. And, you know, unfortunately, the nature of the ultra wealthy and ultra connected, they can appeal this kind of stuff. And the courts will have to make those types of decisions. But they basically, he's still under sanction, but he's not under two separate sanctioning provisions, is the best I've got.
That's
It doesn't
helpful,
go
though.
into,
That's helpful,
yeah, it doesn't
Nancy.
go
Yeah.
into any exclusions or anything like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's basically like, we sanctioned you for this, we sanctioned you for this other thing. The first one is no longer valid, but you're still under a sanctions blanket, if that helps.
Yeah, and just real quick, you know, that is sanctions just in general. We do need to hold to them. And I think one of the discouraging things about this genocide, and we've seen that, has been especially not only with sanctions, but with companies that are still doing business in Russia, you know, and that's a huge problem. And you know, we need to be able to enforce consequences. You know, people, it's amazing how many people change their minds once it hits their pocketbooks, you know. So and that's not an invalid tool to leverage those economic means to get people to stop supporting genocide. That's huge. I mean, one thing that, you know, is just incredibly disheartening and literally deadly is when we see that you know, the weapons that are being used to kill Ukrainians. I mean, time and time again, we have seen that the components have been sourced from Western nations, you know, and they're using, you know, freight forwarders in third countries, and it kind of all gets, you know, hidden in the transport. But the reality is, you know, until people take a stand and until people say sanctions are sanctions and no means no, then if people keep trying to find a workaround, unfortunately, people are going to die here. So just on principle, you know, I very much support that. If there's a way to exert power without taking human life to end this genocide and bring Russia, you know, to serve the justice that, you know, and to do the justice of reparations and to take the consequences for these actions, I mean, you know, I'm all in favor of using, you know, as many means that don't require the loss of human life, and, you know, and ending this genocide. But above all, we have to end this genocide.
Lucian, do you want to reply?
Yeah, I have some familiarity with, you know, the contests between, say, Yulia Tymoshenko and Viktor Yanukovych. I had some contacts in the Manafort machine, and you know, since I'd been in Crimea prior to the, you know, around New Year, I had friends in Crimea, so I dropped by there and spent time with friends. But Yeah, Mr. Yanukovych, one of his famous quotes was, "There would be rivers of blood" when the Ukraine was trying to overturn or in the process of the Orange Revolution. And we've been getting comments like rivers of blood also from in America. And Mr. Manafort is still active in the American political landscape, apparently. So it's going to be interesting to see how this election cycle shakes out in the US, because Trump could be very bad for Ukraine. Hopefully, if he does manage to win the election, that he won't be too horrid. But it's the Yanukovych environment was built up by these slick lobbyists and control of the press, and the Russians got very good at killing the most well-spoken journalists on their political landscape and intimidating journalists. And that's why people like Pavel Sheremet, migrated to Ukraine, because he could speak freely. And I knew Pavel Sheremet also. We had several in-depth discussions about his areas of inquiry about not just Ukraine, but the US and things like that. So the word was out on the street about this cross between Russia and American power, and the propaganda, because I could see the propaganda being rolled out in Crimea, in the opening days of 2014. So it'll be interesting. Well, thanks for the clarification on the Yanukovych situation also. That was helpful.
Yep, our pleasure. Thanks. And Prince, I am not sure if Ben or Martin were next.
Oh, I didn't even see Ben's hand because of where my screen was. Let's go to Martin and then we'll go to Ben. And Martin, how are the playoffs going? How are the Oilers? Let's go to Martin first and then to Ben. Yeah.
Thank you, Prince and Nancy and my friend Gina. Hi, Gina. Slava Ukraini. The Oilers won tonight, so they're up in that series against the Dallas Stars 3-2. If they win the next game, then they're off to the Stanley Cup Finals. And tomorrow is the Rangers against the Panthers in the East. Panthers are up, and if they win, then it's going to be Panthers and Oilers. So that would be interesting. But we got to see what's going to happen. It ain't over till it's over. So there, in a nutshell, is what's happening in the National Hockey League. I just wanted to bring Gina and Prince. I sent you an article that was sent to me earlier today. Check your emails. The one I just sent about half an hour ago or less is from the Telegraph. If Putin wins, expect the worst genocide since the Holocaust. And it's by, what's her name? Carolina Hurd, H-I-R-D. And she's Russia deputy team leader and analyst at the Institute for the Study of War in Washington, D.C. So I'm not sure if you mentioned this article earlier because I haven't been listening to you all evening, but very important article with many of the same facts, Gina and Prince and Nancy, that you have mentioned. And we sadly and unfortunately and infuriatingly know about this war of genocidal aggression being carried out by Muscovy against democratic Ukraine. But an important article to add to the list of people reporting, writing, and informing the public about exactly what this war is all about. And I'll just say that I won't read the thing, of course, the whole thing. You can do that yourself. You might want to discuss it. But she ends off her article by saying, we must face this reality squarely and stop blithely talking about offering, quote, territorial concessions to, quote, stop the fighting, without forcing ourselves to confront the horrors that such concessions will inflict on the people living in those lands. Putin's invasion was never about seizing limited bits of land. It was always about destroying a people. Ukraine supporters must therefore recommit themselves to the project of saving this people and showing that they will resist and defeat aggression and genocide on this scale. So very powerful ending to this very informative, necessary article. I wanted to let you know about that. And again, Prince and Gina, I sent that to your email. And if you'll allow me, I also sent to both of you as well. And I mentioned this morning on MriyaReport, the update that I got today, and you may have mentioned this again earlier, I don't know, but the update I got from the United Nations Human Rights Special Procedures, and it's headlined, it was a news release today, May 31st, 2024, Geneva. Ukraine's real-time investigations of war-related unlawful killing sets unique model and requires full support, UN expert. And I won't read the whole thing, but if you allow me, like I did the last article, just to read you a couple of excerpts, and perhaps Gina and Prince, you might want to discuss this further. But a UN expert today commended exceptional efforts by Ukrainian authorities and investigative agencies to establish truth and justice for victims of unlawful killings from the Russian aggression and their families, and hold perpetrators accountable. And then it says, I quote, "I was extremely moved by the resilience and courage of victims and their families, including those who shared their testimonies with me about the harrowing, arbitrary killing of their loved ones," said Morris Tidball Binns, the UN Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial summary or arbitrary executions, in a statement at the end of an official visit to Ukraine. Quote, "I support the pursuit of justice and recent endeavors by authorities to provide them with the support they need, including psychosocial assistance." And it just goes on to give some other information. Since Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukrainian authorities documented evidence of, and I have to take a breath every time I see this number because it's, for me, so personally disturbing and almost beyond belief. But of course, I'm not naive about it. 128,498 war-related crimes, of which 12,353 related to the unlawful killing of civilians and soldiers hors de combat committed by Russian forces. And my final comment, reading, and then this is a quote from the expert, "This is a unique experience in documenting grave violations of international human rights and humanitarian law, and pursuing justice while operating in emergency mode as the war continues." So it goes on, and I won't read the rest of it, but you can perhaps discuss it, Gina and Prince and Nancy. And so I just wanted to add that to this discussion and say that Slava Ukraini, please retweet this site, and I will drop down to listener. And thank you again for allowing me to speak. And everyone, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And actually, I forwarded that first one to Gina and Nancy also, so that they could both see it. And so Gina, you have it twice, and I will make sure that I forward that other one to Nancy. I actually had seen that earlier and had made a note of it in my notes that I make as I'm going through things. I think Mockers had sent it to me this morning, but it is a good one, and it looks like it's part of a series of articles that is starting, and I think that will be good to follow through and take a closer look at. Probably not tonight, but in the coming, maybe next week. I think we have a plan. I think we have a plan for where we're going to go here. Ben, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Prince. Yeah, I think that Martin, that's a really great article that you that you highlighted. And, you know, Carolina Hurd has, you know, her reporting and the reporting of ISW has really been right on the big picture and also the details. And I think they're a great example of a, you know, let's call it a news organization or an information organization that has been able to keep things in context. And by passing it on, you know, it multiplies the effect. And I think that that's, you know, that's what we need to do on, you know, on the level that we can do something, because it starts, it really starts with us. As far as, you know, what you said, Gina, about people being bought off and Tucker Carlson, you know, the other day I was looking at the top podcasts, and Tucker Carlson is way up there. It depends like which chart, you know, there's like an Apple chart and a Spotify chart, but he's way up there. And, you know, and on Twitter, Hinkle is, you know, notorious, and he's way up there in terms of influence or in terms of listeners. And they make money on it. You know, it's like they have found their audience, and they don't, you know, I don't, like with Tucker Carlson, I don't know what he believes, or if he even believes some of the stuff he says, but I think he's in business. And in the social media world, or even in, you know, in journalism these days, the way it works is that if you have an audience, and you know what to feed them, you can make some money. And so I think you know, in the case of Hinkle, you know, supposedly he was on the payroll with his girlfriend who was Russian, like beauty queen or something like that, who then dumped him. Who the hell knows? And, you know, there are other people like that that are probably on the payroll. And then you have, you know, they're very organized. That's the other side. And, you know, it's well known that TikTok is, you know, is a Chinese information organ. And so they're just very well organized in like on different tiers. And, you know, people are making money or profit in one way or another. And that's really what we're up against. And it's not surprising, you know, people do things in their own self-interest. And like strangely enough, the good guys generally do it out of the goodness of their heart. And the bad guys, they have like ulterior motives that are very powerful. And so I think that like what Martin's doing, like passing on that article, and we pass on these things, eventually, hopefully by us talking about it, journalists will pick it up because they're also on a beat too. And Alan, I don't know if Alan's here anymore, but Gina, you know, you're a journalist, and Martin, you're a journalist. You know, when you're on a beat, or and you have deadlines, it's really hard to get all the information that together for whatever it is, that story that you're trying to cover. And I think that's another reason why the context gets sometimes overlooked. It's not just the editor, but you're trying to hit a deadline. You're trying to get a story, as you said, Gina, that sometimes there's just not enough space. And I think that if enough people keep drumming this, you know, beating this drum, it becomes kind of automatic. And, you know, I just repeated myself, but the bad people are up to, or the people, I won't even call them bad. We know that they're bad. But the people with the other kind of like the Tucker Carlsons out there and the Hinkles, they're going to be doing their thing. And I just think that, and they will have their audience. And we have not done enough job with our own audience, with our own people, because we haven't focused the people that we can persuade. And I think that that's like the first thing for us to do, is not try to get Tucker Carlson's audience to understand what we're talking about, but to get our own, like which is what ISW does. So that's just my thought on that. So thanks a lot again, Prince and Heather and Nancy.
Thank you. Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, Ben, you know, you brought up a really great point, and it's one that it kind of also aligns with what I'd said earlier about evil, that some people just, we're looking for logic where there is none. But people make a lot of money selling rage, and the term is rage farming. And someone who really does fantastic work on this, and I have to look to see if she's actually the one who coined the term. And I don't know if we could maybe look at getting her on the space at some point. I've actually only read her work. I've never emailed her. But Dr. Carolyn Bueno, who is a researcher at the University of Maryland's Applied Research Laboratory for Intelligence and Security. And she really just does amazing work. And in fact, I may have quoted one of her articles earlier on. Her Substack is called Weaponized Spaces. And she has a great article that, if you get a chance to read, it was back from August of 2023, called The Anatomy of a Viral Tweet, Rage Farming Edition. And she explains how internet outrage is helping racists to monetize hate. People are making money doing this by shouting, by screaming, by spreading misinformation. They get the eyeballs, and the eyeballs lead to them being able to fill their bank accounts with this. And we could look at this another time, because I know we're probably coming towards the end of our session, but I would really encourage you to check out her work, and bear in mind that, just as Ben said, I mean, we don't really know what a lot of these people believe when they rail against Ukraine, or they whatever their cause is. If they're making money off of it, and they are getting paid to shout, basically, and they're considered, influencers or pundits, or, one would tend to think that a pundit would have a little bit more heft to them, that they had studied the subject. But, some of the folks that we've heard, we just think, oh my goodness, like, what knowledge would you possibly have, other than, why would you have any more knowledge on this subject than the rest of us would? You're not an expert in this area, yet here you are pontificating as if you are. This is something that Russia definitely exploits too, is confusing the information space. And I know in previous sessions, when we've talked about the nature of Russian propaganda and just the confusion in our own media ecosystem, I mean, we have far more opinion mixed in with our news than we realize. And people who've been consuming news for any length of time, maybe in the past 10, 20, 30 years, you've seen that shift. There used to be, once upon a time, a much clearer distinction in the media space between, okay, this person is a broadcaster and they give you the news, and this person is a commentator and they give you their opinion. Now we've got shows that blend news and opinion to the point where you're not even really sure, or you would have to kind of pull apart those threads. This part is a bit of information, and this part is your opinion on that information. And of course, there's opinion and judgment calls being made in the process of what are you even presenting in the first place. But it's such a murky, muddy landscape, and into that landscape, along with all of the opinion mixed with information, and information not always being good, solid information, is this rage farming angle that people can basically, and you kind of have to wonder when you look at, I know it's different because they're state sponsored and their goal is to brainwash the Russian people to get them to support, or maintain whatever support they have for Putin's war and his genocide in Ukraine. But you look at the crazy, crazy things that Russian propagandists speak on television. And as you've mentioned, Julia Davis deserves canonization in my book for being able to tolerate that day after day and night after night, and to translate it so meticulously. And you look at the subtitles, and I don't speak Russian, so I have to rely on Julia's subtitles. And you look at this and you think, this is insane. I mean, this is delusional. You can't possibly believe this. And we don't know what they do or don't believe. Maybe they really, I don't know Margarita Simonyan, I don't know Olga Skabaeva. I don't know, what's his name? Solovyov, right? Who's the one who's always...
Slovyov. That's what I call him.
Right, what you said. And
that works.
You think, do they honestly believe this nonsense? I mean, can you really spout that and then go home and have an intelligent conversation with your partner and your kids? You know, I don't know. We don't know. It's kind of a similar thing here in the, in the US, where they're not state sponsored, but they're making, significant amounts of money as influencers and going on about stuff. And you think this is just outrageous. You couldn't possibly have been raised with this apparent utter lack of morals and concern for your fellow human beings. But here we are. The other thing too, and then I'll because I see that Brian has his hand up, is as part of that space where the rage farming is a lack of expertise. So for example, I have friends that have bought into a lot of this, propaganda, and they've got a little too much time on their hands, and some of what they're listening to is just it's some of these podcasts, some of the places they're getting information. People that you would not take as experts, for example, Roseanne Barr on geopolitical insights. This is not a place, this is not a person to whom I'm going to go for this stuff. She's got credibility issues in that regard. And yet I've got friends that say, well, she knows the real deal. She's not putting up with the nonsense. And so there's this kind of anti-authoritarian streak. We want the news from the outsiders going to tell us the truth because we don't believe the talking heads anymore. There's that. And that, again, that's a dangerous place to be, because when you're that cynical and at the same time uncritical, and those two are not contradictory. I mean, they're not in alignment. If someone is cynical, that's actually a fallacy of logic, because you're not even admitting the truth anymore. It's to be cynical is a logical problem. You've compromised your logic because you aren't willing to admit that there's information that is true and there's information that is false, and that critical skills are what are needed to discern between the two. A cynic just dismisses it all. And when you dismiss it all, you're dismissing a huge part of human dignity, which is our ability to reason. And you're dismissing the possibility of truth versus falsehood. And then at that point, you're on a slippery slope to all bets are off. A truly cynical person does not care about, really, in the end, themselves or other human beings. So just some thoughts there on what we're up against media-wise. And again, a recommendation to check out Carolyn Orbueno's Substack at Weaponized Spaces. And it's fascinating to see how that viral tweet, the strategy there, and how people are rage farming 101, as she puts it.
Awesome. I'm like, okay, I got to figure this. I got to find that, and I got to look at it, and I got to see if we can find her to get her on the space. Brian, how are you?
I am better than I deserve. Before I get to my question for Gina, I want to hear. I need to hear this Solovyov again. I want to hear that again.
Solovyov. It rolls off the tongue.
It sounds like
really,
yodeling. That sounds
yeah,
like yodeling.
It does.
Mockers does it just as well. Maybe even better.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's good. That needs to be a fixture of understanding genocide every Friday. I need to have several iterations of that. Gina, you may have been told by, I can't remember where I mentioned this to you or not a while ago, that I was thinking of doing this, but Nancy and Prince have been good about already feeding me information. I'm doing this educational session series for my United Methodist congregation members, that I'm doing offered a session series for them on Ukraine for the Curious, and I got 14 people to sign up for it. So we're going to be doing a series of 4 sessions, and the first session is going to talk about historical perspective and the current status of the war. Bring up this, sort of like a briefing. Second one will be war crimes, genocide, and specifically persecution of Christians. I think I may have mentioned that. I wanted to use that as the hook to get them to agree to come to these sessions. But the first session one of the first slides I put in there, I talk about like where to get information, and I specifically do not include obviously the major cable news networks, the newspapers. I go to like ISW. I recommend the Maria Report. I recommend Toshni. Other sites, Ukrainer.net. That kind of stuff. But what I want to do is I don't want to leave the major news networks off the hook. I want to specifically, to your point you made earlier tonight, is call out why that they should not expect to get the real story or the complete story from major network news. Obviously, a lot of it in the United States has to do with they moved on in terms of the former guy and his criminal trials and the election that's coming up. What I also want to point out, and my working theory, and I'm not a journalist, but I just sort of I've been sort of a news junkie even since my high school days, and it just seems like that. And what I've heard is that a lot of the money that used to go to pay international correspondents, boots on the ground, to get information, is now spent, turning on the TV and you've got a bunch of high-priced commentators and consultants and pundits sitting around a table pontificating about say, and even in the foreign policy perspective, maybe you get a few retired generals to give their perspective, but they're sitting in a studio. They're not on the ground. They're not putting people on the boots on the ground to the extent that maybe some of the other organizations or independent journalists are doing, because it doesn't fit the business model. Am I on the right track in terms of the disconnect? I don't want to paint them all with a complete brush, because you've got Aaron Burnett, who's kind of, I think, had some persistence in terms of and depth in terms of following Ukraine, and there are exceptions. But yeah, I just want to get your perspective on what do I tell these people, and how do I explain to them why they're not getting the real story, and that they have to your point, triangulate different sources to really understand that may not be right in their grill in terms of what's happening.
Yeah, it's it I've never worked. I mean, I have never worked at any of, like, obviously the big networks or even the big newspapers. I work in a specific sector of the journalism market, which happens to be faith-based, and specifically the Catholic News Network. I mean, we adhere to AP standards, and so, it's still a very high bar that we set for ourselves, and I'm blessed to work with a lot of people that have a lot of years of experience. So just to kind of put my own qualifications in perspective there. But in terms of what I know from them and what I've seen from others in the media and what I've read, there's a lot of pressure. And I remember there was a paper that came out at Columbia School of Journalism a couple of years back, and I remember showing it to my old editor at my former publication. And it was talking about the business model for journalism that is in such crisis, that people, and this has been discussed in many places, not just the Columbia School of Journalism, but there's been such a radical shift in how media outlets, particularly, newspapers, are, financially functioning. And I've never worked on that side of the business, but once the internet hit, I mean, this is an oversimplification, but the premise, and it was in this, paper, this from Columbia, once the internet hit, everyone has suddenly expected it to be free, right? And prior to that, it was a subscription model. So this is how organizations earn the revenue, so they could retain staff, so they could, get the job done. And journalism, by and large, has never been a high-paying profession. I mean, there are rock stars in it, of course, who earn quite a bit of money, but most journalists that you meet are not making huge sums of money, including the one speaking to you now. So grateful for my job, but this is not. I mean, this is not a profession that people go into because they want to retire early with a sizable bank account. They do it for the love of it. And those concerns all do play into what you see as the final results of coverage. So, I mean, it's a balance. People are, you know, reputable organizations do hold themselves accountable. They do see the need to cover things, but at the same time, no journalism, unfortunately, is completely immune from business considerations. And so, in terms of what outlets are going to cover, sometimes you look and you think, why is this the lead story? Or why is this getting thrown in there? How newsworthy is this? I know I've certainly seen over the course of my lifetime much more entertainment infused journalism. So, you know, for example, just to take television, and I remember starting to see quote unquote stories for the local network affiliate that were little more than commercials for the primetime programming. You know, it was, okay, this show's on tonight, behind the scenes that, and I'm thinking, yeah, that why is this news? Because I can think of about 4 other things that didn't get covered that I'd kind of like an update on, you know, and yet there it is. And you know, as we talked about, this infusion of commentary with the news. It's like, just tell me the news first. Okay, we'll get to the commentary, but tell me the news first. You know, in other media, you have, you know, things like, you know, the Washington Post, Jeff Bezos had to, you know, infuse it with money. I mean, it's a very complex picture financially. And if you've got information technology that's shifting in a business model that's not fully developed, I can tell you, for example, that one of the biggest areas where things have really contracted is in community news. And I know people at, you know, community newspapers and community newsrooms, and there's really a dearth there. And this has huge ramifications for local news awareness, for politicization, for engagement with the political process. If local newspapers crash or are bought up by hedge fund groups that run them like brutal franchises, and I've known at least 2 people who are journalists who have been in that situation where, you know, they're not publications I've ever worked for or media groups I've ever worked for, but you know, I've talked to them when we've both been on story sites and, you know, checking in, trading notes, how you doing? And, you know, they've said, oh my goodness, it's just so much pressure. We can't hire anyone else. We're not even allowed to use freelancers. We have to get it all done ourselves. And it's all about the bottom line. Well, that's going to determine what gets covered and in what condition the people who are doing the coverage are going to be. You know, if you're grinding a staff into the ground because you want more content, more eyeballs, more engagement, these are all the factors that play into it. So once people quote unquote get tired of something like, oh, Ukraine didn't win just yet, well, what's going on over here? I mean, you can see that. Check your local news coverage and think back to the first maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 months after the full-scale invasion. And I don't know about you, but in my neighborhood, we had almost every day, you know, some coverage about a Ukrainian, you know, supporting event, something. And I know because I was competing with a lot of that coverage, because I was like, oh no, you don't. I'm going to tell a better story featuring this event over here, because I was in the Catholic newspaper and I didn't want them to think that, you know, I mean, I was on this, and I wanted to highlight as much support for Ukraine as possible and get as many voices in there. But over time, people started telling me that I knew, hey, what's going on in Ukraine? Because you seem to be covering it, but I don't see anything coming out of the local news station. And you know, that's unfortunately what happens, not just with Ukraine, sadly, but with a lot of other situations in the world that really deserve. Haiti's another one. I mean, for different reasons. You know, Haiti. I'm not saying that Haiti is a genocide. It's a different situation that deserves its own study. But I have friends who minister there, friends who are from there, and you know, Haiti kind of goes in and off and on the radar here, but it's horrific down there. You know, so these are the things, and it's frustrating because in a perfect world, we would just tell the truth and tell it as densely and richly and as complexly as possible. And, you know, it's very difficult. And so that's why you have to rely on a multiplicity of sources. But I will say here, and I think I can't stress this enough because I know it's been so informative to me and so educational and just so imperative, using Ukrainian-based sources that are in English. I mean, even if you don't speak the language, You know, many of them translate very well in the automatic translating functions, and certainly Ukrainska Pravda in English, Kyiv Post, which, you know, Jason Smart is here all the time. I've been blessed to do a few co-writes for him on a freelance basis with Kyiv Post and looking to do more. You know, Kyiv Independent. Also, even for some of the human rights abuses, you know, the Kharkiv Human Rights Protection Group, Helena Koinash writes, and I think, Heather, you were trying to get her on the space, you know, writes long form, beautifully detailed, you know, up to the minute human rights cases. Felix Corley at Forum 18, who is a human rights journalist focusing specifically on human rights and freedom of belief and conscience, particularly in, you know, Russia, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Crimea. He's been doing this work for years. He's published scholarly papers. I mean, he's fluent in Russian, and he goes directly to. He's not reporting anything really secondhand. I mean, he's engaging directly with, you know, Russian occupation officials. I mean, he gets his information, you know, firsthand as much as possible. So these are other sources. It's not necessarily always journalism, as you mentioned, Brian. You know, ISW, of course. You know, I think it's a multiplicity, but I really do stress the Ukrainian sources. And don't be afraid too to go on to, even if you're not a person of a particular faith inclination or spiritual tradition, things like Religious Information Service of Ukraine, RISU, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church website. A lot of these, they're in English, they're available, but because, you know, religion, this genocide is also playing out along religious lines as Russia tries to destroy communities of faith in Ukraine, ban the church. It's working along those lines. That's coverage that you can get and can, you know, see a particular angle of how that genocide is getting perpetrated through, you know, the religious journalists there. So, and of course, Natalka Chodakova, you know, fantastic journalist for, you know, Radio Free, Radio Liberty. And she's been doing this work a long, long time. She is a Ukrainian national. I mean, definitely when you find those journalists, follow them, you know. And then also organizations like, and I know several people in this space are familiar with it as well, Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv. That is a university that was founded by Archbishop Boris Gludziak, but it has become a major hub. You know, again, even if you're not of a particular faith tradition, don't be intimidated by the fact that it is a Catholic university, because it's a major, major hub for Ukrainian intellectual thought. And I mean Ukrainian intellectual thought across faith traditions, of leadership, of a vision for Ukraine. Archbishop Boris was, you know, he is the son, he's an American-born son of Ukrainian immigrants, but he's lived in Ukraine for 20 years. And he was the founder and, you know, rector of the first president of the university, still is president of the university, was the rector as well. And, you know, he was at the Maidan. I mean, this is something that he has lived. So, and he's a scholar, and he has assembled a team and groups of people around him, academics, intellectuals, business leaders, that have had these ongoing conversations. It's worth even just checking out the website, because a lot of these places have their own news departments, and they're self-reporting on the various initiatives and events. So this is a very, very, very long-winded answer, and more than you probably asked for, Brian, but I'm kind of sharing what, you know, some of the challenges and then some of the solutions in terms of getting the best possible information about Ukraine. And then that's where I've been going to. So,
well, thanks. And that's helpful.
Yeah, and you sort of kind of left yourself out of that. But if you do a Google search for Gina Christian Ukraine, you'll come up with more than a few things. Yeah. So.
Well, thank you. I tried.
Well, you know, I've read a couple of them. I'm linking. And I speak about them on a regular basis, including your article about the youth that went on the pilgrimage this week, which I eagerly anticipated the arrival of, and was so happy to see. Lucien, you got your hand up. We are going to try to wrap up here we were going to try to wrap up in about 20 minutes ago, but we're going to wrap up here as soon as you're done with your hand there, Lucien, and go ahead.
Oh, hey, Prince. Thanks. And thanks, Gina. Actually, you reminded me that I also know Helena Cornash. I met her at the onset of the hostilities at a conference in Kyiv, and um, I feel feels awkward for me to say I knew Anastasia Kushinova, who was the journalist killed in some of the initial events in the Russian invasion, and her husband Sviatoslav Yarosh, who was the youngest member of Ukraine's parliament, very fluent English speaker. He's been very silent, as has uh, my friend Nadia, the aviator, the helicopter pilot, navigator, and I've bumped into Simon Ostrovsky, and I mentioned Pavel Sheremet, but it's such an amazing collection of journalists, and particularly like Helena Cornash. I followed her in depth, and she's so sweet, and she reports on such hard circumstances of people who are captured by the Russians and had terrible things done to them, um, and also I happen to know Gundoz Mamedov, who's kind of an interesting figure. His brother is I think, Armenian, India, or no, not Armenia, Azerbaijan, and he's very well placed, and he's an interesting guy. He knows a lot of things about things, and he worked on the legal issues of the Russians taking over Crimea. For instance, just Russia, just instead of robbing a bank, just taking the bank, its vault, all the contents, just deleting all the loans. And a lot of Russians actually borrowed from Ukrainian banks before the Russian takeover of Crimea. And those loans were all just dissolved unilaterally, like Putin. It's people joked it's like Oprah saying, "Oh, everybody on the audience gets a car," but there was something like that. And there are all these like strange circumstances from this whole event that stretches back an entire over 10 years now. It's amazing, and it's amazing all the different people that like Nadia Savchenko, just like going totally dark after all she went through in so many different directions. And I still haven't heard about her, even through my contacts. Was she on those rescue missions into Mariupol, the helicopters that flew low? I thought I caught sight of her, but she is just totally gone dark in the media. I mean, I just haven't heard anything about her at all. And I do have people who know her sister, but I just haven't. It's amazing that people can vanish, be on the front pages of international news, and then just be gone. And this is a very strange conflict in that context. And thanks for the chance to speak. Good night.
Thanks, Lucian. All right, and I will get back in touch with Hala. She needed a couple of weeks to see what else might be going on. And we are going to wrap up, Gina. So I'm going to give you your opportunity for your mic drop moment, and then Nancy and I will take it until Mockers comes to replace Nancy. Yeah. So go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, well, real quick, I was going to say, I'm wondering if in all of this, we could maybe, if we don't have one, put together a list of kind of the go-to media sources, some of what we were just talking about, and do it in a convenient format, then throw it in the thread if we don't already have that. If you kind of need to check for a good, update of what's going on, here are your top 10 sources. Cycle through these, and at least you'll get a decent idea on a regular basis of what's happening, what the status is right now in Ukraine. Just wanted to throw that out there while it was fresh in my mind. And Lucienne, I'm praying for this woman who's gone dark. That's never a good thing to hear. So, and I'm sorry, was it Natalka? Did you say?
It was
None.
Nadia Savchenko. She was referenced as the Joan of Arc of Ukraine. I met her about 3 weeks before she was captured by the Russians.
Okay. Yeah.
In at a hotel, the old Intourist hotel at the Liva Berezhna metro stop there, at just a couple stops out of Arsenalna. And I definitely met her, and she mentioned she had been in. Nadia Savchenko had fought in the Coalition of the Willing in Iraq, and she had been kind of mistreated in the Ukrainian military, but she became an accomplished helicopter navigator pilot, and she was captured in the early engagements in eastern Ukraine and taken into Russia and put on trial, and she nearly starved herself to death, but she was brought out on a prisoner swap and flown in on the presidential plane, and then she walked barefoot off the presidential plane and sort of disdained Yulia Tymoshenko, and she's always had this reputation as being kind of a crazy lady. And then there was this thing where she was alleged to have planned to blow up the Ukrainian parliament. She was working on the POW swaps, and she was claimed that it was hyperbole or something, and so they let her off, but then after that she just vanished. So that's the Nadia Savchenko story. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So, well, no, and thank you all. It's always an honor to spend this time with you and to learn and to exchange ideas and above all to support Ukraine and support humanity in the process, support humanity and end genocide and create a world where we can truly say never again and mean it, and that our children and our children's children are not left with this legacy of blood that we have just not fully confronted and fully committed to ending. So as always, I just thank the people of Ukraine, some of whom I was honored to be with tonight at the prayer service for the missing children of Ukraine, and just very, very grateful for the courage and the witness and for their patience with me as I try to, in my very small way, tell some of their story to keep awareness of alive of, spread awareness of the horrors that they are enduring and the justice that they are due. So thank you all so much. And Prince and Nancy, as I said, thanks as always for letting me join you folks. And Prince, thanks for not tossing me out of the space tonight. That was like the trap door last week.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I had to get that in there. You know that.
Yes.
So,
yes, I do.
yeah,
Okay.
but
You'll get yourself
thank
some
you
rest.
all. I shall indeed. Thank you all so much. And Slava Isusu Christu and Slava Ukraini.
Slava Naviki and Heroam Slava.
Herom Slava.
Have a good night, Gina. Get some rest. And we will see you next week. And Nancy and I, we've talked a little bit about what we wanted to do next week. And I know we didn't talk about the prisoner exchange today. That's actually something that we want to talk about next week. There's some additional information from the Helsinki. Actually, you know what, Nancy? You can just say what is the additional information that you thought you might want to go through. I am getting buggy here.
Yeah, what we I sat through it. I need to listen to it again because it was very impactful. But yesterday, the U.S. Helsinki Commission had a briefing with the 3 of the individuals who were associated with the United Nations quarterly reports that we review. And this most recent one that they did in April was also based off of was also based off of the emphasis of individuals, civilians, who are held by Russians and detained. Illegal detention of civilians was a key part of their most recent quarterly report. And it was very compelling information. And noting that there were civilians also in this prisoner exchange, quote unquote, we felt that it was important and timely to go into a bit deeper dive of that report, of the testimony that was provided in the hearing of the Helsinki Commission, and to talk more specific, in greater detail about the prisoner exchanges that have occurred this week after being months since the last one. And also because returning all of our people is one of the 10 items on President Zelensky's peace plan that will be discussed at the mid-June conference. We felt it was important to kind of bring that to the surface and focus our next session in that arena.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And yeah, we had a great conversation tonight, and I'm really, really thankful for that. And I always appreciate Gina and everything she brings to the space when she joins us on understanding genocide. We started out rather organically with, "Hey, Heather." It was Nancy. "Hey, Heather, why don't we do this? We'll cover this one report." And here we are. And that was in August, and here we are in June, basically. In June. For Mockers, it's June. For Ukraine, it's June. So I'm going to say it's June 1st. And for Nancy, it's June.
It's June here too.
I'm the one stuck back in May.
Yeah, June is busting out all over.
Yeah, June is busting out all over. But what I am going to say is I am going to have to recycle after Mockers gets into the co-host seat. I need to restart and recycle and restart or whatever. Welcome to Gay Pride Month, because that's just what you're supposed to say. Also, welcome to the month of many birthdays from the MriyaReport. I don't know who all's going to say what their age is, but I can guarantee you that you are going to have to donate a specific amount of money one day this month in my honor, because that's what happens when people have birthdays. I expect donations to happen, and I have warned some. I've been warning y'all already for a little while. And Mockers did it for her 2 years in a row. I did it for mine last year, but I can guarantee you there's been a little bit of rise in the price. It's not going to be 55 for 55. It's going to be 56 for 56. So save your pennies and your dollars and whatever. So anyway, I think Nancy might have just dropped. And there we go. Good morning, Marcus. Or not. Oh, there she was in transition. Not
Yep,
that
sorry
kind of
about that.
transition. It's okay. I need to make sure she can speak before I go and recycle. Speak to me, Marcus. Speak to me. Good morning.
I can now. Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
you called upon me just as I hit accept co-host. And I was like, yeah, that's not going to work.
Yeah, I figured that out. So, all right. I will be right back. I am going to recycle and reboot or reboot and recycle, and I will be back.
Okie doke. Well, I guess that's me just thrown in. Well, it's a good job I've got a coffee in my hand, isn't it? Crikey. What you know that coffee just went down the wrong way. First sip of the morning, I've tried to kill myself with it. Right.
Oh no, don't do that.
Yeah, let's do this again. Okay, I've swallowed properly now. Right. Make up your own jokes. So I was going to pop in and just say, crikey, Ukraine's been busy, but Ukraine's infrastructure has been attacked again overnight. Guess what? Energy infrastructure. I'm surprised they've got much left. You know what? It's absolutely incredible that we've sent this stuff to Kharkiv, because at least we know those people that we've sent these generators to aren't without power. So let me see. 1st of June, Russia thought they would attack energy facilities in 5 regions. Energy facilities in Zaporizhia, Dnipropetrovsk, Donetsk, Kirovgrad, and Ivano-Frankivsk regions were damaged. The consequences are being clarified. A fire did start at one of the facilities. There have been no casualties, however. That's just something that Russia usually says, but apparently, no casualties. Because I suppose they went after these energy facilities, at least there are no civilian casualties, because, civilians, they tend to live in houses. So, the ones that Russia bombs on a different day. So, yeah, I just find this, yeah, that's what I feel about it. Every day, every damn day. And it's not getting any better, is it? I mean, Russia yesterday, there was some, right. So let me start again. Yesterday, there was some great news that came out. Loads of good news. So what did Russia do in response to all that good news? Of course, had a tantrum. And we know they were going to do this anyway, if you get me. But now they'll be able to say, oh, no, it was entirely your fault because, right? And I've been in a relationship like this, where the other person, mentally and physically abuses you and then says it's entirely your fault. Well, it's your fault because. It's your fault because you wore that top I don't like. It's your fault because you didn't make the tea fast enough. It's your fault because you left that on the table when you should have put it away. That's why you no longer have a table. Things like that. And this is what it is. It's like that controlling, gaslighting, abusive ex-boyfriend. It's exactly like it. With one hand, we give you something. Here, have 75 prisoners of war who we treated extremely badly, by the way. And with the other hand, have no electricity. Yeah, absolute efforting effers. Excuse me. And so, yeah, this is why I like to sort of focus on Russia is falling apart, and the faster they do so, the better, because, damn it. It's just, yeah. There's no fucking excuses for the way they behave, but they seem to think that, yeah, they can behave like that anyway. This is funny. Okay, I have to send Prince this in the background because it's not really related to anything else, but still funny. There you go, we can have that. Right. So I'm annoyed a little bit because no matter what happens, no matter what good news comes out, Russia likes to ruin it all with their daily murder theatre, I believe it's been called by one of the ladies in Ukraine. So, for those who overslept, or me, let's catch up. They started with a UAV attack at around 2:30 in the morning. Tu-95 rockets were launched. There were also Calibers launched. The rocket attack lasted for more than 3 hours. More than 7 Shahed drones were shot down. The Russians as before, aimed at critical infrastructure. This is being confirmed.
Marcus,
Yaha.
I just read the Air Force report. Would you like to read that?
In 2 ticks.
Okay.
So let me just go through this. Lviv region, the main attack was on Stryi of both Shahed and rockets. There was also explosions noted in Lviv. Zaporizhia, they used ballistics and not only. So that suggests that there were also Shahed drones. Vinnytsia region, due to the fall of UAV debris, a fire at a critical infrastructure facility. Explosions were heard in Zaporizhia and Zakarpattia regions, Kiev region, Klemensky region, Dnipropetrovsk, Vinnytsia, Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv region, Kharkiv region. In this case, rockets again flew very close to the borders, this time with Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary, who monitored, of course. So now, by all means, tell me the Air Force report.
Alrighty. I no longer have a sticky mic, which makes me very happy. Sticky mic is a jerk. Yeah. All right. 35 missiles and 46 attack UAVs were shot down on the night of June 1st. The Russian occupiers launched a powerful missile aircraft strike against critical infrastructure facilities in various regions of Ukraine using air, sea, and land-based missiles, as well as Shahed-type attack UAVs. In total, the enemy launched 53 missiles of various types and 47 strike UAVs. 35 X-101, X-555 cruise missiles from Tu-95s. Looks like those were all taken down. 4 Iskander-M ballistic missiles from Crimea, 1 Iskander-K from Crimea, 10 caliber cruise missiles from the northeastern part of the Black Sea, 3 KH-59-69 guided air missiles from airspace of the occupied territories of Zaporizhia region, and 47 strike UAV Shahed 136, yada, yada, yada. You know what kind those are. Fighter aircraft, anti-aircraft missile units of the Air Force, mobile fire groups, and means of radio-electronic warfare of the Defense Forces of Ukraine were involved in repelling the enemy's air attack. As a result of anti-aircraft combat, 81 targets were shot down. 30 KH-101 555 cruise missiles, 4 caliber cruise missiles, 1 Iskander-K missile, 46 attack UAVs of the Shahed type. Russian terrorists do not abandon their intentions to destroy the fuel and energy sector of the state. The Air Force and Defense Forces of Ukraine are doing everything possible to prevent the enemy from achieving its goals on every part of the front. Thanks to all the anti-aircraft defense units that repelled the rocket attack tonight, let's stay together to victory. Do Prehemora! And that, of course, is from the commander of the Air Force. And what I would like to say is, yes, Ukraine is doing absolutely everything it can with the resources that it has. Problem being, they need more air defense. Problem being, they need to be able to attack these sites where these are coming from with Western provided munitions. And that may help some of these situations. There may be a couple of these where they could have taken out, for example, things on Crimea, they may be able to take out. But there's a lot to it. And if you don't have the missiles in order to do that, then you got a little bit of a problem going on there, don't you? So I'm trying not to swear and I'm trying to be polite, but I'm a little bit angry because it doesn't have to be like this. Well, number one, it doesn't have to be like this. Russia could just pack up and go home. Number two, it doesn't have to be like this. We could provide them with what they need and the permission to shoot where they need to shoot. I know it's better than it was, but there is room for improvement there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now then, one of the things that we're all quite excited about, apparently, is Ukraine will be allowed to defend themselves. I know it seems like a revelation, doesn't it, that we were so stupid we stopped them from being able to defend themselves. What a bunch of idiots we are. Honestly, this could have been done 12 months ago if we'd stopped just putting restrictions on these people. Jesus wept for all of us. So I tried to make that into not a swear, if you know what I mean.
You did a good
So, yeah,
job. In fact, you did a good job of that. In fact, I thought about I wrote that down as an alternative that I need to keep in mind. Thank you.
Exactly. We all need the tears. So, let's just have a little quick check of what happened here. So, US expects the first counterattacks with American weapons to begin within hours. Well, obvs, because they've been desperately needing to do this 12 months ago. So, yeah, you give them a chance to get off that leash and they're going to take that opportunity. I'm not being funny. Don't be proud of that. That's something you should not be proud of. 75 Ukrainians, however, have been returned from captivity, and that is an extremely good piece of news. Alive, but not well, unfortunately. And there's some really sad stories, and, well, I say stories, not stories. There's some really sad tales of actual what's happened to them. And 2 years in captivity. Some of these people, Prince, were from Chernobyl.
Yeah, I saw that.
800 days in captivity. Just, yeah.
And from MriyaReport, from Azovstal.
Yes. At least one of those ladies was from Azovstal.
Yes.
Yes.
And well, she wasn't even in the military.
No, exactly. Now, I don't know about you, but I have no patience for trolls today. None at all.
Nope.
So
Nope.
I know we've got one particular person who keeps changing their account and requesting, but the problem is you're dead obvious. You're dead obvious. So stop it, because I'm just going to throw you out on every account if you keep it up, because you've been doing it for days now. And I just don't have any time for any of that nonsense anymore. You want to play this game? I ain't playing. Okay? So there we go. They're probably about 12. That's why they find it funny. I suggest they need to find a different hobby, because, yeah, I ain't going to play anymore. Now then, what else? Oh, there was a little bit of news yesterday out of America. Yeah, that's right. There was a court case. I don't know. Anyway,
America?
that
You
was
talking
news.
about America?
America.
Is it the red,
Talking
white,
about
and blue?
America. You Americans, yeah.
America.
Heck yeah. Sorry, I needed a gun to say that properly, but you know what I mean. So that was news as well. And that news took over the world yesterday. But I did note something, that in a number of publications, a certain word has been dropped and replaced with Mr. And I thought that was funny.
I had that sent to me. Yes, I did. I heard that. I believe I don't know. I haven't tracked it. I didn't notice that, but that was sent to me from an Asian country.
Yes, exactly. And it just goes to show, doesn't it, that it does make a difference. Because, yeah, if the media suddenly starts calling you Mr. After calling you something else, I just think that that's a sign, is it not? Anyway, less of that. SBU drones destroyed a Nebo, whatever that is, SVU radar in Crimea. Oh, of course, it's that big radar that was on the back of a truck. Like it looks like it opens up sort of like a great big radar dish shape, but it's all in like, you know, like some sort of structure, like a Meccano set. Yes. So it looks like they've tacked a big Meccano set onto the back of a truck. And one thing about this radar is, as with Patriot systems, right, it doesn't operate by itself. No, it has a battery of stuff that comes with it. And some of that has also been destroyed. Now, what about this? A ferry crossing point and oil terminal, the port of Kafkals. Now, after looking at the satellite images and a number of other images that have come out of there, that's where they transport their rail cars. You know, the stuff that's too heavy to go over the Kerch Bridge. And this is apparently how they used to transport them before the Kerch Bridge was built. They have these, what they're called, rail ferries. And one of the main jobs of the rail ferries is to ferry across the rail cars, believe it or not. I know, shocking. And 2 of those have been damaged, heavily damaged, I would say. Now, even though all the side has fallen off one, and you can quite clearly see like the whole side of it just sort of fell off, that's repairable. Because it's not sunk, taken in water, because it was all above the waterline, that major damage, it's savable. Quite, yeah, because it's a civilian vessel as well. Probably doesn't have to be sort of up to the same rigors and standards as a military ship. Also, who cares? This is Russia. Come on, we'll just tack something onto it, won't we? But yeah, they will be able to repair that, and it is probably the job of a month or 2. But in the meantime, they haven't got that facility. I don't know how many of these rail ferries they had, but 2 less means 2 less crossings. A lot. So I'm pleased with that. And I would say that that is actually a hit which is much more important than people might think. Taking out this logistics facility means that they are cutting off logistics to Crimea. They don't have to take out the bridge because there's not a great deal of heavy equipment coming over the bridge. In fact, it is being used mostly for civilian passage because of the fact that the armed forces of Ukraine have weakened the bridge, and it is just not up to carrying the same weight over the train line as it used to. So that was permanently damaged when the Kerch Bridge was properly hit the last time. And well, you know how it is. I suppose if they weren't at war, they might have some friends who could come and help them fix it, but nobody's helping them fix it. Nobody cares for poor Russia. Never mind. Never mind. They'll figure it out. So then we had, and when I heard this, right, I nearly fell over, I'll be honest. I was like, pardon, what? A German, that's right, Germany officially came out and said, okay, Ukraine can strike the bordering Kharkiv regions with German-delivered weapons. Now, I don't know who had his arm up his back at the time, but these were the big players, right? That Germany and America. A lot of stuff is German and American because you know what? They make good weapons. They make good ammunition. They've got facilities. Their industrial base is strong. Well, Germany keep doing silly things to try and ruin theirs, but certainly America, stepping up with the production. So yes, there's an awful lot of German and American stuff, and it's great for all the other countries to say, no, you can use our stuff, but if our stuff is being fired from an American system, things get complicated, you know. and it got complicated. So, new policies. Thank goodness gracious me for these. And excuse me, I'm going to burp. Told you. Sorry, I forgot to mute myself.
And I'm surprised
never mind.
why.
Not at all. No, that wasn't me. I've got a frog in my pocket. Anyway, this new policy means that Ukraine can use artillery, the shorter range rockets from HIMARS launchers. So we're talking about GIMLRS, that sort of range. Don't think they've given any sort of agreement on use of ATACMS inside Russia. But you know what? I don't know if you've noticed, but Ukraine can already hit long range within Russia. They need to be able to hit them at a shorter range. So this, I think, is well, change of policy. Again, I don't understand why it was even in place in the first place. This escalation nonsense has got to stop. I mean, honestly, I feel like we should go, actually, let's go escalate, right? Ourselves, right? Let's do it. Let us give them an absolutely overwhelming response. I mean, just boom, flatten them. You know, like a cat does with a little insect. They'll sort of bat it around for a while, and then when they're done with it, bang, it's dead, right? And that's kind of how I feel that we should kind of treat Russia. At this point, we've played with them. And all this playing around has just got an awful lot of people killed, as far as I'm concerned. And we should react with just an overwhelming, ridiculous reaction. Every Russian, get out of Ukraine right now. Otherwise, we're going to provide air support and Ukraine will be able to kick your asses because we'll be there with all the air support and we'll give them every weapon we can possibly think of, including new stuff, which we've just found. So, you know, I really think when they say proportional responses and escalation and all of this, no, punch them really, really, really hard and then say, sorry, you got something to say? Is there, would you like more? And I tell you what, all the other bullies in the world as well would find that their nuts would shrink too. Who was first, Prince? Because I was having a little soapbox moment.
Chris.
Go ahead, Chris. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh God, Mockers, you're still pretty feisty, but I'm worried. Is it okay if I speak?
Yeah, sure. It's the weekend. It's the weekend. It's fine. No, I'm just, you know, it's a bit daft, isn't it? It's a bit daft. As far as I'm concerned, we should say, right, that's it. We've had enough. Here's our line and we've crossed it. So now have that. And you got anything more to say? Come and have a little word, but you best be polite.
No, I do agree. I'm glad you confirmed that Germany thing because I saw that like just about when I went to bed last night. And I went, "What? Really?" So this is all getting a bit mad, and that. And then, but the other thing, I just thought I'd let you know that I went down that rail ferry track last night as well, just before I went to bed, and I read somewhere that they've got 3 of them in the Black Sea, Mockers. So I don't know how accurate that is, but anyway, that's what I read somewhere. So yeah, I was very pleased about that. In fact, I was copying Will on pictures of those, and Peter Heatherly. I thought he would like that. Rail ferries, very exciting for a rail. I bet he knows something about them, Mockers.
Oh, he loves anything to do with trains. Yes, a proper train guy.
Exactly. He would have been able to throw some light on, but yeah, I didn't get that info until very late on. So anyway, just thought I'd let you know.
Danke schön. Jenny, my lovely, go ahead.
Good morning, good morning. So are we finally writing at dawn to kick ass and take numbers? Is that what we're doing, Mockers? Because I'm tired of this bullshit too.
Me and you?
Yeah. Well, the men aren't doing it, are they?
Yeah, that's true, actually, Jenny. That's true. Me and you, okay, yeah, we'll get on down to the, I don't know, to NATO or something. We'll go down to NATO headquarters, me and you,
Mhm.
and we'll just go and have a good word with them because, yeah, I'm right. We ride at dawn. We should. Let's go smack them in the face really hard
Mhm.
and then ask them, I'm sorry, did you say something?
Yeah. Ask them if they're gagging much, considering that they are kowtowing to, you know, being afraid. I don't understand, like, why they are so afraid. I learned something today that I didn't know. Apparently, Charles XII, who was the guy that went up against Russia and wasn't stopped until he got to Poltava, he sent a communique to his ambassador that he left in Ukraine saying, we need to stop Russia. We cannot allow the Ukrainians to be under the rule of the Tsar. That was it. That was his whole thing. And he was mortally wounded because he went up against the Tsar. But he was nursed back to health. And then he kicked the Russians out of Poland. This is why they don't like Sweden. We have not liked them ever. Anyways, thanks.
I love that. History of kicking Russians in the face. Yes, that's the best kind of history to have. Chris?
I knew it'd get round to a men thing soon. I was afraid of that, but Jenny. And anyway, always remember that the Varangian Guard were based in Crimea. Jenny, isn't that right? They'll be back there soon. That's the plan.
So the Varangian Guard was a elite force of Viking soldiers out of the area where I live. And they probably put up a base near Crimea because they went to Ukraine. And the Vikings, and I can't for my life remember now if it was the Cossacks or the Tartars that founded Kievan Rus. And Rus in ancient Norse means rowers, somebody who rows. So apparently they must have been, seafaring people on the rivers. And today's Russians in ancient Swedish, we call them Sarker and Sarkland. That was today's Russia, and that means night dress. Just saying. One of them were rowers and apparently peaceful people. The other one ran around in night dresses, kind of like the smock that Kirill is wearing, that black long night dress looking thing. That is today's history lesson. You're welcome.
So they were either peaceful fishermen or nutters. Well, that tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it? Chris, go ahead.
I daren't say this, but the Celts were also in the Varangian Guard as well, and I've researched this very carefully now, Jenny. They had red hair, a ruby in their left ear, and dragons on their coats. Apparently, is that right?
It wouldn't shock me. They had a lot of symbols, and there's no Yamungunder. He was a snake. He wasn't a dragon. Never mind.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad we've sorted that out. Thank you today for the history lesson. Lovely. So let's have a wee bit more news. Because Poland is currently arranging their 45th package of aid for Ukraine. The Netherlands came out and said there will be no boundaries to the use of any aviation that they hand over to Ukraine. They're like, excuse me, what? Boundaries? This is an aircraft. You can't put an aircraft in a cage. Shut up. So that was basically their answer. there are no boundaries to the use of aviation for self-defense. And I like that answer because that sort of shames those who might be being a bit silly about this. I mean, you know, you can only use them within your own airspace. Well, fine, yeah, you're not going to be flying all over Europe, are you? But they're not going to do an awful lot of flying over Russia anyway, because, well, longer range weapons for a start, but also they don't want to lose pilots inside Russia. Not really. So I would imagine that they would be, you know, doing what Russia does, standing off and using their weapons in a standoff position. That protects your aircraft a lot more, believe it or not, yes. But it, yeah, it just means to me that Ukraine are then left with the question, well, can we do this? Are we allowed to do that? What happens if this happens? Seriously, take away all this ridiculousness. Would you do it to yourselves? Would you say to your own army, well, you can only hit the enemy when they're stood right in your face. You're only allowed to, fight back when they're actually punching you. You wouldn't, would you? I am a bit spicy today, aren't I? Wow. Yeah, a bit spicy. Peter, I saw you pop up. Did you come up to talk about rail ferries? I've now caught him unawares. Well, okay. Maybe you did come up to talk about rail ferries, but not now.
I came up because
Yellow.
Mr. Chris Windley said my name in connection with train ferries. So why do people call it a train station when it's really a railway station? They call a rail ferry when it's really a train ferry. But anyway, never mind. Let's ignore those semantics. Anyway, yes, a train ferry is a ferry which can take trains, and that is how. Well, there was a connection originally before they built the Kerch Bridge. How they got stuff across there, but in the old days, not a lot went across there because one was Russia and one was Ukraine, and they didn't really need to send stuff from Russia to Ukraine because Crimea was supplied from Ukraine. Then everything changed. They invaded and built this ridiculous bridge, and which they now can't really use properly. So they've gone back to using the train ferries. I have actually been to Kavkaz. Went there in the mid-90s, a couple of times actually. And just the end it was the end of a little branch line. Now they've electrified. They haven't electrified that bit, but they've sort of now more of a main line. And Port Kavkaz itself is directly opposite Kerch. You can see Kerch about a mile away across the water. And in those days, it was very much a backwater, but not so much now. Anyway, the port is not actually where the rail bridge crosses, because the rail line which goes over the bridge goes about a mile or two, a few kilometers before it gets to Port Kavkaz. It goes south, and it takes a more southerly alignment than Port Kavkaz. But the Port Kavkaz, as you say, is where the traffic has been diverted through to take a train ferry. And the problem with the train ferries is that they just massively restrict capacity, because if you have to shunt every train, split every train and shunt it onto a ferry and then take it across and then unload it the other side, I mean, that takes a long time. And the number of I don't know how big these train ferries are or how many tracks they've got, because you can have train ferries with just 2 tracks or with 4 tracks or whatever. It's just a logistical sort of a bottleneck. And meanwhile, you've got trains building up at the port where they're a very good potential target. So so if they've lost 2 of the train ferries, I've no idea how many train ferries they have there. Probably not that many, because they wouldn't have had them or many in the Black Sea, and they sort of would draft them in from somewhere else, or they may have converted them from normal ferries. But To lose two again, how quickly they can get them back in service, who knows? But hopefully they might get hit again. Anyway, that's a little bit about train ferries. If anybody wants to ask me anything else, I'll do my best to answer.
Yeah, I did note that they're probably going to be able to repair those things within about a month or so, which is unfortunate. But yeah, they're not the same sort of level as repair as a military vessel. They are going to have to probably relay, you know, the part that the train sits on, so the actual deck of the ship. And you know what? They're going to have to pop the side back on it. But once those things are done, there's not massive amounts of damage left. So the ship can probably be repaired. But it will take them a while. And of course, every time there's a slowdown, every time there's a gap in their logistics that they have to plug, then this is another problem for them.
And if they have to repair them, they might have to repair them in a shipyard or in a dry dock. So guess what might happen there?
Well, yes, you're absolutely right. Those dry docks, they are a bit of an immovable object, aren't they? And having all this fixed infrastructure, it's not really doing the Russians an awful lot of good now they've started a war.
Yeah, they might get bonked again.
Well, let's hope Russia have a whole bunch of bonking sticks. RDL, I've just looked at the graphic for last night. So let's have a look. As a result, 81 air targets were shot down. Jeepers. 30 cruise missiles of the KH-101-555. 4 cruise missiles of the caliber. 1 Iskander. 46 strike UAVs of the Shahed type. Bloody hell. Look at that graphic.
Didn't I just say that?
I know, but I hadn't seen the graphic, and you know what? That made it more real to me, if you know what I mean. When I saw that, I was just like, wow. That, you know, you just don't see that stuff, do you? Meow. Yes, I know. Sorry, I'm being harassed. Purrs and everything. Right. So, yeah, it's all right. I love you. Yeah. So, where was I? I've got a few things. I hadn't quite finished with my headlines because there are a few more headlines. Yes. So, Norway supports Russia's right to strike anywhere in Russia with Western weapons because Norway is based. And they said so yesterday. So there has been a several-day operation, which I think we've noticed, destroying logistics that ensure the southern group of forces are under more pressure. Now, they've not just hit targets in Crimea. No, they've been hitting targets in neighbouring oblasts in Russia as well. And purely because they want to try and destroy all the logistics heading towards the southern group of forces. And this is what they're doing. In fact, the southern group of forces are already complaining that they're short on fuel and a few other things. So how awful. So just watch that area, because those guys are going to find themselves in dire straits quite soon with regards to supply. So Stoltenberg came out and said the UK provided Storm Shadow missiles for a long, long time without any restrictions, which suggests, again, what was said yesterday that was it the day before? I don't know. It's been going on for a few days, this discussion, that Storm Shadow have already been used inside Russia at Russian military targets. And look, let me just check. Yeah, no, not been nuked. Here we are in the UK. We've not been nuked. I think that is proof enough. that Russia talks a load of twaddle. That's the word, twaddle. Now, I've got some numbers coming up, folks, and you all have to do some retweeting for me because, you know how it is. I've even got a record. Now, when I say that, there was a catch-up period in March, and that day is higher, but that was a catch-up day, and it was sort of like a big squidge of what had happened over a number of days. So I'm going to say today we have a record. So, folks, you need to, do the business. Do the business. Yeah, get with the retweeting because otherwise I'll just hold them a little bit longer. So, China has confirmed it won't be attending the peace conference in Switzerland. What can you do, eh? Now, apparently, the Vatican has made a statement that they are afraid of uncontrolled escalation if Ukraine strikes Russia with Western weapons. Sorry, dude, step back to what I just said a few minutes ago. Ukraine has already struck Russia a number of times with Western-made weapons. And guess what? No nukes are flying. No World War III is actually on hot right now. Calm the chuff down and stop supporting Russia, you absolute Belmers. Right, okay. There's another word from my childhood. Belmer. I don't know. My brother made it up, I think. So, Baltic nation is prepared to send military instructors to Ukraine. Well, a number of nations have actually said this, that they're looking more and more willing of sending instructors to Ukraine. Poland, in the unique position of being right next door, have basically said, well, we're training people in country right here, and we're going to carry on doing that because we've got everything set up and it kind of it works out okay, actually. And I think, Poland, fair enough. That's what they're doing right now, and that's working out. It's not exactly as though they're massively far away, but they are protected within Russia, from Russia, within Poland's borders. So Poland have said, actually, what we're doing right now just works. So we're not going to send instructors into Ukraine because we've got them literally here just over the border. Doesn't make much of a difference to them. So fair enough. But I think, there are already international instructors and observers and a few people who, have volunteered within Ukraine right now. It's just that we don't point fingers at them and go, look, because you know what, Russia will just try and bomb somewhere and say, we attacked those forces, those French mercenaries or NATO officials. It's amazing how they attack so many NATO officials and kill all these NATO bases, yet nobody in NATO has reported anybody missing. I know, it's weird, isn't it? So anyway, Ukraine and Sweden signed an agreement on security guarantees yesterday. In fact, not just one, but three. They signed security agreements with also Norway and Iceland. So I tell you what, that Zelensky is a busy old chap at the moment. And there was a note that he's on his way to other places today. I'll bring that up in a minute when I get a chance. So Will, I think, will be happy with this, that Australia are sending 20 million to Ukraine ahead of the country's next winter to assist with fuel and energy purchases. Australia could do a lot more, but we have to not look a gift horse in the mouth, do we? So thank you. The maximum distance to strike the territory of Russia with available German weapons will be no more than 40 kilometers. Well, yeah, that's fair enough because Germany haven't given any longer range weapons. So, what? That doesn't, it's just a statement. So we came to the conclusion This is Poland. Oh, this is what I was saying about training in Poland, that it's safer and more efficient to continue training in Poland. Any Ukrainian units. Yes, that's fair enough. And Blinken came out himself and officially confirmed that Biden had given permission for Ukraine to strike military facilities on the territory of Russia near Kharkiv with US weapons. Now, one of the things they did say, which I think is terribly silly, is that they can strike aircraft and, any sorts of gatherings of troops and ammunition and concentrations of vehicles and weapons and all that sort of stuff that is over the border that would be being turned towards Ukraine. You see, for the past God knows how long, Russia have set up all these logistics quite close to the border. And of course, they've been sitting pretty in their bubble, their protective bubble there. And so what they've done is they've taken real advantage of that, thinking that nothing would change. And of course, things do change. We are in a world of change. And you know what? Sometimes people don't like change, but I kind of do. It's refreshing. And so now Russia have to rethink their entire logistics situation in Belgorod, because everything they've put there, they've put far too close now. And I can see them probably abandoning their current efforts and starting to move stuff quick, fast. Now, maybe they will, maybe they won't. But either way, they're going to get their butts kicked. They really are. Now, I've got all sorts of things, but I think I might do as the numbers shortly because, oh, hello. I've got a story about tigers as well. I never finished Prune's list yesterday, and one of Prune's lists, one of the items on Prune's list was something to do with a tiger. So we'll look into the tiger story in a minute, but I can't really hold up any longer because I'm quite excited about these numbers. I'm expecting as well these numbers not to get lower for some time. Why? Well, because gloves are off. It's time to target all those logistics, all those S-300 systems that are situated in Belgorod that are firing on Kharkiv. Those aircraft. I wonder how many cab bombs will be dropped today, considering that from now on those aircraft are prime targets. Wonder how many they'll drop on Belgorod, trying to stay out of reach. We'll see. So, the scores on the doors for today, the 1st of June. Gosh, this year is just zooming past. Sorry, I'm just lamenting the loss of my childhood. So, 1,130 liquidated personnel. Still a very high average up there, isn't it? Crikey. 12 tanks. 12 armoured personnel vehicles. It's very much of a muchness, that, isn't it? 12 of each. 44 artillery systems. See, that's important. Oh, that's so important to take out these artillery systems. Now, obviously, overnight was quite spicy, but prior to that, 30 UAVs shot down and just 1 cruise missile during the day. Now, here we go. And not only is there a record, but there is also a milestone. So, 101, yes, that's right, 101 vehicles and fuel tanks. More than 100? More than 100? I used to get excited when that was like 15. 101. And also, because of such a gargantuan effort, we're over 18,000 vehicles and fuel tanks now. So there ain't like nothing like, going out with a bang, making that milestone with a massive effort. What the chuff? That tells me that Ukraine yesterday hit concentrations of vehicles, because that's the only way that you could end up with those numbers, unless they're just streaming in now in little desert crosses. Golf carts are plenty.
So,
but yeah,
you agree with my supposition that the March 16th, 2022 number is an anomaly where they were catching up?
yeah, because that sort of period, there's a few like that, aren't there, where they've had catch-up day.
Yep, that's sort of what I thought when I went and looked for it. When I went looking through all the numbers, trying to figure out if it was a record, I saw that and I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute, got to check that out."
What you've also got to remember is, around that time they had massive columns, didn't they, to count?
This is true.
So, I would imagine that you couldn't guarantee whether it was yesterday or this morning that it had been taken out, because, well, there was a tad bit of chaos at the time. So, I think, yeah, it was just a catch-up day, that. And since then, I would say this is an official record. So
Yeah, the previous one was
excellent.
like 93, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they've been up there before, but 101, I'm just kind of chuffed that they're into triple figures there. It's almost like trolling by itself, really, isn't it? And 17, again, very high amount of special equipment. Still in the wrong colour. No, can't look at that anymore. It's just done me annoying. So I'm going to mention that all the time, by the way, because I'm really, really mad about it. No, I'm so sorry. It's one of the things. Right. My dad used to have a newsagent's when I was a kiddo, and I had this thing about stationery and things just being just so. And now I'm a bit the same with like computerized graphics as well. So I'm just catching up, collecting a few things. Oh my goodness. Prince, a lady, has received a Mother Heroine Award in Russia because she's got more than 10 children.
Oh, who's that?
Well, this lady, she's got 14 kids. And she was awarded a Presidential Medal of the Mother Heroine. She is called Olga Verpaskovskaya from the Tiva region.
I have a question.
She's been awarded. Go on.
Why doesn't Maria Lvova have one, or does she?
Oh, well, she adopted all her kids. It's not the same.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Gotcha.
I think you've got to be responsible for their production. But this woman knows the rules of surviving Russia, does she not? In fact, a double of Putin met her, shook her hand, and even gave her a glass of champagne. But she did not drink it. It was wise choice. I was confused. I didn't know what to say, and the president handed me his own glass. She told the journalist she did not drink from the presidential glass. The mother of many children never drank alcohol, and on this day, she was excited and a little tired, so she never drank the champagne, but she was indeed impressed by the president's attention. Yeah, I'm not being funny, love. He walked up and shook you by the hand, or at least touched you. That's not the president. I've got to say, right, whoever this guy is who's holding her hand, he was not in any way trained how to shake somebody's hand. Let me just retweet this picture, and you can see what I mean. She's got her hand out as though she's shaking it, and he's just kind of like grabbed it. Yeah, that's
But
enough.
isn't that the way that you're supposed to shake the hand of a lady? I cannot tell you something. I got to tell you something. I grew up
Well,
in an environment where a handshake was a handshake. And if you did not know how to shake hands appropriately, you ended up with a bruised hand. Because especially when you went to church camp and saw all the uncles, okay, they weren't really uncles, but they might as well have been. Family of 16 kids, most of them boys. And I tell you what, you go and you shake their hands, you better be prepared with a very, very strong grip. Otherwise, your hand may break. So I got very, very accustomed to very, very strong handshakes. Dude, he's doing it wrong.
he is, isn't he? Sort of like just mincingly grabbed her fingers there. But I love the fact that she didn't drink the champagne because, you've got to be careful in Russia these days. Just never know what might be in your food. So, yeah, she knows exactly how to survive. The president hands you a glass of champagne and you say, thank you very much, and hold it. Wait, what's this? Oh my goodness. Right, I've got to tell you about this, by the way, Prince, because this is just amazing. Did you know that they are actually they have a tournament for rock, paper, scissors?
Not rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock?
No, just the first three.
Well,
but yes, they have a tournament.
Spock, rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock is a much better game.
Oh, it absolutely is. You're right. But the championships of rock, paper, scissors will be held in Moscow. Do you think they're a bit upset that they don't have a lot of sporting activities to show off? Anyway, the absolute winner will receive a champion belt. I know, that's a step too far, don't you think? And a main prize of 1 million rubles. So there you go. Anyone can join in. Rock, paper, scissors competition. And if you happen to win, you will receive 1 million rubles and for some reason, a ridiculous championship belt. Okay. Okay, fine. Now then, if you want Russia to stop pirating your films, by the way, Prune came up with a brilliant idea that all you need to do is add two ladies kissing to the back of any scene, and they will have to, just cut the complete film. So, at least 10 films with LGBT characters were removed from Russian online cinemas. You see, they're getting overwhelmed by trying to keep up with all these different violations, and the government's generating an awful lot of income from fines, which they're sort of arbitrarily applying to films that aren't even gay. That there's apparently one film where it's just two friends. They're just like friends, and throughout the film, because they're buddies and there's the two of them the whole time, the films had to be cut because it's considered to be too gay. There's no smooching, no nothing, no hugging, no inappropriate touching, but still, two guys being good friends, not allowed. Oh no, it's far too suggestive. So, indeed, Russian online cinemas, after the ban on LGBT propaganda came into force, removed dozens of famous films from their libraries that contained scenes with gay, lesbian, or trans involved. Like they don't even exist, just the erasure of a people. Oh, that's right, they do that to everybody else as well. So I suppose, in a way, they're not being extra racist or homophobic or whatever here. They're just applying exactly the same arbitrary horror that they do to everybody else. So, okay. So, there are 4 cinemas here. Kino Poisk, Start, Oko, and Wink Cinema are actively engaged in clearing this content. according to the We Can Explain source in the industry, they are forced to do this, otherwise they will face increasing fines from Roskomnadzor, those people. But not everything has been banned, and the removal of any films with possible LGBT scenes or characters or any non-traditional relationships. So again, that was that two guys who were just friends all the way through the film. And because neither of them were, I don't know, constantly talking about their girlfriends, which, yeah, it was considered a non-traditional relationship and it had to be pulled. So, what an effective tool against piracy. Yes, it is. So, they've had to stop showing things like Rocket Man about Elton John. I can understand that. Bad Education, Black Swan with Natalie Portman, as well as the film Brokeback Mountain. Well, I'll be honest, that one probably does fall under the category of a wee bit gay. So I kind of understand why. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is indeed a gay film. So I understand why they took that one off, because, yeah, they couldn't really say it wasn't. So they've also banned a whole bunch of Russian films and TV series. So there is a Russian TV series called The Man Who Surprised Everyone. Now, this is a guy called Evgeny Tisaganov, or maybe Tisiganov. Anyway, it's about a man who decides to live as a woman. Mrs. Doubtfire style. Well, they've had to pull that. There's one called The Apprentice, in which a hero, not that one, no, in which a hero shows sympathy for the main character. And one of the lines of which is that they talked about having a gay love affair as a student. And so the whole series had to be cut, even though it was only one reference to it, apparently. Another one is a gay high school student, and something also called An Unconventional Girl. So I'm assuming that's a lady who likes ladies. And there's also a TV series called Margosha, in which one day the hero of the story wakes up inside a woman's body and has to learn how to be a woman. So again, these are all things which are not necessarily super gay, but apparently, no, just a step too far now for Russia. You can't have anybody, just having any sort of alternative anything. You just can't be fabulous. It's just wrong. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, industry sources note that almost every disappearance of a film is accompanied by a fine. Locomotives travel fast. Fines arrive regularly, so it is impossible to run ahead of this locomotive. It goes too fast for the cinema industry. Oh, well, at least this is a train that works, eh? Basically, according to an employee of one of the online cinemas, nobody is specifically checking films for gays and lesbians after the adoption of the law banning propaganda. The cinema removed from its display only content that clearly fell within that scope. But they are well aware that Roskomnadzor want to make money off these fines and will probably find every little thing to fine them for. So he said, we all sit quietly until, in relation to a particular piece of content, there is a new fine or a denunciation, and then we all remove the same item. So it looks as though they're going to only be able to watch films with dogs in from now on. Do want to point out the wording of the Supreme Court ruling. You see, the wording actually, well, feminism almost also may fall under this banner. So feminine heroes, things like that, may also be banned. Now, that seems weird, doesn't it, to have feminism considered an extremist movement, although I've got to say some of those ladies can be a wee bit extreme. You know, it's a bit like wine, right? In moderation, it can be a nice thing. But it's the same with everything. Moderation. Let's not go too crazy. I mean, I like rights and I like, being independent, but I also like having the door opened for me. So I ain't that much of a feminist, am I? I just like politeness. I think we can all agree to that. So anyway, as a result of that, the Higher School of Economics banned what they called feminine expressions. So just in case they could avoid the possibility of getting into trouble in the future, they warned of possible consequences for using feminine words in official communications. That's right, because official communications are nothing to do with ladies. There were warnings from Alexander Ugryamov that certain language in posts on social networks could cause reputational damage to the Higher School of Economics, and students who posted any similar posts were called for a conversation with the dean. I am sure that students do not intend to break any laws, but ignorance of the law cannot exempt you from responsibility. So be careful. Follow all the changes in legislation and do not speak on or hype sensitive topics. I mean, in a way, he's trying to protect his students here, isn't he? Gutted. The big problem here is that the language of these things are so vague. I mean, it's kind of unclear as to what can or cannot be applied or what is and isn't included. And folks, that is the point. That is the whole point, that they can just use it a little bit more arbitrarily because they can say, oh, no, that does fall into the category and we'll tell you why. Or we won't even tell you why, we'll just tell you it does. And so, like a lot of the other laws that Russia have put into place, which are a bit ambiguous about their actual details, it's a tool for oppression and control. It's to justify them just changing their mind about things. I'm sure it'll be fine. Now, a lot of this is down to the language that they use as well to make these rules, that they specifically leave some ambiguous parts that can be made up on the spot, totally on purpose. And that's pretty much why when you're in Russia and the police think they might want to arrest you, they can find a good reason. Or you exist. I think that is also part of it. So anyway, all these films have been removed, and now they're going after feminism as well. Now, let's just mention something that I think also has a bit of a well, if you're in Georgia, you will recognise why this is a problem. You remember the Way Home movement, the ladies wearing the white scarves who just wanted to know where their husbands were. And they did actually make some protests, and they still do. And they go, and have meetings with government officials who tell them to shut up and go home. A couple of them got arrested and told pretty much shut up and go home. Well, they've gone quite quiet recently. And I think I've just found out why, Prince. I really needed that drink. The Russian Ministry of Justice has declared the wives of the mobilized Way Home movement as a foreign agent. Does that sound familiar? So basically, they're Russian wives that have lived in Russia their entire life, All they're doing is trying to find out what happened to their husbands and receive some sort of justice and or the compensation that they were promised because you know, money. And they've been labelled foreign agents for doing so. Can you see how you don't have to be foreign or an agent? You literally are just anybody who doesn't do exactly what the Russian government wants you to do. So because these ladies did not go home and shut up, they've been declared as a foreign agent group. And people still wonder why Georgian people are so peeved off and are protesting this law being forced down their throats. This is why. Because this law is a tool of control. It is used arbitrarily on anybody who disagrees with us or anybody who doesn't immediately fall in line. Oh dear, you're a foreign agent. Now we're going to treat you as such. Yeah, this is the reason why Georgians are so very fired up, because this foreign agent law is nothing to do with being actual foreign spies and agents. Yes, I know. It's awesome, isn't it, that they do this. Now, let me just check because I've got a few. Yeah, okay, I'm sort of halfway through that thread, so come back to that one in a bit. I promised people something this morning, Prince. I came in yesterday and I did a cheeky little lead up to something, and then I promised I would read the rest of it out today, and that is the Ukraine volunteer transcripts that I've been getting. Yes, I've got another one, and I got halfway through it and then I stopped like a terrible tease yesterday because it was a scene change, if you know what I mean. There was an explanation and then there was a scene change, and I thought this is the perfect place to save it and do a little tease for today. So I'll be doing that shortly. And so just saying, giving you a little bit of warning if you want to listen to that, or if you know somebody who does, let them know, because I'll be finishing that off. I might also have another one from him, but I don't know what that one says yet, so we might have to find out together. Now, shall we have a quick talk about these prisoners that have been released yesterday? I hate to say it, but they look like they've walked out of a concentration camp.
Okay,
And I
Marcus,
keep saying this, don't I? What?
why do you hate to
Go
say
on.
it? Why do you hate to say it? It's that way every single freaking time they get brought back. So why hate to say it?
I hate to say it because I know that those people have been treated really horribly, and I hate to see them in that condition.
Well, yes.
That's kind of what it is. I hate to acknowledge the fact that this is happening and we don't seem to be doing anything at all to make it even slightly easier. It just horrifies me. Yeah, so that's why I hate to say it, because I hate talking about it in general because it's really fucking horrible.
Yeah, no, I get that. Okay, I get that, and that makes total sense. But it just you know, it's, you hate to say it, makes it sound like it's something you've never seen before in just the way my brain thinks. But
No, I just hate to talk about it because it's horrible, but we need to.
Yeah, we
We
do.
need to say, don't we? And what I say is every time I hear this, they've been taken for filtration or they've set up a prisoner camp or this, that, and the other, my brain goes concentration camp, because that's basically what they're doing. Now, 75 Ukrainians were released. 4 civilians were amongst them. Now, those civilians should never have been taken into captivity. But what I have found out is that they were identified as either journalists or what might be called activists. Now, basically somebody who might have been part
And
of
a
or
police officer.
belonged to, oh yeah, I was going to say, or belonged to a community group that was like, you know, active. And a police officer, like you say, also not a military member. Now, 19 of them apparently are from Snake Island. How many people were on Snake Island, by the way? I tell you what, there were quite a few people there. But, yeah, just, I don't know, the UN, Amnesty, human rights, all these people, I'm very disappointed that that's the only way I can say it without screaming and shouting. I am terribly disappointed. Gosh, that's taken a lot of therapy to be able to do things like that. So, 10 of these guys, or lasses, in fact, are from Azovstal as well, which is, it's a kind of breakthrough because they weren't releasing anyone from Azovstal previously. So, I've got to sort of say, it's almost as though they've made some sort of breakthrough. Now, I personally feel that all these people should have their, should have been, we should have tried harder to get these people home for Ukraine. I mean, I don't know what we can do as the international community, but I'm sure there's something. I'm sure there's something. I mean, come on. Gulags, concentration camps, all this stuff from history that we said never again. And I can guarantee you, apart from the gas chambers, again, is right here, right now. And, I wouldn't put that past them either, the dirty scumbags. So, yeah, just, it makes me very mad. And as you had a chat about genocide overnight, Prince, yeah, genocide, systematic, planned, and continuing. And these are the things which we really need to sort of scream and shout about. I can't believe that our news media, our, leaders are not screaming and shouting about this. I'm sure some are, but I don't know. It's almost like we've been frozen into inaction due to the horror of it all. We just don't want to believe the horror. And when we really, really find out for sure, oh God, there's going to be some awfully, awfully guilty people, guilty of inaction as well. And I hope they feel that way as well. Now then, I want to cheer myself up with a train wreck. I know, it's funny how I can cheer myself up with a train wreck, but yes. Traffic on the Trans-Siberian Railway was blocked due to the derailment of 29 cars which were loaded with coal. Remember how we said that coal was taking a priority because, gosh, that industry needs that coal. So, coal is indeed taking a priority on the rail. And, oh dear, just 29 cars of it. So, this is in the Amur region on a particular rail section. Let me see, it is the 7,759th kilometre of the Trans-Siberian Railway. Well, I'm glad they told us that exactly. So, after looking this up on the map, here it is, over in the Far East, sort of Ledania, yeah, Ledania, I think. Anyway, it's way over there. And something to note, in the Far East, the railways have been having problems, more problems than elsewhere, because there's a bottleneck in shipping. So this particular section of railway being out of action, even for a short period, still makes that problem worse. So, it's all, again, capacity. There is some nice footage of the incident, and there's a fire and all sorts. I mean, I thought if a train just fell off the tracks that it wouldn't necessarily cause a fire. Maybe the area's already on fire. You know how it is. If it's not like, If it's not frozen, it's on fire. One way or another, there's a fire too. So, the department's press services even added, as a result of the derailment, 2 supports were damaged and the contact network wires were broken. They didn't mention the forest being on fire right next to them, though, did they? But yeah, I spotted that. And oh dear, this derailment has blocked both lines, not just one direction, both. And oh, in some places it appears to have ripped up a piece of track as well. So yeah, I don't think tracks are supposed to be laid in that jaunty angle. You know what? That's going to cause them a little bit of bother. And there's just something else to add about this region. That this region, some while ago, it was requested by the locals that they receive assistance with regards to tigers. That's right. Tigers have been coming into town and attacking people or stealing their stuff. One tiger even brought her cubs into town to show how she hunted. Yes, that's right. So the people in the area are becoming prey to the tigers. Now, I'm just going to say, wouldn't it be amusing, thoroughly amusing, if a group of tigers ate the first responders? And before anyone comes along yelling, let's not wish tigers to attack civilians, you know, this is an actual problem in the area. They've asked Putin for help, and he didn't respond, and somebody died as a result of being attacked by a tiger in this very region. Back in August 2023, in the people of the Khabarovsk Krai asked Putin to protect them from tigers, well, now in December 2023, somebody has died. Apparently, nobody can touch the tigers, but the tigers are all right to maul people. So tiger cubs appear to be receiving training on hunting near people's homes. So there's a lot of that going on. I don't know. Maybe they should employ some camels or something to kick the tigers. I don't know. Either way, camels are quite feisty. But the Amur tiger isn't thought to currently be in this region, but stranger things have happened. People have spotted mountain lions in East Kentucky when they're supposedly extinct. So, you know, it's every possibility nature wins out. Now then, there was an update as of 40 minutes ago. Traffic apparently has been restored on the stretch of the Amur region after the carriages derailed, but it took over 300 people to do it. Goodness. Railroad workers have restored more than 200 meters of one track and about 200 meters of the adjacent track damaged as a result of the derailment. More than 300 persons, track machinery, stations and restoration trains were used in this work. How many track machine stations do you think they have? Just wondering if these might be worth taking out, considering they obviously need them to do stuff like this kind of repair. Worth noting. Also worth noting, remember the summer dacha that Putin has visited that apparently, well, when I've looked into it a bit more, it's quite a swish place, Prince. Did you see that? Did you see any pictures of this place before it burned down?
No, I did not.
Well, it's not just a building, a fancy building. Oh, no. This is a place with its own substantially sized substation, It also has helipads, which I didn't really realize until I started looking at it properly. Yeah, it's quite the complex. And this summer dacha is where Putin used to host, foreign visitors and things like that. But it's also one of these places that, well, no public has access to it. It's been very much a guarded, not secret, but a guarded complex. Nobody just wanders in and out, and yet this place burnt down. Now, I'm not saying this is Ukraine who's done this. I think somebody's peeved with Putin, and it might just be somebody local who's decided to strike a match, or it might be somebody who is peeved off and is trying to send a message and just thought it would be nice to deprive Putin of his summer dacha. Either way, it's not just an ordinary fire, that one. That is a specific message to the man himself, basically, that, yeah, we're going to burn down your house. And look, we already have done. Now, it would be nice if there was an epidemic of these, because that would really rack up his paranoia, wouldn't it? So, yeah.
I think that would be a brilliant idea. Burn it all down. Burn it down. How about we
Exactly.
start with
And,
the Kremlin?
well, we could, but there's probably a little bit more difficult to get going with a box of matches, that one. But yeah, this dacha that burnt down is actually quite important. Not in the way that, oh my God, but it is, I don't know. If I was, a rich tyrant and one of my places, which I knew was usually very heavily guarded and looked after, just suddenly burnt down, and what appeared to be arson as well, yeah, I'd be a bit suspicious that somebody was after me. It definitely didn't happen by accident. I can assure you of that. So there. Okay. Now then, sorry, I've got so many things in my bookmarks. I'm thinking, do I start this or do I do my little story? You know what? I'm going to give us the transcript update, if I can find it from you. Oh, there you go. Because I'm kind of interested in this myself, and then I can get a brew once I've done this. So, stop doing that. Just find what I'm looking for. There we go. That's better. Right. So, yesterday we started with one called "A lot of folks directly involved in fighting have other things to think about." And we went through how they were looking at, collecting all the data, and how they make that data work for them, how they use certain systems based upon that data, and so on. So, obviously, he doesn't know all of the methods that they use, but he was talking about how AI is quite efficient, after all, in the right places. I mean, just we tried to apply it to everything, and, well, it works in models, put it that way. So here we go. There's a bit of a conversation, and then I've got the other one, which I think is Action Jackson. So, Chris, Ian, Carlos, and Antin all have low grade blast wave concussions. And you? I decided to sleep and drink instead of trudging down to the doctor. My headache's gone and my eye sprites are gone. I guess I'm going to live. We've been talking cars in DMs, and so they're going to talk a lot about engines, and I'm going to skip that part. So we shall just go past that little bit where they talk about all these flipping cars, because basically
what he says is cars in Ukraine don't last 5 minutes, and so it doesn't matter how well you put them together. So oh, hello, hang on. There's a little bit more about workable models. Workable models. Guys, will you stop talking about sidecars? Right, so sidecar data, apparently. Yes, blah, blah, blah. Relying on 3D models, blah, blah. Right, okay. Please note, throughout all of this, I have no idea what these guys were talking about. This is a note from the editor. Neither do I. So that's why we're skipping that bit. There we go. Ian is off to get Ukrainian potatoes and sausage casserole. He figures it will be close enough to bangers and mash to make him feel like he's at home. I think it's the first time I've seen a man praying for green peas. I ordered fish and chips with fried Brussels sprouts and piccalilli mustard. It's one of the Empire's most notable achievements.
Mockers.
And yeah,
Green peas. But you guys eat something called mushy peas, which looks absolutely disgusting.
well, yeah, but I don't. Some people do.
I wouldn't eat those things. I'm telling you that. The only kind of peas that I will eat are frozen peas that have been thawed. I like them cold. I like them in a salad cold. But yes, I'm
Okay,
just
well.
well, okay. I would eat fresh peas too, but you know, but that's the point. It's I don't know what it is with you people in mushy peas because those things look disgusting.
Yeah, they
Sorry
are
for the
pretty
interruption.
gross. Oh, you're all right. They are pretty gross. I'm trying to find this action bit that he was promising us. So, oh, hang on. Did I just go into the wrong one? Oh, there we go. No, I'm here now. So, piccalilli mustard is one of the Empire's most notable achievements. There you go. However, what I really want is some Frito pie with ketchup and saltine crackers. Wolf brand chili, of course. Ian did manage to find something in a small grocery between here and Kyiv. He got the ladies to slice potatoes thin and fry them hard, and we took them into the field in bags with his mustard, of course. Basically, they made their own crisps. I was going to wait until he went to sleep and swipe his bottle and pick all the cauliflowers out, but I think he detected larceny in my face and kept it very close. If this was a normal war, I could get care packages from home. The girls would bake me cookies and send them over for me to share with the guys. Ex-wife number 1 made some paint. Made some edible paint, and Riley the dog's face was painted on them. That was the last time he was sent cookies. In fact, we could even make some with frosted mushroom clouds. She'd do that for you, wouldn't she? I'd like to think so. Ex-wife number 3 texted me asking me what sort of camera she should buy. I told her just to take one of mine, and she took one of my prized best. It's a masterpiece. I will never learn to keep my mouth shut. I figured she would take a smaller one, but she's obviously fond of Browning high powers, so she took the Browning high power of my photographic kit as well. Damn it. One of these days, I'm going to go home and find the place completely empty with a postcard in a mailbox from the girls from the coast of Mexico. Hi, boy, pawn shops don't give us much for your stuff these days, huh? I may have to challenge her to an arm wrestling match to get my damn camera back. So here we are. We're all just irritated, I guess, with the war and with each other. It happens. There's a lot of that going around. Not enough downtime, perhaps. Maybe we're reaching the end of our ropes. I think we're just tired. We're going to straighten ourselves out once again. We always do. Once Chris gets over his major funk and gets back into the field, he'll be absolutely fine. So, is his head on the mend? He's had a lot of head issues here. He knows that. He's doing deep thinking about the future, and that's put him in this funk. But yes, he's on the mend. Long term, who the hell knows for any of us? All I do know is he's never going to settle down with a wife and a picket fence and an insurance job. He dreads that possibility. On the flip side, going batshit and climbing up a top clock tower and shooting people at random, he might just do that. That Hemingway quote about not caring for anything else comes to mind, and in some cases, it's accurate. When he gets out of here, he'll do exactly what he's done before. He sets aside an amount of money, goes to an expensive place, and spends the hell out of it. Monaco, the Riviera, St. Bart's. And then, by then, there'll be another war. And if there is, wash him in caustic soda, send him to Davies and Son on Savile Row, and he'd still smell like gun smoke. In my mind, I see him pulling up to a table in Casino in Monte Carlo Savile Row suit and an Oliver Brown bow tie, waft of smoke crossing his face from a stout cigar, and all the men glaring. And then with a stern look and his deep voice, well, let's play cards. Oh, he's an international man of mayhem. I think of Chris Pratt. I can sort of see that in my mind's eye. He needs to play him in the movie. Despite being what I would call a born killer, Carlos is actually a big sweetie. Chris is moping round like a World War I vet, feeling sorry for himself. And Carlos, bless him, thought it would be a good idea to take him out on a picnic. I was like, a picnic? What are we going to eat? Well, we have rations. Now, if we could find some French rations, we could drive southwest, get out of earshot of the artillery, have a little bit of quiet, and try and cheer up the boss. He's either half nuts from the brain jangles, or he's just finished an F. Scott Fitzgerald novel. And I will agree, I too have these dark brain bubbles. I see it in others. Gap. Well, the casserole was great. I'm swearing off beer in the morning, though, even though we're certainly night people who hibernate during the day. I don't want to get used to it. I think I'm getting down to around 200 pounds now. I've not been this light since Vietnam. I've certainly shed some muscle, but I didn't really need that stuff anyway. We waste a lot of time bulking up, not actually sure why. Being a bit skinny makes it much easier to move around. I don't exactly check my weight often, but I was between 235 and 240 when I arrived. So I've had quite a drop. I figure I can start advertising combat zone tours for people who want to lose weight and get in their cardio shape. We could run it over Instagram. The lucky ones get a wound. Another great way to shed some pounds. Like I said to my neighbour after his motorcycle accident, chopping off a leg is not really a recommended way to lose weight. I know, I'm very sympathetic, aren't I? Well, there's also those multi-drug resistant infections that go along with war zones. That really strips the weight off a person. Oh, yes, all kinds of options. But getting dead, of course, is the ultimate play. Ladies, don't worry about your lumpy thighs anymore, or worry about how big your bottom is, or worry about that pregnancy overhang. Sign up today and leave it all behind on the battlefield. Well, that's one. And you know what? I might actually be getting to some action. Let's see what he's got to say. Here's the next one. And I'll just come back and just make sure there's not somebody desperate to speak to me. No.
Nope, you're good.
I'm good. This next one is the last one I've got. And it's entitled, I Guess War Never Changes. One thing I wanted to convey to you is how much the style of combat has changed here in the forest. At the beginning, there were many trees standing, and
with foliage. There was a lot more undergrowth, which for us was the best kind of camouflage. Now, I don't want to suggest that the entire forest is gone, but a sizable chunk of it has just disappeared. The trees are just bare sticks now, many of them fallen, and the underbrush is burned away from rockets, artillery, and incendiary weapons. Back in the winter, the foliage was thin, but the underbrush was still there. Not anymore. Early on, a lot of the quick combat engagements were similar, although longer in range, to ones in Vietnam in areas outside the Delta. Contacts were usually 50 yards or less, many as close as 30 to 40 yards. A lot of the firing was less aimed and more area. Now, contacts here are typically longer range. There is more aimed fire for sure. What does this mean for us? Well, less ammunition expenditure, arguably more casualties per shot, more bang for your buck. Although increased range has to be factored into this, it can work both ways, so we need to be even more vigilant than before. Another problem this creates is it's more difficult to pull off a successful break of contact. So this is when you get yourself into something and then you have to try and get yourself out of it. And we've said this before, haven't we, about the Russian soldiers, that they have always found it very difficult to break off contact because, well, the Ukrainians don't let them get away that easily. So, but it's the same for both, you know, they're both working in the same conditions. So break off contact. Larger groups have started to increase their use of smoke to make up for loss of cover. That's exactly what you need to do. Use the smoke. They've also started to increase their reliance on the trench systems and natural berms and breastworks. I'm assuming he's talking about hills. Since we're generally on the move, though, this doesn't work for us. We can't exactly have static positions and take them with us. We rely on darkness, stealth, hyper-awareness. What changes is more use of night vision for us. It's more available now. How we move, we tend to move a lot slower and take drops more often. We also stagger our drops. We have to spread out more than we care to do. The increased range has not changed our weapon selection. Almost all contacts are well within accurate range of all rifle types we use, but it has moved us to including a law per man and to add grenade launchers to every rifle. A week or so back, we were supporting the flank of a main force trying to clear Russian trenches, and our task was to watch for enemy support from the flank and try and seal off any leakers trying to flank the main force. We were moving slowly, a staggered diamond, going down about every 30 meters to listen. Kind of hard to hear much when there's heavy gunfire off to our right, but somehow Carlos heard it, a metallic snap. He grunted and went down. We followed. The second we hit the ground, they started firing. Obviously, they'd seen movement through the sparse trees and the smoke from about 75 yards away. The moon was out. They must have caught our silhouette against the smoke. All we could do was crawl back, increase the range so we could move it in closer to each other. Finally, we got over a small rise that gave us a bit more cover. The incoming fire was not aimed at all, just an area, firing a line from about 30 yards. About 30 yards wide. We had not even fired a single shot yet. Back in the day, they wouldn't have seen us, and if they had, with the better cover, we would have used mass fire breakaway almost instantly. But Ian, being the genius he is, he'd grabbed the extra AK-74M he'd taken off a Russian, crawled as fast as he could under the peak of the rise, and when he got about 40 yards away, he started firing with both rifles. This was a distraction to them, leaving both I and Chris to fire our laws directly at their firing line, and started following up with our deliberate rifle fire. Carlos fired a single shot from the right, We heard a guy scream in the distance. Then he got up and started running tree to tree at an angle towards them. All of us expended a mag covering him. Then he went to the ground, blew off his own mag. The firing stopped. They knew they were getting flanked. They had no idea how large our force was, and they were taking heavy automatic fire from their edges and aimed rocket fire and rockets from the centre, confusing them. Discretion being the better part of valour, they started to try and go into a firing retreat. We let them back up. We called in their position and vector. The point is here, several months ago, this thing would have been very rare from that range. Had they been more disciplined, they'd have taken us out with accurate fire before we even knew what was there. One thing for sure, if fast and directed air support was the norm here in this area, it would be a very different form of combat. Air support, they really need it, guys. The Russians might, like the VC tried to do to us, get close up to Ukrainian forces to keep from getting slammed by their air. That would not work the other way, since the Russians don't seem to give much of a damn about their own forces. Ian took the 74M because somebody, assuming the guy turning to fertilizer in the field, let's put it this way, it's not a very nice description, had engraved on the side of it, "Have mercy on this sinner." Wow. So he took it because he felt like, he felt like that gun was a good one. Working on the front line, combat guys, you get to see some very interesting things. Now, I kind of mean this in the vein of the old Chinese curse. The guys had overrun a Russian trench about 100 yards long. It was at the very edge of no man's land and had taken days of constant combat to work their way close enough to assault this thing and clean it out of Russians. A lot of Ukrainians didn't survive that battle either. The cleanup was so close, the Ukrainian point guys were using shotguns in the end, alternating at the front to keep a fire screen going as other guys piled into the trench to bleed out the branches of the forces coming towards us. In one area of the trench, the Russians had expanded it and covered it with sheet metal and tree trunks. This was their main op centre, I guess. When we went in there were half a dozen Russians tied up with tape. Pretty nasty looking Ukrainian with a bloody arm bandage and a pump shotgun was covering them. One of them, despite being tied up, was laying on his stomach and writhing like he was having a seizure. He was a mess. Part of his head was missing, and he had a huge rip up the side of his neck. You could see the ligaments and muscles. Everyone just stood there watching him. The Ukrainian sergeant looked over at the lieutenant, his head cocked and his eyes pleading. The man said, "Let him die on his own. He came here. Let him die on his own." The sergeant shrugged. The captive Russians seemed to be in shock. They all just stared forward, their eyes locked on the wall. Ian frowned. I guess this guy just didn't want to go easy, huh? Look, there's nothing we can do. Part of his head is missing. He's also out of blood. Do you want me to waste a bullet? Look, I'll shoot him if you want. Ian laughed. I don't care what you do with him. I was just making a joke. A joke, the lieutenant said. It's good that we still all have our humour here. And then he walked away. Well, he was a bit touchy, said Ian. If you imagine where they're standing when they're having this conversation. The Ukrainian sergeant in heavily accented English said, "This guy lost a lot of men taking this trench. He's been out here for 6 months now, in combat every single day. His sense of humour died a long time ago." We shut our mouths. We were shown a pile of bodies just outside the trench. It was obvious they'd been thrown out in a very haphazard way, arms and legs askew, and in some bones showing. It was not a nice sight. The Ukrainian sergeant explained when we interrogated the prisoners. They said they had to throw these bodies out. If they tried to move them away or bury them, our snipers killed them immediately. What a mess. I tried to turn my head away from the stench, but really it was everywhere. They say when new men would come in, they would be sick for days and not be able to eat. Some of them would run away immediately. They could not live with the smell and the sights. Well, I guess war never changes, huh? The sergeant nodded, walked back into the trench, probably to see if the guy had finally died from his misery. Wow. Okay, I'm glad I read this just before bed. I'm turning in now, but are you guys going anywhere soon? Any word on when? We're hoping to be in for a week or so and then be back out. Now to a new conversation. It seems only a few days ago I was bitching about cold, and now it's the heat. Typical. Something I often think about, but in some ways tends to get left up to how hot your blood is, how warped your head is, and even how much booze you might get inside of you. And, well, no, I'm not going to tell you the rest, too many gory details, but let's just say it's either hot or it's cold. What are your thoughts on the pros and cons? If anything upsets me, if conveyed with enough detail, maybe going too far. Some of this here is total insanity, not only in effect, but sometimes for the reasons it happens. I never really felt like you're holding back from me. Are you holding back things? You know what? I think I'm holding back entire memories. You see, this has been really different to previous wars. Yes, I've fought in war. I've seen dead. I've seen people, tortured and in pieces. But I think about the Ukrainian family in the car earlier in the war sometimes. I think it's good to think about them, even if it's sad and upsetting. I saw it. I bore witness to it. I have to remember them. I've held back quite a bit from you. I guess I figure you can only go so far in the anatomical description of the dead before it starts to serve no further purpose. What people go through when they die slowly, it's horrible. And it touches you. What people do to dying people is likely best left alone. The description of the process of people broken into parts is questionable, but it also depends on how important I think it is at the time. I will add the details if I think they're needed. And that's part of the problem. There's no rules or standards really, just whatever you feel is good enough at the time. If you can't give somebody medical treatment, why waste it? Why waste your time? And why shoot somebody who is 2 minutes from death anyway? That was the calculus. So I'm still not sure exactly how I feel about that. I'm not even sure I'm a good judge of character or anything. Let's face it, I've had enough knocks to the head that my judgment probably isn't great. I figure at some point we will just figure this guy's just trying to gross us out or show us how tough he is. And so I try and tone it down. Well, you see what you see. How other people take it is their problem, I suppose. Well, at any rate, we've managed more than 200 blog posts now. People have probably already made up their minds what they think about you at this point. 200? Wow. How many words is that? Good question. Some entries are several pages long. Others, just a few words. I can't really estimate, but probably enough for book number 3, All yours if you want it. Of course. We got 10,000 page views yesterday from 2,800 visitors. That's about 10 times our usual traffic. That's what you get for going away for a while. You made us all worry. What can I say? Your return excited people. Wow, that's a bit hard for me to grasp. Why would anybody care about me? I mean, they don't know me. Look, people read 200 posts. And as one person wrote, I get a sense of the man. I get a sense of who he is and that he's not a bad person. That's why I post these exchanges. English sporting guns. Nobody talks about that, but yet a whole bunch of guys on Reddit really enjoyed your conversation about it. And they like the cause. Everything you do is generally compelling reading to the right nerd. Also, this might be the first war with first-hand accounts of the fighting, unfiltered by media or public affairs officers, written by a person with 3 wars and 4 degrees under his belt. Not that a physics PhD makes you a better writer, but you know. I did recently follow a referral link from a Reddit post, and one guy said, I seem suspiciously well written. Well, apparently, my problem is we're too good. There's always been the possibility that people would think I'm fake, the whole thing, like the long-lost Hitler diaries or something. I thought about it before I started the blog. You know what? It doesn't worry me. I know you're a real person. And there's been other reports from other sources on you being in Ukraine. Anyway, Clifford Irving sends his compliments, whoever he is. My problem is, I tend not to edit this stuff. I write and shoot, typos, grammar, syntax be damned. And this is why I have you. That's right, the best editors. The best writers always have the best editors. Well, I can be thankful I didn't write it in longhand at least. Even I can't read my own handwriting. I had an English teacher once tell me to stop doing longhand and just print everything. Well, let me give you an example of the sort of editing I do. You made a reference to the possibility of making goof money, demining post-war, and I thought it was slang, so I left it as it was. Last week, I read through it and just realised that it was a typo and you meant good money. I was thinking, goof money? It sounds like something rich people would call their bond earnings. So yes, I'm not the best editor either, I'm afraid. Enough admin. Chris came up with a few decks of cards, but no one can settle on a game to play. This is typical. Poker seems the favourite, but I'm the kind of guy who wants to hold out for canasta, a nostalgic choice from the 50s. The main opposition to canasta is they will have no idea if I'm cheating, because I'm the only one who knows how to play it. My showing Chris how to belly strip a deck of playing cards with a razor blade and a nail file had unintended consequences. I spent too much time as a kid with Carney Folks and Cards and a book called Scarn on Cards. I don't remember how I got these, but I had a deck that was fully marked and belly stripped. But what few skills I had as a card shark have gone the way of hula hoops and poodle skirts, I'm afraid. On this trip, I have some more writing to do. I'm trying to get across the struggle I sometimes have, and as one would suspect, there are things that I will never be able to write about. Wars are full of that kind of stuff. The stories that will come out when, from a moral standpoint, they're ambiguous, but you did your best at the time. As an individual, unless you can suspend that absolute morality, there are things you are going to have to deal with and decisions you're going to have to make. Time grinds away at you, and unfortunately, it grinds away at your patience, your humanity, and in some cases, you have to deal with the moment. So, you maintain an even mind as much as you can and keep an eye on the strain. But when somebody around you snaps and does something, you have to step in and save them from themselves. It's not that they've lost their morality, it's that they've lost their mind. These are the sorts of things that we have to deal with. So, at this juncture, he starts talking about his ex-wife, and I'm just going to leave that. So, Chris has gone off to plot with the adults. He was telling me earlier about a goal that was mentioned to use drones as a carry-your-own air support type thing. It's a logical and obvious step. Not sure how effective it will be at present. It will require man-portable drones equipped with man-portable weapons that punch well above their weight, or some kind of swarm scenario. And unless some highly effective defense scenario comes along, it is a thing that's going to happen, at least to some degree. The bottom line is, it will have to perform well enough for soldiers to be willing to reduce their direct survival support and combat load, and operational training will have to be highly ingrained into a force structure. We did a stint like this with a drone, but it required a dedicated drone guy who wasn't super keen on being inside enemy central. These guys usually get to sit back a bit, although, I'll be honest, he did very, very well. And it was mainly for another level of reconnaissance. The issue he ran into was battery life and noise. The noise is what killed it off for us. On a quiet, cold winter night surrounded by hundreds of bad guys, the noise of launching a small drone would make us cringe. The very tiny, small Firefly drones are very quiet, but they're also less effective at both surveillance and any sort of kinetic action. Chris pulled the plug on all of them. His take was, if this guy's going to launch, we're going to have to make him separate himself well away from the group, and that's a problem. When you're a handful far inside enemy territory, you need to keep contact with one another at least. For larger combat groups needing direct support, it makes much more sense. They will have vehicles in close proximity, so they'll have the haul capacity. They'll also have fuel and the ability to charge batteries. We have none of that when we go out. In fact, we have nothing on any scale, just ourselves and our team and our skills. The end. There you go. There was.
There you go.
2.5 transcripts. I hope you enjoyed them as much as I did.
We always enjoy them. It is always good to hear how he is doing because, yeah, it's amazing. That guy just blows my mind. Speaking of people blowing your mind, I'm going to blow out of here. I think maybe that's the right way to put it. No, I'm actually gonna ease on down the road and be replaced by somebody from the land down under, from the workers' paradise of Perth, Western Australia, where it is currently 3:07 p.m. because I know these things. So yeah, you guys have a good one. And I caught up. It's June 1st now. Happy Pride Month. And let's keep Ukraine in our thoughts and prayers if you are so inclined, as I think they had a pretty rough night. But in the long run, Ukraine will win. Slava Ukraini.
Heroem Slava.
Heroem Slava.
Yeah, well, we can see that Ukraine has action plans and, planned attacks that are stepping stones to the next attack, which are stepping stones to the next thing that they're trying to, remove from Russia's capabilities. And I have noticed that Ukraine seems to have this sort of very well thought out, planned action that they're taking. And Russia's just like, murder everything, throw everything. And although they do aim to a degree, I'm sorry, I've just frightened the cat. Although they do aim to a degree, one of the things that they do is they'll send a sort of a very inaccurate missile into the middle of Kharkiv city. So it doesn't really matter what they hit. They're bound to hit something, aren't they? So that's kind of the effect that Russia goes for with their weapons. There's a big difference. Now then, Zelensky, after doing all that stuff yesterday, signing 3 peace agreements, by the way, he's off already to, I believe, Singapore today. He may actually, his plane is scheduled for a stopover in Abu Dhabi. And then the president is expected to address the Shangri-La dialogue and urged countries to cut ties with Putin. So this is from Politico this morning, and he's a busy chap, isn't he? On June the 6th, he'll be at the D-Day celebrations in France, and then the G7 summit in Italy, and then, of course, he's got his own peace summit in Switzerland, all in the first half of June. So, yeah, busy boy, busy boy. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. So, yeah, I'm just sorry. I'm just looking at what's going on in the logistics in the background here, and well, things. So, what am I looking at? I am looking at some terrible things happening in Russia. Now, we went through the LGBT stuff, which was kind of funny, because, well, they're scared. They're scared of rainbows, Prince. They're scared. I know, scared of everything. Near Moscow, in Balashikala, you know what? Balash Ikha, that place. Lightning killed a man. Now, apparently, his fault was that he had an umbrella. So, a body with burns and electrical marks was found by passers-by, and it turned out a pedestrian under an umbrella was walking along the path, and a bright flash appears to strike his umbrella. That's pretty awful, isn't it? So they didn't include the video this time, but you can imagine that they probably will release the video at some point. They have no problem showing these sorts of things on the telly. They, in fact, apparently show pedestrians getting mown down by cars on the TV all the time. Not necessarily just on the news either. So it's very likely we'll see a video of a man being electrocuted turn up quite soon on the old interwebs out there. Just, yeah, prepare for that anyway. I'm sure it was sure it'll be enlightening. Oh, sorry. Now then, let's have a look at something else here, because you see, these things keep happening, and there was a plant on fire yesterday. I think yesterday, maybe the day before. What we on? Well, this is the 1st of June, so it might be yesterday. And you know how we say that there's a lot of careless smokers in Russia? Well, there are an awful lot of careless smokers in Russia. So this place is the Durisol plant in the village of Veligonty in the Leningrad region of Russia. It's located next to the Ropshinskoy highway, 2.5 kilometers from the ring road. This plant produces concrete products for use in construction, apparently. So when was this? 31st of May, a large-scale fire is being extinguished, it says. Now, they really do need to do something about these careless smokers, because that's another place very similar. About the problems that they're having. Now, I wonder if this is something that they're trying to use as a distraction. There's a bit of pseudoscience, would you believe, being used in Russia. And they're having a real fascination with these recent magnetic storms. So apparently there's a new one going to be starting on May the 31st. And the doctors gave advice to the public on how to survive the magnetic storm. Because, you know, we all died in the last one, didn't we? No, we didn't, did we? Gosh. So I'm not quite sure why they've suddenly become very fascinated with magnetic storms and how this might affect human health in Russia, but they suddenly have. They're giving it an unusual amount of attention. So it's either something from the past or a new fad, or it's a distraction, because oh my God, we've got something else to talk about other than the war. Now, most of the time in other countries, something like this holds no real significance. There might be a little blip in the news that a magnetic storm has caused, a problem with communications tower or something like that. But we don't make a big front page deal of it with, oh my God, you're going to need to use these tips to survive. No particular health consequences. More like, is this going to F up a satellite? That's kind of where we are with the magnetic storms. But apparently, in Russia, weather sensitive people will feel its approach earlier than any astronomical instruments. 1 or 2 days before the start, if you have the opportunity and desire, it is better to sleep through the main part of the magnetic storm. Go to bed early and get up later. If you spend more time on sleep, if you cannot spend more time on sleep, then you should pay close attention to your condition. A specialist recommends monitoring your blood pressure regularly. If levels are exceeded, then do not take medication. A sedative would be enough. In other words, if you've got high blood pressure, don't worry, it's the magnetic storm. You don't need that medication. Just rest a bit, you'll be fine. And then the doctor, they start going on about people needing serious therapy following a magnetic storm. And they seem to have blown it slightly out of proportion. So the doctor noted that if the pressure rises, especially with the threat of hypertensive crisis, more serious therapy may be needed. Symptoms may include a headache, dizziness, nausea, and what he's calling sparkling eyes. Sparkling what? Okay. I don't know. Is that if you? Oh no, that's the skin on those vampire things, isn't it? So no, sparkling eyes, whatever. So if special medications do not help, a doctor may recommend calling an ambulance because there's been a magnetic storm that upset nothing. Anyway, a specialist also recommended monitoring pulse sensations in the chest and heart area. If magnetic storms pass more often without serious manifestations, specialists still recommended you try and rest both physically and socially during this period. Avoid stress and find calm activities. There's not very many people doing needlepoint in Russia, as far as I'm aware, but maybe we could suggest it to them. Anyway, and then they go on to say, let us remind you that the disturbance of the magnetic field on Earth began on May the 29th. That bit is actually highlighted in bold. And it's almost as though they're trying to say that, I don't know, that this is a reason for things not being right. I don't know. It's kind of, look at this. Don't look over there. Look at this. That's kind of how I'm feeling about that. It's very much a look at this. What the hell? Yeah, weird. Very weird. I still not get anything sorted out here. What's going on with you guys? You're just having a rest.
Yeah, just basically hanging about, sliding on into it easy. But the guy on the con is busy doing something, and he'll have me up shortly. But you can call on me anytime.
Oh, I'd just like to point out
that was a really good story before. Can you imagine being he's down to 200 kilos? He's a fucking oak of a man, right? He's a massive guy, older guy. He's a giant. These are great stories.
Oh yeah, he is. Well, he's sort of quite tall and broad-shouldered. So yes, you're right. Down to 200. By the way, if you want to see that guy being electrocuted,
You can find it now on Telegram. I've just been advised that it is in all the usual places. Now, one of the things which has been noted that Zakarpattia, the airspace in that area was used last night when they were firing, was it calibers? Calibers. Took a route over Zakarpattia, which apparently they've never done before. So they're obviously still trying to work out all sorts of ways of, getting these missiles through.
So, for the listeners who don't know that, Zakarpattia is the area in Romania or Moldova that's south of Ivano-Frankivsk.
That's right, yeah. It's the Ivano-Frankivsk area. They also sent a Shahid drone towards Ivano-Frankivsk, but I believe that was shot down.
Yeah, they did a great job of shooting down the Shahids again. A good job of the missiles, but not the ballistics, and a great job of shooting down the Shahids again.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes a visual just sort of brings it home to you, doesn't it? And that's why I put that visual in the nest there, because it just, well, it's sometimes I look at them and I think, oh yes, yeah, okay, fair enough. They've shot down about 7 drones or what have you. And then I look at that and I'm like, bloody hell, look at it. That was busy night. Thank God they've got ammunition. Brian.
Hey, long time no speak. Love all the hosts and all the participants here. One of the things I wanted to say was I'm a little frustrated with some of the more powerful social media folks like Maria Drutska and Sarah Ashton Cirillo who never show up here. They're never on this space. And, they have a lot of followers and they could be helping us boost just general support for Ukraine. But that's one of my bitches and moans that I just got out of the way. It's nice to reconnect with you folks. I'm always listening, even though I'm not always talking. There are a lot of folks that contribute to this space that I think bring more material than I can bring. But one of the things that has been chapping my ass, is the fact that, yeah, I mean, we're going to give you weapons, but we're going to tell you how you can use them. You can't strike within Russia and all this happy horse shit. Although it's not really happy horse shit, it's bad horse shit. It's got to stop. And if we're going to give Ukraine weapons, and I'm talking globally, every single entity, and I think the European countries are more open to this. And obviously, I'm a Democrat, I'm a liberal. Most folks on the space understand where I come from politically. But Biden and Blinken and everyone in the United States just needs to take off the restraints on Ukraine. Imagine if it was your country that was being invaded. Imagine if it was your, grandfathers, grandmothers, kids being killed, raped, genocided. Imagine if that was happening. Instead of you going to some 9 to 5 job and worrying about how much money you were making, it would be a very different situation. And it's, yes, it's very encouraging for me to see all the money that and military support that has been flowing into Ukraine over the last 9 months, since Mike Johnson and Donald Trump absolutely fucked Ukraine. And they have given up territory. They haven't given it up. They were forced to give it up. And I don't want to get deep into American politics, but folks, we cannot ignore American politics. Okay, 6 to 8 months of delay of support to Ukraine is a very, very serious delay, and that costs lives, it costs territory, and you wonder if you're going to get that back. So a lot of things on the table here. I can't wait until F-16s start really working for Ukraine. It's been a long time coming. I know we don't say everything, we don't share everything, but if there's not 40 or 50 F-16s in the sky soon, I would be disappointed, because we've been talking about F-16s for damn near 18 months now. I just wanted to hop back on because I haven't spoken in a while, but I've been listening. Slava Ukraini, and I love everybody that really puts in the time and the effort, sacrifices their sleep and sometimes their mental sanity to chime in on this space and fight for what is good. Again, Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, thanks for chipping in. That's well said. All those points. And yeah, we appreciate you coming back. With regard to other people coming in or not, Brian, I think it's probably me. Famous people hate me, but no, I don't know. I don't know. Everybody's welcome in the space. We like to talk to everybody about what their views are, and keep up on the news in Ukraine and things that are going on in Ukraine. Too much U.S. politics for people like Mocker's taste, of course. But I do agree with you that you can't ignore the situation periodically. And then it comes down to policy, right? When legislation is done, policy setting then gets taken place by the United States. And with regard to that point, I always prefer an America that lives up to its written policies and doesn't read off a secret hymn sheet somewhere on what its policies are, and unwritten things. I think that way lies madness, and I think America can typically do much better if it relies on its written policies and focuses on implementation of those once it gets into the hands of the executive. And this current shift, we go from grudging acknowledgement that periodically 155 millimeter shells got shot across the border, and nobody knows who owned those shells before they were handed over to Ukraine. I mean, they probably wouldn't know. To now they're going to get use of multiple different weapon systems, provided it's only within short range, I guess, of Kharkiv. And so it's a gradually getting rid of this unwritten policy. But really, America, and for all the reasons you said, Brian, would do better to just stand on principle. We stand for liberal democracy. We're going to support a liberal democracy in its survival against a genocidal invader, and we are going to give it weapons and not give it any instruction on their use, because that instruction is already provided by the Geneva and Hague Conventions on the laws of armed conflict, and those are the rules that everybody should be living by. See, it's much more simple. It's clear. Everybody knows your purpose of where you're going, and it is toward a lawful and better life for us all in the world. If you produce written policy that says where you want to go, and then steadfastly move toward that and throw your weight behind that, and don't get distracted by Russian disinformation, and don't do secret deals to try to appease Russia or somehow escalation manage any of that stuff. Just live by your principles when the differences between right and wrong are so incredibly stark, as they are in this case of Ukraine's war. Russia's war on Ukraine and Ukraine's attempting to defend itself, as Jens Stoltenberg reiterated again today. And thank you every day to Jens Stoltenberg for making clear, direct statements about self-defense and what that entails for Ukraine under the rules of armed conflict. And end of story, right? That, you know, Ukraine hasn't shown any form, no form whatever of not following the laws of armed conflict, be that chemical weapons use, which they're not, shooting of unarmed prisoners of war, which they're not, doing attacking civilian areas indiscriminately or targeting civilians with cluster munitions, things like that. They're not. You know, they're just not doing any of that stuff. They have no form in it. So why try to give them additional instructions on how to prosecute a war of survival for them when you clearly have them opposing Russia, who, as I pointed out, they're just with the alternate, have been doing all of those things, following virtually none of the rules of armed conflict that Russia hasn't shown an interest or actively breaking, and an absolute, if I'll say, disdain for human life, even their own. That story Mockers just told about the old bloke fighting with the in the group there in the forest. Tactics don't even work on Russia because they're so willing to kill their guys that if you get anywhere near them, they'll just shell both of you with artillery, right? That's the Russian way. That's why their meat assaults eventually succeed sometimes, because they don't even bother waiting to stop shelling before sending the guys in. You know, they'll tell them it's smoke, and probably some of it is, but there's also plenty of high explosive in there because they just don't care about human life. So giving Ukraine any instructions, in addition to what the rules of armed conflict provide for them, you know, how to prosecute this war, is absurd. And I hate to see it done. And it has been very disappointing to see America score an own goal like that, almost, or attempt to score an own goal like that after finally coming through with the necessary aid and making a demonstrable difference on the battlefield. In the lines stopped moving. As soon as bullets status on was achieved, lines basically stopped moving at all again for Russia's advance, and we started to see some two-way traffic, like in Vovchansk, where Ukraine has recaptured some territory, and Chasiv Yar, where Russia is making zero advance, and Pokrovsky region, where Russia is making some tiny incremental gains, but the losses that Russia is incurring every day are immense and still growing. The average of Russian deaths is still going up every day. So their attacks, their battle plan, Russia's is unsustainable, and Ukraine's been holding out, and we see that when they have bullets, they can hold out. But really, what they need to be able to do is interdict Russian planes, Russian surface-to-air missile systems that are fired surface-to-surface, right? Those indiscriminate attacks that have been happening with S-300 missile systems forever against Kharkiv, those should go. And those can go with an ATACMS missile placed right where it needs to be on top of those things when they know where they're at. Some of these Iskander missiles that are being fired, and the North Korean missiles that are proliferating up there, geez, I don't know if they'd fit into the definition of things that Ukraine's allowed to strike. But if I was Ukraine, I wouldn't even worry about it. If I could hit some North Korean missile systems up in Smolensk area with an ATACMS missile, I think they should be all over that. What's America going to do? Scold them about killing off North Korean missiles that shouldn't even be in Russia's hands, and more war criminal activity, stopping and interdicting that? I just don't see America coming through on any sort of threat to cut off aid to Ukraine over an incident like that, where Ukraine used those weapons, interpreted the definitions just provided to it by America in a way that allows them to attack whatever they need to, wherever they need to attack it. And I don't think America would do anything about it. They might scold, they might tut tut, wave their finger, threaten to do something later on, or people are going to have to. Well, that's going to take some harsh conversation, that one. But really, if all you're doing is interdicting missile systems, surface air missile systems used inappropriately, multiple launch rocket systems, all the stuff that would be longer range than you should be able to take out with whatever this new rule is from America, that America would stand by. And one type of attack like that, right? One type of attack, if Ukraine were to target most of, if not all, of the 9 air bases that are within ATACMS range of Ukraine on the same night, with 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6 ATACMS cluster munition missiles on all of them at the same time, quite a lot of the glide bomb problem would be solved in one quick swipe, one attack. And then if the United States complained about it, you'd say, did we misinterpret that? Because those glide bomb planes sure are the ones that are killing our cities off, like Kharkiv, and not knocking those out on the ground when they're not in a civilian area, and they're clearly coming to strike us as soon as they're loaded up with bombs. And how could that possibly be unacceptable activity? I would honestly, I would interpret those rules. Any new rules applied by America, any new clarification of that doesn't just rescind everything and go back to the rules of armed conflict, I would be taking a very hard look at as an attorney, right? I'd get my attorney in there, go, what do you think we can get away with here, Brian? I mean, a good attorney, some guy who works out of not a high rise, but someplace down in North Carolina or someplace like that. An understanding attorney, I think, is what we call those guys, Brian, and a very good advocate, because it's a silly rule. It is a silly rule to require Ukraine not to just act within its self-defense, the way Stoltenberg said, use the weapons however you want. And the other thing I really loved overnight, Mockers, was the Dutch statement that should have had "Remember MH17" after it, where they clearly said, it's our expectation that they're going to take our F-16s and use them wherever they need to take out Russian targets. I love that. Very great. That's a superb Dutch statement. And it literally, Australia ought to be providing all of our F-18s in that, and using that same language and saying, remember MH17, because no holds barred on Russian aircraft, I wouldn't think. Marcus, back to you, or Brian again?
I'll go to Brian.
Yeah, I mean, Will, I'm afraid to say, not afraid to say, but happy to say that you probably have a grasp on global legal doctrine that I have. I mean, there's just simply no question about it. But it's pretty ludicrous if you can't strike back on a country that is invading you and performing genocide upon you, and then some country or multiple countries give you support, and there are guidelines against you fighting against genocide. I mean, folks, this is a perplexing situation, to say the least. And you shouldn't have to go through the legal system to fight back against genocide, eh? Just completely fucking ludicrous. and absolutely goddamn maddening that we're even talking about legalese, legal language, folks, when you've got people being raped, people being genocided, people being just wiped off the face of the earth. And international criminal courts, hello. Russia's been bombing fucking apartment buildings and hitting apartment buildings, churches, schools, preschools, and hospitals for the last 24 months. And now you're going to tell me, and certainly I don't live in Ukraine, but in New Jersey, there's a lot of Ukrainians. But I mean, imagine if it was happening to you. Imagine if it was happening to your neighborhood, your country, your friends, your family, your citizens. Um, I've got to go through some legal process to use someone else's weapons on someone else's country who is trying to genocide me. This, or not trying to genocide me, is genociding my country, my people. I mean, this is just such a fucked up, crazy situation. And, jumping to the next step, which shouldn't be the next step, is getting Ukraine into NATO, right? And this has to happen. We've been talking around in circles for 24 months or so. We've made some progress, obviously. There's a lot of dead Vatniks. We've seen the explosions. I love to see them every day. I do. We're providing, a lot of free cremations for the Vatniks and the stupid fucking Ruskies that want to come to Ukraine and kill people for no reason. Well, why? Oh, we want more resources and we want some more real estate because we're not populating, we're not producing enough Russians, so we might as well go steal someone else's land. This is Putin, what he wants to put on his headstone. Well, what did I do with my last 10 years of my life? Well, I grabbed X amount of hectometers and I grabbed, I made myself happy because we did a land grab and a resource grab and we stole a bunch of Ukrainian kids and we brought them over to Russia. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, we're going to tell the Ukrainians how they can use the weapons that we give them. It's an absolute fucking joke. I'm going to sign out. I'm going to listen. And thank you so much. Slava Ukraini. Love you guys.
Thank you, Brian. Hey, everybody, like Brian, if you're going to use the swear jar regularly, you ought to pop over to MriyaReport.org or use the link and smash on the big blue button in the upper right hand corner and pay for your swears and provide any donation that you feel like you can afford. Because right now, I think this is still going. I think I'm going to say it is anyway. They haven't told me it's over. There's a donor match on. There are 4 anonymous donors that are providing matches up to $500, and they're all going to inflate whatever you put in so that it comes out the other end as 5 times that amount. Right? 4 donors, you put in $1, they'll put in $4. That's $5 right there. So never better time to make a donation than now where donations are getting matched. And we're still trying to get one more. This is like the stretch target, right? We got all the generators that I think they set out to get, and we're going to get one more because we can before the deadline is over. And we'd like to have you join us in doing that by making a donation of any size. Oh, and programming note, the folks that are using these things are going to be in tonight again. The doctors at Kharkiv are coming in with Princess Cannoli. So massive night. I might have to break up my Saturday night from going to the casino and drinking heavily and stay in for 10 p.m. tonight because That should be a really good session. And these are the folks that are using these power generators that we're buying them for this hospital. And you can see them talk about them, how they use them in action, what they use them for during surgery, during recovery, to keep critical equipment on, how they're powering them up, how they're actually using them, and what they intend to do with them now and into the future. How much like uninterruptible power supply will still be valuable to them when the war is over, and they're using a more distributed power system, or just still want to have uninterruptible power supply back up in the hospital. I think it's a great thing. And yeah, I think we're gonna meet our stretch target on this and get them one more than we thought we were going to. So please join us if you can. Mockers.
Yo.
Nothing. It's just that I've been listening to you talk for about 3 hours, while Prince was taking some well-earned rest there, I think, and poking buttons occasionally. And now I come in, and now you can't get a word in edgewise. We're quite a pair, all three of us.
Indeed we are. But I don't mind having a little break. It gave me a chance to finish my coffee while it was still warm. So all good. What's not all good is that, and I will give you a sort of a more detailed report now of what's been going on inside Ukraine overnight. Russia fired exactly 100 objects, 53 missiles and 47 drones. Ukraine were able to stop 35 rockets and all but one of the drones. However, all 4 Iskander-M ballistic plus 14 other missiles got through. Now, unfortunately, Russia targeted energy structures, which is what they've been doing recently. So they tend not to be near people, and we don't get reports until official ones come out. But there is now an official report that there is serious damage to 2 more thermal power plants. This is the 6th mass energy attack in 2.5 months. DTEC have stated that the enemy attacked 2 DTEC thermal power plants, and their assessment is the equipment is significantly damaged. The power industry was attacked in 5 regions, so Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Kievograd, Ivano-Frankivsk, and Dnipropetrovsk. In the latter, no casualties from any drone or missile hits, but a 7-year-old girl and 3 pensioners were injured in, again, artillery strikes on Nikopol.
And I'll just add from some of the analysis I've read that it would appear that Russia may have attempted to attack the European Union gas storage at Stryi again. And I don't think that was successful, but there were definitely cruise missiles flying in and around Stryi that either got shot down or missed their target if there was no damage. And I haven't heard any damage to that facility. But here again, if I was a European Union customer of this large, massive amount of gas storage that Ukraine holds for you and then releases as you need it, and Russia was attacking that facility, I might consider flying some planes up over in that part of far, far western Ukraine, and protect the assets that are protecting my prices and availability of gas next winter. I'm just saying, it's something I might consider, Markers.
Well, exactly. It's not like the Russians care if it affects us as well. In fact, they want it to affect us as much as possible, don't they? This is one of the reasons why they're going after that. And yeah.
And you could use any provocation you wanted that Russia would do to you. If for instance, today, Romania and Poland wanted to make the argument that they were going to put their planes in the air over western Ukraine, but west of a line of Kiev through Odessa, and just help shoot down the Russian murder weapons that fly in there every day or fly anywhere near Polish borders. If they did that, they could use the well documented escalation that Russia did today by flying its missiles over Romanian territory to reach their destinations in Ukraine. That's a massive breach of international law, folks. Massive. But because Russia's been doing it for a while, it's normalized. But you don't have to normalize escalations. You can counter escalations in a meaningful way. You could say, you know what? We're sick of that. We're sick of Russia putting us at risk in our country and violating the laws and norms of acceptable behavior between countries. We're going to begin flying our planes anytime there's an air alert in regular combat air patrols in our territory, and seek an agreement where we can travel into Ukrainian territory as we need to shoot down weapons that are threatening us and Ukraine. Your answer, the provocation is there already. All you'd be doing is making a commitment to a defensive move, 100% defensive move. And what's Russia going to do about it? What are they going to do?
Well,
Nothing.
apparently, Will, there are fears of escalation. You know, I don't know if you noticed, but yesterday there was an appropriate escalation. Yes, go ahead and hit Russia. Protect yourselves, defend yourselves, do what you need to do. Yes, some of that comes with caveats, but for a lot, it doesn't. So, you know, this escalation, I don't know if you've noticed, Will, but I've checked and there's no nukes flying around as far as I can tell. No, if anything, Russia just decided to massively attack Ukraine again, as per bloody usual, really. You know, it doesn't surprise me that they've not carried out any of these threats, have they? So, yeah.
No, yeah, because they're making up escalations that they say Ukraine's doing. But I mean, counter that with actually flying your weapons across Romanian territory. That's an actual escalation. Whereas they're making up escalations that if Ukraine does the things that is allowed to do under international law to protect itself, self-defense, that's somehow escalatory. And I'm getting that picture in my mind again, where a rapist is telling their victim not to escalate all the time while they're, attacking them.
Yeah, exactly. It does give off that vibe, doesn't it? Well, I've got a bit more to say about energy facilities. In Lviv, there are 4 injuries, but officials say 6 cruise missiles hit 3 critical infrastructure energy facilities. So, you know, it's not just Kharkiv, is it, that's being, left without power. It's the whole of Ukraine. I mean, you know, Lviv is technically a very safe place, but it's not safe from Russian missiles. Now, unfortunately, more recently, repeated aerial bombs have been fired by Russian aircraft into northern Kharkiv. Vovchansk, Liptsy, and Stary Saltiv have all been hit in the last few minutes. So, just to note that. Now, I'm going to cheer myself up by going back to talk about the numbers because, well, the astonishing amount of personnel losses by Russia in May, 38,950, with an average of 1,256 per day. That's the highest losses so far. Over 100 vehicles and fuel tanks today as well, but no boats, despite saying that 2 were destroyed on Thursday. So I'm
not totally destroyed, damaged.
Well, yes, but there were other smaller boats that were apparently destroyed, but apparently they're too small to count.
Fair enough. But undeniable damage to two of the rail ferries that they use at the Kerch end of the ferry passage, and the striking of both the port with the oil depot at the other end in Kavkaz, and the nearby depot where they load barges as well in Temruk. So big day over in that part of Crimea yesterday, and well, we're waiting to see what happens today. Other than lots and lots of attacks of explosions in the north of the border under their new rules. Lots of 30 to 40 explosions, I understand, in Belgorod, which is good. Let them know that you know where they're at, and reduce their numbers hopefully significantly. I will have to wait and see, Marcus, whether or not the forces that Russia was mounting in Graveron and Gravegon and up near Shuzdu are going to be withdrawn and move farther north so that they can be out of range. But clearly, those folks meet the definition of massing for an attack, and would be also on the list. Any of their armor, equipment, and the men. So, yeah, I haven't heard of a lot of other. I haven't heard of any attacks in Crimea. Have you heard of any air alerts or attacks in Crimea or Krasnodar in the last 5 or 6 hours? I've only seen the attacks on Ukraine.
No attacks in those areas, but I did see that Belgorod had a very sleepless night. Don't know if you noticed that at all, but
Oh
there
yeah,
was.
I was just saying there's obviously they're exercising their capability to use these new rules in Belgorod, but I can't see anything significant outside there.
No, I didn't spot anything major, particularly last night. I think they were probably quite busy, to be honest. But yes, Belgorod has begun the summer with hot season, so very loud last night in Belgorod. In fact, air defense was said to be active. There was 2 missile attacks within an hour, and in the second attack, more than 20 explosions were heard. So I'm assuming that some of them may have been successful. So we'll have to see what happens when the smoke clears, as it were. Just looking to see if there's any more news. But oh well, there's lots of photos of things being destroyed. So
there was a great follow-up to the attack I spoke of earlier on the barges by the SBU. That noted in those attacks that the air defense in that area is the best of the layered defense using Pantsir S1s, Tor, and S400 Triumph systems, and those ATACMS missiles hit those exact targets they were after. The vaunted new generation Soviet systems or Russian systems were not able to shoot down the 1995 technology.
well, they are just obviously not up to standard, are they? Now, I've just seen something which is both hilarious, unbelievable, and well, just so very Russian. Right? There was a contest of the Ministry of Emergency Situations for city safety, right? So obviously they were trying to get people to, provide safety measures within their cities, and this was one way to do it, was to give them all a contest to provide what they're calling a My City is Safe plan, right? Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to carry it out, but guess which city won?
Belgorod.
Yes, Belgorod. I'm sorry, but that's the funniest thing ever. Yes, of course, Belgorod won the All-Russian contest of the Ministry of Emergency Situations My City is Safe award. And yes, that just what?
Amazing. Now, of course, the Russians are now claiming that Belgorod was hit with ATACMS. It was not. It was hit with HIMARS, though, very most definitely, according to some info here. So, indeedy, which the Russians might think are ATACMS for sure, but they definitely aren't. Might have been a bit more consternation had they used ATACMS, but they don't need to do that in order to smash Belgorod. It's right there, guys, right here. And yeah, you shouldn't have been there. That's all I can say about that. Now then, there's a couple of things. There was a fire at the Ruskaya compressor station near Anapa last night. So you asked me, did I see things in Crimea? And I thought I'd just have a little look. And this was
Krasnodar's fine. What got hit in Napa?
So this was a compressor station near Anapa. Crimean Wind monitoring group have cited some satellite imagery data recording 2 powerful fires at this location. Now, we're not sure if this was drones or if Russians have been smoking in inappropriate places, but the Ruskaya CS, this particular place, is the beginning of the Turkish Stream gas pipeline. So, you know, I'm just going to say that Russia is getting to the point where they can't fulfill their promises. And, well, I'm sure Turkey will find other ways if that isn't available, because they'll have to. You know, sometimes you just have to give people a little push, don't you?
Indeed.
So, yeah, there was no reports of drones. So I'm wondering if that was actually some sort of sabotage effort, because there's been, you know, a lot of that sort of stuff going about recently, especially in places where Ukraine currently isn't. You know, all over Russia. All sorts of strange and wonderful things burning down, like that place, that Putin's summer dacha place. That's a bit of a statement, that's either some cheeky, like, activist person, perhaps somebody who lives nearby, who's making a statement about how much they love their leader, or could it be somebody who actually maybe had access to that building and just thought, you know, that Putin deserved a little bit of extra paranoia? Makes you wonder, doesn't it, how that place happened to burn down quite so thoroughly. And it is also notable that it's a bit out of the way. So firefighters, well, you know, didn't have an awful lot of opportunity to get there fast. That's the only problem with places like that you took away in these sort of, you know, secretive type locations away from the rest of civilization, is that when a fire starts, and of course you don't have fire suppression equipment because this is Russia, then yeah, just takes a long time for people to come and help. Just a note.
Yeah, and the answer to your question is no, Mockers. You cannot ever add too much paranoia to an authoritarian government that is drifting towards totalitarianism. Pile it on, paranoia.
Exactly. So he's going to be thinking, did somebody burn that down just, you know, like as a lark? Could it have been an individual, or some individuals, perhaps? Could it have been
Or
somebody
are
who
they
worked
really
there?
after me? Or are they really after me? And if they're
Yeah.
really after me, Mockers, who helped them find me?
Exactly. What was that noise? Exactly. So there's, yeah, I just love it, because it could just have been a single dude just really peed off who worked there and decided, well, look this, I'm burning it down on my way home. Or it could be a shadowy organization sending a message. So either way, it's fun. Now then, I thought I would just bring up the
Clooney organization.
I was just going to say that myself. Please proceed.
Yay! Because, you know, George, he's not only a silver fox, but he's got a lot of morals. He's a good fella, I think.
Well, that lady he's married to is a pretty smart cookie.
That is very true. So, the Clooney Foundation intends to obtain an arrest warrant for journalists from Russian state media.
I'm looking right at you, Scabby.
And Sololiobobobov. Remember how much he misses his Lake Como villa? Well, maybe that's going to be the least of his worries.
And this isn't a joke. Going to do them all potentially on incitement to genocide, which we have enumerated here from each of those people and others many times, Mockers.
Exactly. And, you know, if this is got to be done by a participant, you know, they've got to bring this case, then they've decided no one else is going to do it, we will. So one of the ways to prosecute Russian propagandists is to ask the ICC to prosecute and open an investigation into their involvement in the incitement of genocide. Oh yes, let's get this done. This is awesome. So
And
if
the court makes any preliminary findings that there isn't evidence of incitement to genocide, they can put restrictions, or they can allow for restrictions on where those propagandists can be rebroadcasted under various national laws. You can't pass a foreign agents law, Mockers, but you can pass a no genociders on my airways law. There's a real fine line between those things, really, isn't there?
well, yes, absolutely. So, according to Anna Neistat from the Clooney organization, Russian state media has had a great influence on the development of the war in Ukraine. Adding that the Docket project is also involved in collecting evidence and filing applications to the ICC. Julia Davies and Prune could actually help in this regard. So Prune has decided to post a few examples of how many times she's pointed out incitement to genocide from the Russian state media, and says, I honestly don't know how I'd have to set aside a decent amount of time to go and actually count it. But think about that. This number should be 0. The world needs to address what they're saying and what they're doing, inciting genocide. We said never again. And here is the Russian state media saying they should be exterminated. Enemies have to be destroyed like rats. That is correct. I mean, come on. We teach these things in school, and yet we've got Skabiva saying the Ukrainian question has to be solved once and for all, as in very Nazi language. How many times are they going to say the word exterminated before we actually take them seriously? They talk about burying them in unmarked graves. They say they're fighting ghouls and they are unclean and can be stopped only with a stake through the heart. Many, many dehumanizing efforts. They hope to start an epidemic. They say 1 week after all the electricity is cut off, the cities will be swimming in sewage, and there will be a clear threat of an epidemic. And he apologized for using a curse word when saying that, because out of the whole statement, using a curse word is the thing he should be apologizing for. No, hoping to start an epidemic. Or perhaps they can make it impossible to survive. Here's another one. Floods of refugees towards western borders. Correct, because it is impossible to survive in Ukraine. Yes, that's right. The former Russian Commissioner for Human Rights stated he supported this. They talked of drowning children. Just drown them. On on national TV, or shooting them. If we can't drown them, so we can shoot them. They talk of denazification, which means destroyed, specifically 2 million people. So to be denazified is very finely defined as to be destroyed, not to be re-educated, to just be destroyed. Or maybe they should just kill another 50,000 Ukrainians. That was stated by one of their propagandists. This guy's called Akim Apachev. Akim thought 2 million was excessive. So just another 50,000. We could, tone it down a bit. Huh? Of course, Sergei Mardan also was in on this. He states, "We will achieve our victory, and Ukraine's culture minister who wants to cancel Tchaikovsky and Rachmaninoff will be hung in their main street." Nice. So, hanging in the street. Cutting the heads off. And they say, one soldier was cutting the head off another soldier. They want us to be ashamed and horrified by this. Do I condemn our guys? No, and I never will. We will win at every cost. This is Anton Krasovsky, and he is also completely morally bankrupt and should face charges for incitement to murder. They call it a cleansing. Shudder. That's horrifying, isn't it? Yeah. Listen to this as a description from Solovyov himself. When a doctor is deworming a cat, for the doctor, it is a special operation. But for the cat, it is a cleansing. Ugh. He also says, same guy, Vladimir Solovyov, you can fight the unclean only with holy fire. What the actual... they're called devils by Simeonianian. They are devils which must be destroyed. There can be no dispute in this. Make sure that there is not even a memory of them left. So obviously removing culture and history. And they say, either we are victorious in this, or we will all be driven into ghettos and gas chambers. They're basically saying, we must do this first before they do it to us, which I'm pretty sure Ukraine didn't have any of those plans prior. But right now, they're pretty damn mad. Oh, they go on to say, there is no pity for any of them. This is who the Russian army is fighting, ghouls and undead. Pardon? I thought you'd just proclaimed that you had your own undead recently and you were proud of that. Turned out it was just a wounded man from Yakutia. They go on to say, Ukrainians are simply not people, just creatures. What? Can you, this language over and over and over again, repeated and reinforced and talking about annihilation, we will exterminate them all, blah, 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 blah. Comparison to animals, dehumanization. One of them said, we are conducting an operation to clean Ukraine of everything that has accumulated on it. You mean like life? They say that they have to do this because it is God's will. And are you against God? I'm not being funny, but what does God have to do with this? Absolutely nothing. But apparently the Lord has chosen them as the weapon of his judgment. Why do people do such horrific things in the name of religion that has F all to do with what they're doing? They're going on saying it would be preferable to them if Kyiv became a completely uninhabitable city. That was said by Mardan. It goes on and on and on and on. you know, I could go on for ages, but we've been pointing this out for exactly 2 years now. So it's a nice thing to do, but it would have been even better if they'd have been stopped. But however, the Clooney organisation. Oh, sorry, I'll come down from that emotional moment. The Clooney organisation has compared the journalists in Russian state media to radio in Rwanda, which is apparently kind of fair. So, as an example, the project director cited the trial of Thousand Hills radio journalists who were accused of involvement in genocide in Rwanda. And the sort of thing that they are airing, right? Incitement to genocide is a crime. And obviously. And yet it's been happening for a very long time. And Julia Davies has been documenting it very closely. And I think she's been doing an absolutely outstanding job that she watches that crap, because then we don't have to. And well, it's very clear that absolutely everything they say about Ukraine is incitement or support of genocide. Dehumanization, that is actually in the written up in the part of incitement to genocide. So when presented with all this information in the UN Security Council, Russia said this evidence didn't exist. When shown the location of the evidence, Russia made no efforts to stop. So when they were shown the clips from their own propaganda and said, well, look, it does exist because it's right here, they made no efforts to stop it. So they lied blatantly during the UN Security Council prior. And then when they saw the actual sources, and Timothy Snyder spoke, this was when Timothy Snyder spoke about the sustained training or education of Russians to believe that genocide is normal, pointing to Russian state media specifically, they obviously didn't do anything about it. In fact, the Russian government continues to support and fund this process, and even presents them with awards for service, which is pretty disgusting. So, of course, the Clooney organisation have started to seek criminal prosecutions, and it's not just the ICC. They're also exploring alternatives. Although charges of incitement to genocide with ICC are one path, charges for war propaganda are another. You see, not every European country has this kind of law on the books, but they only need one country to agree to prosecute it. And then any country that's a member of Europol will be required to extradite any visiting propagandists with a warrant to the prosecuting country. If things go well, they're talking about making these moves in the next few months. As for specific names, we're now focused on bringing to justice the most obvious Russian propagandists, the most visible ones. I will deliberately not name them because we asked prosecutors to issue sealed warrants. This means that, unlike international criminal court warrants where directly suspects are named, we ask for closed warrants so that names are not yet revealed. Bit of paranoia. And this is important because we do not want these people to know necessarily about such a warrant. On the contrary, we want them to travel to other countries and be arrested there. So it's better to let them guess about this rather than receiving clear warnings. Kind of nice, that, isn't it? Therefore, it's not just certain ones that are going to be worried. It's going to be all of them, because they don't know for sure whether their name was put forward. And so they're now tracking how things said on Russian media are repeated almost verbatim by Russian soldiers as justification for their crimes as well. I mean, There's mountains of evidence to prove this. And you know what? It appears that Solovyov heard about the news yesterday. And as you can imagine, he's probably had something to say. Oh, yes, he has. So he called the foundation's statement unacceptable, saying threats against journalists and even more so, reprisals against our colleagues are absolutely unacceptable. Clooney and his wife can come up with any dirty tricks, but their dreams are unlikely to come true, he stated. However, mate, incitement to genocide, that's a crime. So, according to the budget law in 2024, the Russian authorities will spend 121.3 billion rubles on state media, while censoring everything else, of course. Can we just note that Russia isn't buying necessary medicines for people, but it's putting a whole lot of money into that? Wow. Now, more and more countries have started to block Russian propaganda channels, while Simeonian brags about evading these blocks and states that it doesn't matter because we're expanding into places like Latin America now. That's something you want to have a look at. Propagandists will falsely claim that blocking of their network is a violation of free speech. Now then, where have we heard that before? Please remember that these are narratives which are used universally. And guess where they come from? That's right, from Russia. Gee whiz, it's so difficult to notice these things are so similar, isn't it? Coinky-dink? I think not. Apologies. Anyway, this narrative is completely false because freedom of speech is not freedom of hate speech. It's worth noting those are two different things. You see, slander is illegal for a reason, because it is not freedom of hate speech. It's freedom of speech. Anyway, by continuing to broadcast and work with structures that continue to incite genocide, people and entities may become culpable to this crime. And when confronted with some of the things that were broadcast on Russian state media, even the Russian UN representative himself was forced to describe them as vile epithets, while also kind of claiming they didn't exist. However, they were right in front of him. You see, he knew it's wrong. He knows it's wrong. But they're still doing it anyway. So, a week ago, Margarita Simeonian stated she was told Amal Clooney was working on her arrest. Now, no. So it kind of seems like she just came out and stated this herself. And it seems she's professing her guilt because she admits that she's going to have to avoid certain parts of Europe. Whoops. So a week ago, I was told that Amal Clooney was working on my arrest, and here is the confirmation. We are now focused on bringing the most obvious Russian propagandists to justice. We ask for sealed warrants so that names will not be revealed. And this is important because we don't want these people to know about such a warrant. On the contrary, we want them to travel to other countries and be arrested there. Girls, you don't understand anything about us propagandists. These are the countries of yours where you're going to arrest us. I personally don't even need them. Moreover, the cherry blossoms are now in full bloom at Ridenkaya. In other words, I'll be staying home then, hey? Sorry, I like the fact she tried to brazen that out. Yes, I'll be looking at cherry blossoms instead of sunning myself on a beach somewhere.
Yeah, and so I think it is highly folks will ever see justice over this. But you know, there have been well-known cases of propagandists that incited genocide and committed treasonous offenses against their home country Lord Haha and other people in wartime have been convicted after the fact of war crimes related to incitement of genocide and other types of war crimes, and so it's conceivable. But I especially like them being charged because of what these idiots note themselves, that all I really want to do is have Russia isolated within its borders, so a-holes like Solovyev and Scabby and the others spout their nonsense to whoever they want internally, to themselves inside Russia until they're sick of listening to each other. That'd be poetic justice for me.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is a way of stopping them living their lives, basically, isn't it? Their beautiful lives of, Lake Como villas and, yes, holidays abroad. Now, Prune has just been looking at a bunch of different reactions in Russian print and online sources, and basically, they're freaking out. A lot of propagandists now are freaking out about this. In fact, you see, there's just been so much bad news at once recently, and now this, and they're sort of they've got to a critical mass of freaking. So,
and the hits keep coming. It isn't just this. I mean, every day, support for Ukraine's building in a way that would be shockingly undeniable to Russian propagandists or anybody who considers them a serious Russian official, because the news come out yesterday that number 4 and 5, Sweden and Norway, have now signed their long-term bilateral security agreements with Ukraine, and that makes all 5, right? Chris, I don't want to say his name wrong. Christus, oh no, Ulf Kristersson, the Swedish prime minister, said with all 5 Nordic nations now signed bilateral agreements with Ukraine, it sends a very good signal. And can you imagine? I mean, when I think of the 5 Baltic countries, the Norwegians, I think of all the Vikings. Have now, of all the different flavors, all the Vikings are now lined up with Ukraine against Russia. And the last time that happened, mockers, it did not go well for Russia. I can tell you. It's a long, long, long time ago. But Vikings and Russians do not mix.
No, well, just one last thing on this. Zakharova, she came out and criticized it and called out to UNESCO and the OSCE, saying that they were trying to oppress the freedom of the media.
And now, you know what we call that? Dictum.
Oh, yes, dictumhood, indeed. So, yes, of course.
Save me, OSCE, from these nasty persecutors of my genocidal incitement.
Absolutely, yeah. And so they're just basically trying to wave it away or pretend they're the victims, which they clearly aren't. In fact, from the 10 stages of genocide, you're going to see an awful lot of stage 10, which is denial. And they will, of course, go on to try and block any investigations, no doubt. But just a note, denial is the 10th stage that always follows genocide.
it is amongst the surest indicators of further genocidal massacres. Sorry. The perpetrators of genocide dig up mass graves, burn bodies, try to cover up evidence, and intimidate witnesses. They deny that there was any crimes, and they often blame what happened on the victims themselves. They block investigations of these crimes and continue to govern until driven from power by force. Yes. When they flee into exile, leaders of the genocide continued to deny the crime unless they are captured and a tribunal is established to try them. The best response to denial is punishment. In this case, by international tribunal or national courts. Their evidence can be heard and the perpetrators punished, whether they admit or not. Tribunals or international courts must be created. They may not prevent the worst genocidal killers, but at least some may be brought to justice. So there we go. That is the 10th stage of genocide. Quite clearly, denial. And yes, they're going through denial like they're on a boat right now.
Well done.
I thought you might enjoy that. Sorry, I'm like that today, just full of it. So anyway, I thought it was quite funny that Zakharova was quite upset, and yeah, amusing to me. So, what do I have here? I have well, he's called Mikhailo Roja. Roja. I'm going to say that. That's as good as I can do. A journalist from Canada, and he's been looking at the war in Ukraine quite strongly. And he is a disabled member of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, a refugee in Canada. So he has 4 children. And that's one of the reasons why he's in Canada with his family. So I'm just drawing attention to who he is, so you know why he's got an opinion and why his opinion might matter. Because, you know, sometimes we hear all sorts of things from all sorts of people and we don't necessarily know how knowledgeable they are. And some people, their opinions can be a little bit wrong. So anyway, he believes that the Neptune missile hitting the oil terminal in the port of Kavkaz is what he considers a turning point, a beginning to the end of the war. He agrees strategic bombing of Russian economy, well, this is something which is inspired and should have probably been started a long time ago. But only this is what's guaranteeing to undermine the Kremlin's ability to continue this war. We are now obliged to destroy everything more technologically advanced in Russia as possible. Anything more than the production of matches, we should be removing from their hands. The oil sector, the production of shells and missiles, gunpowder, air defense, aviation, electronic warfare, repair and maintenance equipment shops. Destroy them or the means to use them. Let's get what they wanted to do to us in their minus 30 degrees of winter. We must teach them that what they want to do to others can come back on themselves. In fact, exactly what the Allies did to the Nazis in World War II. The Russians are proud that their price of living is low. Okay, but when you're fighting in skins and bast shoes with bows and arrows, how will you feel then? In addition, it is necessary to discourage the schizophrenics like Medvedev from being listened to. All his threats on nuclear weapons, he himself should be held accountable for these threats.
Russian General Valery Vasilyev threatened that the site of the nuclear power station at Zaporizhia would be either Russian land or nothing but a scorched desert. Well, let us open a map of Russian nuclear power plants and put on it the map of winds. If anything, a scorched desert could be made of the European territory from Russia. As soon as we begin the campaign of strategic defeats of the Russian deep rear, the final degradation of their combat capabilities of the Russian army at the front will begin to approach in proportion to the number and frequency of our missile strikes. Sanctions from Western countries on weapons have been a garrote on our throat. It's been a blow to the stomach. To win this war faster, we need to block the air access to them and constantly keep knocking them out of the air. With Western missiles, the key problem is allowing them to hit the territory of the Russian Federation will still only apply to large concentrations of Russian troops near our borders. We're not given the intermediate range missiles that will allow us to attack the Russian defense industry better, and the energy sector, which holds up their defense industry. Therefore, we use the Western missiles to hit the tactical rear. To destroy the operational and strategic rear, we have to use our own missiles. Together with sanctions on the sale of technology to Russia, the burning of technology by Ukraine, Russia will return to an era before their industrialization, and at this level, it will be impossible to fight us regardless of the amount of wild meat they can pull in. You see, Putin can push out his cheeks as much as he wants. He's ready to fight like Tsar Peter. But Ukraine is being helped to recover by his allies. And this savage has no such real allies. Today's successful Neptune strike on Russian territory is just the beginning of the end for Russia. Now, we must ensure that they are able to do these things with sufficient frequency. This is a strategic turn, and it will continue to be. And, well, I just thought that was, it was worth going through that as an opinion, because I think, you know, he does have a point there that these Neptune missiles have been tweaked, have they not, to be a lot more effective and to hit within Russia. Now, if they're able to do that from a coastal battery somewhere, or a, you know, coastal launch site somewhere, well, I'm wondering if they'd be able to use those missiles in other locations. Makes you think, doesn't it? Because
Yeah, I mean, the
it's a
answer is
land
yes,
target,
of course.
basically.
Yeah, the answer is obviously yes. And converting, as Russia and other people have done, converting anti-ship missiles to capable of being attacked ground targets is a matter of you know, changing the targeting and means by which they address those targets in those things, and sometimes changing the warhead to a different style. But yeah, I think it's a great news that Ukraine has managed to use these Neptune missiles, because we now know a good, well, we know they have a good long range, and there are plenty of targets that could use an attack. It's a matter of how many they produce, really, Mockers, because this Neptune now appears to be an effective weapon. Nobody on the Moskva would say that it's not an effective anti-ship missile, and it managed to take out these tanks in Kavkaz and set, I would argue, one of the most attractive fires in several months.
It was particularly beautiful, wasn't it?
I thought it was AI. It was so good. I thought it was AI, frankly.
Yeah, I just think a really good camera as well. Now, do you want to talk about nuclear war? Do you?
Sure.
Yeah, it's a thing of fantasy, folks. Let's have a little read about what our friend Raver says about nuclear. Now, Russia apparently has 5,580 nuclear weapons. And the US has 5,044, plus another 515 pledged to NATO via the UK and France. So a grand total of 5,559. So theoretically, Russia has 21 more than the rest of us. That's kind of misleading. You see, a total warhead count is misleading. It includes strategic stockpiles of non-deployed, often undeployable warheads. There are actually 3,880 deployed warheads amongst all nuclear powers, and about 2,000 considered to be on high alert, conducting what they call MAD, or mutually assured destruction. Almost all of them deployed with Russia or NATO. So everyone who maintains active warheads needs a stockpile of extras that can be rotated in with fresh tritium when the older warheads get to about 12 years old and become, they actually become poisoned with helium-3, which is valuable itself, but not just for nukes. So there's a global shortage of this helium-3 stuff since the end of the Cold War. Since it's created when warheads are cleaned, and the smaller global stockpiles mean there's less of this valuable element in the world. In the deployed warhead game, Russia has about 1,750, almost all of them considered strategic weapons. And the US and NATO have around 2,070 strategic and 110 or so tactical. This gives NATO a lead. NATO has an effective 20% lead in deployed warhead numbers. There we go. So, status of world nuclear forces and what have you are all, you can go and have a look at all of this stuff. Federation of American Scientists. So, Russia's population density, and why is Russia so sparsely populated? So, these are studies that have been done, and these are some things which we've noted are problems for Russia, just in general. But it gets worse. You see, Russia inherited arms control treaties from the USSR, but not at its strategic level. Although Russia is big, it's not USSR big, and the bulk of its population lives in a very narrow area. 75% of Russia's population is urban and mostly concentrated in roughly 309 cities, all with populations of 50,000 or more. Even the bulk of the remaining 25% living in between these cities still depend on them. You see, their size is misleading. A vast amount of Russia's size is unpopulated wilderness. In contrast, the US has 336 cities of over 100,000, and Europe has well over 100 cities in urban areas of over 500,000. So technically, Russia has many more targets to target with fewer deployed warheads, while NATO has a much smaller target list and would hit them all if they really wanted to. Any move that Russia made to increase their deployed stockpile could and would likely be matched in very short order from NATO's own strategic forces. Now, it is worth noting that Russia has more thermonuclear warheads. The only remaining US hydrogen bombs are gravity bombs. But while thermonuclear warheads are bigger, with the accuracy of modern weapons, there is no real difference in what would end up being destroyed. 250 kiloton weapon with a CEP of 110 meters is just as effective as a 10 megaton weapon with a CEP of 5 kilometers. Some US weapons have a CEP of just 30 meters. And the smallest US weapon is still 4 to 5 times more powerful than Hiroshima. So small is relative. So there's one of the reasons why the B-6112 bomb is the most dangerous nuclear weapon in America's arsenal. So let's break this down a little bit. NATO is never going to first strike. All of our strategic weapons are most likely aimed at large population centres because it's the counter value. We only need 309 of our weapons to survive in order to completely erase Russia off the map. Now, given that much of our arsenal is sea-based, Russia can't even reach the 85% threshold needed to make sure at least one Russian city would be able to wake up that day. And, obviously live through the long, long nuclear winter, if that were to ever take place. How many of Russia's warheads are actually functional? Well, this is a question. You see, the rational answer is enough to ensure mutually assured destruction, but likely not their fully declared numbers. Bit of a wild card, but chances are endemic corruption in Russia, combined with the industrial value of tritium, has led to at least maybe one new yacht, maybe more. So you never quite know where they're up to. Now, Russia knows all this, and they know that we know all this. And they're telegraphing that they basically couldn't possibly win a nuclear war. You see, the Poseidon nuclear torpedo, it's a revenge weapon. It's an admission by Russia that their EW is very ineffective against US remote sensing and stealth. Now, while no first strike can ever be 100% successful, the US in a first strike scenario would have a much better chance of getting most of Russia's nuclear forces than vice versa. Besides, the nuclear torpedo Russia has still relies on road or rail to be mobile. So road or rail mobile ICBM systems to preserve a second strike capability much more than it relies on the actual fleet. So while NATO is silo-based and has some silo-based, while NATO has some silo-based ICBMs in the US, the bulk of a nuclear deterrent for NATO is submarine-based, which means they have a much bigger window to fly missiles through, which would also compound Russia's EW problems. Note how taking out those strategic radars, even though they weren't facing Ukraine, has probably made them a lot more nervous about this sort of thing as well. Even though people moaned about that, I think that's really inspired because, they do have a problem, don't they? Prevailing winds. Russia is downwind of every weapon that could be detonated in Europe, including their own. In fact, in most cases, fallout would fall directly on Russia. China has already warned Russia not to do the nuke thing. Xi did not climb his way to the top of the world's oldest civilization to see it glow green because of their neighbor being stupid. China responds to Putin's threat to break the nuclear weapons pledge. That was printed in Newsweek. And so basically, there's an awful lot of reasons why it's never going to happen, and likely never going to happen. You see, when even a smooth-brained cartoon dog can pull apart their arguments, it's obvious that, yes, they could wreck some part of the West, but the cost would be the complete loss of their civilization. Are they really that suicidal?
Yeah, great article from our favorite truck driver. And I'll just note that this is in response to a Vatnik I've been fighting with during the day too. And look at how well crafted Raver's article is, and I do say our favorite truck driver because he's a very knowledgeable, well-read, but simple, honest guy, and he's taking on a guy who fancies himself. He fancies himself the next national security advisor to Donald Trump if Donald Trump is elected. And I read this, and Raver read this, and immediately went to his puffing up of the numbers difference, because from I've known about mutually, I've been studying nuclear mutually assured destruction and nuclear detente from back when I was in university. Haven't looked at it for a long time, but I understand the basis of these arguments and how nuclear deterrence works, which is why I've been saying here in the space for a long time, don't worry about Russian nuclear threats. There is no bona fide reason for Russia to use a strategic or tactical nuclear weapon, and there are plenty of arguments against it, of which I've probably talked about 2 or 3, but Raver has got into here in detail. Elbridge Colby is a perfect example of how you can be an academic and have articles and books published that basically don't say anything and wave around smooth sounding pap as if you're an expert in anything. But this argument of his about, well, they've got more nukes and they're ready, they're ready to use them against us. He's an idiot. To think that a raw number of, oh, they've got 21 more nukes, I've known, and he points out with the numbers here exactly. For the U.S. and the Soviet Union were limited to 7,000 nuclear warheads in total under the SALT II agreements. They actually both only maintain about 5,000, specifically because they know that they both have tenfold the amount of nuclear weapons to do horrendous damage to the world if they were all fired off in a strategic exchange. And yeah, Xi has no interest in that. I'll note that when they were doing, Medvedev and Putin and Peskov were up there rattling the nuclear saber regularly, and then there was a meeting between Xi and Putin, and after that they asked Xi's positions on things, and he said 2 things that were incredibly important in that. This is a meeting about a year ago, not the most recent one. But Xi immediately made a statement about tuning down the nuclear rhetoric, and how they respected the long-term territorial sovereignty of nations. And that had to be a massive deflating moment for Putin on both of those things, because China needs to maintain that sovereign borders are sovereign borders. If it ever attempts to try to take Taiwan as if it is originally a part of China. So it fits into their whole argument. Plus, you'll note that for several weeks, probably maybe even months, a couple of months, Russia stopped making nuclear threats for a while. They've gone back to it, of course, but they're more vague and veiled. But overall, they have gone back to it, and I think we're up to, I think the magic number right now is 36 in relation to threats of use of nuclear weapons on one or various countries. But there just is simply no justification for it, and there is nothing NATO can give Ukraine as far as aid to survive in its war against Russia, which is ever going to create a situation where Russia feels compelled to use nuclear weapons. It's just not going to happen. As Raver pointed out, if Russia uses a nuclear weapon in this war against Ukraine, no matter how they try to paint it, a single use of a nuclear weapon would end Russia. And I don't mean everybody pile in and nuke them and we're mutually assured destruction. If Russia uses a nuclear weapon in this war, they will be eliminated as a country for sure. There is absolutely no way China and the rest of the world is going to stand by and allow Russia to use a nuclear weapon and not completely eliminate its capability of ever doing that again. That means Russia ceases to exist. That means the very reason for Russia holding nuclear weapons to prevent its existence, right, in mutually assured destruction, it negates the entire reason why they would have nuclear weapons to use one. So it's not going to happen. But this story that you told reminded me of something I used to love to do. I love to do this. If you're ever a good friend of mine and you've never been to Montana, I love taking people on a drive out of Great Falls, Montana through Augusta and those places like that, because I stop in a few places and I say, hey, you see that little farm shack there that's out in the middle of nowhere, and how it's what looks strange about it, and then can't really pick it out or whatever, it seems to have a nice big security fence around it for a tiny little shack, like a little farmhouse out in the middle of nowhere in the in the rolling hills out there. It's because I think Montana's the 5th largest nuclear weapons power in the world, Mockers, because that's the place where they have the Minutemen II inside. You go into these. Well, if you get anywhere near those buildings, even though there's a security fence up, you will attract a lot of attention from the Air Force security teams and whatever. But if you were to be able to get in through the fence and go in that little farmhouse, you'll find out it's not actually a farmhouse. It's the top of an elevator shaft that goes down into the earth, better part of several hundred meters, and you sit down there and do your job manning the Minuteman II missiles. It freaks people out a little bit, Mockers, to take them out within easy sight range of a little drive through the country. Drive through. Yeah, that's those are nuclear silos right over there. It's an eye opener for visitors.
Genesis man, good morning.
Morning, Mockers, sweetheart. Morning, Will. Well, I've sat here for the last 30 minutes, and I'm just nodding my head with you two. Well done. I couldn't agree with everything you've said. Absolutely spot on, the pair of you. And it will hopefully start to alleviate this constant bemoaning from those that are. Let's put it this way: those that don't understand nuclear war. So, couple of really good takeout points for me that I just want to cover off, just to put icing on the cake. So first and foremost, after everything we've learned about the Russian MOD and its level of corruption, do we actually think that, I don't know, 2/3, a third, I don't know, half of their nuclear stuff will have been maintained properly and is still in a functioning ability? I'm not too sure, because like Mockers said, there's more than a couple of yachts out there that should have been used to update stuff. So I'm not sure that it would. Secondly, China. Z has to feed people. So if you set off a tactical nuclear weapon in Europe, and I'm with you, Will, I don't think there'll be a nuclear response. I think that NATO will send up everything it's got, and it will start pummeling the Russians everywhere. And I mean everywhere, like you wouldn't believe. And don't forget, why has NATO been so reticent in Europe about moving ATACMS, Patriot systems? Well, guess what? Some of those Patriot systems are actually waiting for stuff to lift off out of the earth, aren't they? Yeah, so I just think that was a brilliant, brilliant piece. Well done, the pair of you. Absolutely. I'm finishing off on Z. He needs to feed people. So if you've polluted the ground, and like you said, the winds predominantly will end up going across Ukraine, across the breadbasket of Europe. So he's going to have a problem in feeding people. So he has absolutely told Putin, the last thing on God's green earth you're going to do, mate, is let off a nuclear bomb anywhere on the continent of Europe. Because if you do, I can't feed people, and that's the end of me. And you know what all these autocrats like, they love to be in charge, and he won't be in charge long when they start having riots because he can't feed people. So the Russians have been told, and that's why they haven't. That's why we are the main bastards, because they keep threatening us. They keep threatening. I mean, it's bloody daily. It was daily at one stage. I had me tin hat on and all. But no, they're just not going to do it, and people need to get it through their heads. And that idiot Colbin, well, like you said, Will, he's one of the people that think they know a lot, but actually they don't know anything. So absolutely well done on that article, the pair of you. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, and as I say, well written up, Raver, to elucidate all those points. My answers to Colby, Eldridge Colby, are usually shorter, if I'll say that. A little more pointed, and probably not as well crafted and logical with all these details Raver is, because frankly, at this point, although he tries to appear very Eldridge Colby tries to appear very educated, at this point, he's literally at the place where you don't even need to acknowledge anything he says as any valuable analysis, because it's just not there. He deserves the memes. He's one of those people that, just give him your most pointed and puerile meme in the first instance anymore. It's not worth reading any of his arguments because they are vacuous and ill-conceived. Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, good morning, Will. Good morning, mockers, everybody. I've actually added Eldridge to one of my muted words on Twitter, so I don't really want to hear anything about him. He's an asshole. A couple of things. Sorry, Genesis man, we may not be the main bastards anymore because we haven't given Ukraine 100% permission to use our weapons that we supplied on their territory. I learned that yesterday, and I was extremely pissed off with that. I thought we had, but Cameron turned that round and said, no, really. So we need to work on him, which apparently can't be done while a general election is being processed, as it were. So I'm a bit miffed with that. And just on Will, on sovereignty, Will, China's actually not a sovereign state because it's obviously in dispute with its borders with Taiwan. Hasn't been a sovereign state since 1949. There's a few states that are like that. To be sovereign, you have to be 100% in charge of your own territory with no disputes going on. So it's on the list of countries which are a state but not a sovereign state. So just that little minor correction there.
Interesting, and that's why they maintain that stance, because they say they're not complete. But I just want to be the first to say it today. Taiwan is a country all in by itself. Thanks very much. I won't be taking any questions at this time.
Oh, I also just wanted to add something about nukes and how many they've maintained and working. They don't need to maintain an awful lot of them for us still to, have the possibility of not wanting any of them to be fired, basically. So even if they only had a couple, it's still enough that we don't really want them to be using them. And I suppose that's the main point, isn't it? That, it doesn't really matter how many you have, even if it was just the one. It's not really advisable to be chucking it around. Now, I've got a sweet little story for you, and I have to tell you this because it's a sweet little story, and it kind of made me feel a bit warm and fuzzy because it starts off kind of bad. A grandfather has walked 60 kilometers into a safe zone together with 3 cows and his dog. So basically, these animals are everything that he has. And what happened was his neighbour's house was hit, and he quickly gathered up a couple of things that, of his own, got a stick and started ushering the 3 cows and his puppy at 2:00 in the morning off down the road in a western direction. When he got to the neighbouring village with them, he looked back, and the entire place where he lived, there was just a glow. And he said it was all he could do was to just immediately get up and save their lives. Now, he arrived in a safer territory, and
he was very thankful that people helped him to look after his animals. Now he walked 60 kilometers. He's 70 years old. Evacuated himself basically, and he said he was trying to walk from Donetsk to Poltava. Now he lived in the village of Torsk. I think we've heard this mentioned a few times as being under attack. But due to the fact that Russian positions are 3 kilometers from his house, he was forced to leave. So his cows, Muka indeed, Zoika and Malaya, together with the puppy Jorik, were spotted near Izium by military personnel who called volunteers to help him. Now the man is considered safe, and he's been found a house in the Poltava region for him and his household. So what happened is there's a fund. It's called Zemliachka. Zemliachka. And they fund housing, and basically anybody who has left the area but home is still usable, if they want to allow somebody to use their home while they're not using it themselves, they can sign up for this program. And so they found him a house, and they provided funding for him to, be able to live there until he can get himself sorted out. But they basically said this home here, it has an area for his cows, and he'll be safe and secure there for the moment. So, well, I'm imagining that he was staying put because of his cows, because he didn't really want to have to, move them. And he was thinking, how am I going to move them? Do I need a truck, what have you? And then, of course, came the day when he had no choice. And he realised that he could get himself and his cows to safety. And I'm glad he did. But I just thought, right, you look at the guy, and he's got a very impressive beard. I must say, Sir Shaggy, you would love his beard. But you can see that he looks a little bit, rough around the edges, bit bedraggled. But his cows are beautiful. They're in beautiful condition. They're not skinny or, anything. No, he has 3 beautiful, very healthy looking cows. And all I can say is that they must have been looked after better than he looked after himself. So, yeah, I wanted to point that out, that that man did everything he could to protect his cows, even to the point of evacuating them out of a war zone through shelling. Why not, eh? Karen, welcome up.
Well, I have a question for Will. Back in the 1990s, there were all kinds of rumors flying around about Russian nuclear devices and material that were being sold by the Russian mafia. Now, were those just rumors, or did anything go missing?
I think those were rumors and worries. Russian corruption got so bad through the 90s, and things got so desperate economically, there was quite a lot of concern about the uncontrolled loss of nuclear weapons and how they might fall into the wrong hands. But the manner in which they're stored in an unassembled way, then it doesn't means that the mafia couldn't get a hold of them and use them. There was then the big worry that maybe they would get a hold of one and generate a dirty bomb sort of thing. But under the treaties of the United States and the Soviet Union that were carried on to Russia, the nuclear inspection and verification regimes still stand, and to the point where the United States government keeps track of where they're storing nuclear weapons in Russia, and there are verification means established in both the United States facilities and Russian facilities to prevent escape and misuse or just preventative use, preventative of the use of nuclear weapons. So I do not personally know of any credible report I've ever read where Russian nuclear weapons were sold on the black market or anything by gangsters, the Russian mob or whatever. It's the sort of thing that makes a good movie, but I don't believe has happened in reality ever. I've never read a credible report of that. Somebody might, if you have, step up and correct me, but I have not read one. Shaggy.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Mockers for her very moving story, and that's all I got really.
Yeah, well, I was going to add to that too. That story here once again. They're great stories because if you once again, we may be looking at an atrocity a day on the side of Russia, and that forms a trend. But all of the times, I can't remember the last time I went more than or even a week without reading some story about how Ukrainians were evacuating their animals or staying with their animals and going out and finding animals in bombed areas and helping them get over their shock and fear and come out of hiding and then get rescued. And the Russians, some Russians would look at that and say that's wasted activity. It is not wasted activity for Ukrainians to save their animals because they have such a more obvious connection to life and animals and stuff like that, and it's part of the thing that makes them extremely valuable and worth saving is the humanity they show toward animals. Karen.
I completely agree with that. And that was a very moving story. And it's one that I'll remember. He saved his little household's life. And the fact that it was him and his animals makes it no less a family, as far as I'm concerned. But I have a question for the main bastards here. Do you think that Ben Wallace could be persuaded to run for prime minister?
Who's that? Ben Wallace?
Yes, Ben Wallace, who was formerly the defense minister. Could he be persuaded to run for prime minister? Because he would be a great prime minister for the UK.
Yeah, but you don't run for prime minister. You run for office in your local electorate, join parliament, and then the parliament caucus selects you as prime minister. Sorry for stepping into that technical area of your government, Mockers, but I think that's accurate.
Yeah, I would also say he's not a person who likes to completely play by the rules. He's probably blown all his chances out of the water with a lot of serious things that he's said in the way of criticism. I don't think he even wanted to be in the previous government, never mind the next one. And Peter has a lot of opinions. I mean, all I will say is, prior to this war, I didn't agree with an awful lot of Mr. Wallace's policies, put it that way. Peter?
Yeah, he's just retired as an MP. He's just stepped down. So if he's not an MP, he can't be Prime Minister. So he's not even in the running, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, and also, Karen, you might love him for the small snapshot that you've had of him, but just look at some of his previous policies in government and you will understand why I find some of them disagreeable. So, Shaggy?
Yeah, I kind of building on what Will said. So it's for Prime Minister, it's picked by the members of the ruling party. which is the Conservative. So the Conservative members had a vote when the previous Prime Minister got booted to pick Sunak as Prime Minister. So that's how it works. So yeah, I don't think Ben Wallace is going to be Prime Minister anytime soon. In fact, it looks as though the Conservatives might not even be the ruling party in a month or so's time. But we'll see about that.
Yes, I would say wait until the chairs stop moving.
Well, thank you for informing me. And like you said, my snapshot of that gentleman has been very small, living over here in the U.S.
Yeah, the main thing about Ben Wallace is not realistic is he was in Parliament and he left. So I don't think he'd want to run again for a seat and have to work his way into a ministry. Because, I mean, you'd have to think, just on statistical odds, nothing on policy at all. Not looking at anything at all inside British policy of the Labour Party or the Liberal or the Tories, but just on the balance of odds, this government probably won't be returned. Very, very rarely do you see a party hold government, even as long as the Tories have now, which says a lot about the Labour Party in the not so distant past than it does about the Tories. But yeah, I think the expectation you ought to be looking at realistically is what kind of a prime minister is Keir Starmer going to be, and how can Keir Starmer be influenced to provide better policy settings in the UK to promote defense of itself, support for Ukraine, and growing into a better country just in the UK by itself. I mean, I think that's probably the most realistic outcome as a betting man, not knowing nothing about policy. I don't think Tory government's going to be returned. What, fifth time, Mockers?
I don't know. I think it would be something like that. Yeah.
See, if Mockers doesn't even know if it's the fifth time, it's too long. Government has to turn over.
Yeah, I think our problem is we're always left with a choice of best of a bad bunch. And
yeah, you want
the
shit
problem.
sandwich or the vomit sandwich, Mockers? You have to choose.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And there are one or two shining people who will stand out and you think, oh, you know what? I really like that person. But then you look at everybody else around them and you're like, it's a pity there's not 10 of that guy. You know what I mean? So yeah, they're all together. They'll figure it out. I'm sure. I'm not going to get too far into it because again, it's a bit of a circus. Not quite the 3-ring massive tent that the Americans have, but yes, we do have our own little circus going on.
But I would like to know from any of the palms that are out there, what sort of prime minister do you think Keir Starmer is likely to be, and how much will he be capable of being influenced to maintain or increase support for Ukraine and the mutual defense of its neighbors and Europe and its neighbors. I realize Britain's not in Europe, but it clearly has a dog in the fight over there. What kind of a foreign policy do you think a Starmer government might have would be a very good question.
Well, I really don't know, Will, but you killed my segue dead. Cheers. Damn.
Don't. Can I make you a new one?
You don't know what I'm about to segue into. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I'm a good guesser. And I'm an engineer. I can fix it.
Well, let's just say other horse races are available. Because, well, some time ago, didn't I say they would be down to horse and cart for their logistics? Well, they've gone one step further. They're training cavalry. Cavalry.
Or more
Something.
importantly, one or two guys are fancying themselves cavalry.
Well, apparently, yes. So, preparing cavalry for attacks. Couple of guys here. We ride them, we feed them, we look after them, we go on reconnaissance on them. So we know they've been using motorcycles, and somebody said they'll soon be riding horses. And guess what? They are actually riding horses. Now, he says where military equipment cannot go, horses can go, which is probably true. And of course, if you get really, really bothered, you could always eat, really, really bad dire straits, you can always eat your horse. But I'm wondering what sort of coat cage they're going to have to attach to these horses. These are the things that go through my mind.
Well,
Are they
what
going to
goes
have
through
to carry?
what went through my mind when I read that, as opposed to the guy with his cows, is these two idiots who fancy themselves cavalry, who are going to use horses that they captured in occupied territories because they had a horse back home, and they're going to subject an animal to the horrors of the modern battlefield so that they can get some short-term enjoyment out of it. I didn't find their story compelling at all on a human interest level, Mockers.
Me either. All I thought about was them poor horses. Honestly, poor horses. Also, if you're riding a horse, wouldn't your silhouette be much more visible? Just saying.
Yeah,
Right up
look,
there.
a horse has a very obviously, right? You've got a very high silhouette. They are quiet and fast, right? But they're also very fragile, and landmines, direct fire, artillery rounds of any type, but especially cluster munitions, are going to be, it's just, there's no reason to subject horses to the modern battlefield. It's animal cruelty, frankly.
Totally. I would also add that a horse is a flight animal. So, when they spook, they run. And you can't necessarily tell them which direction to run. Jenny?
They just want to use the really cool line, "We ride at dawn," and it's not as cool in a golf cart as it is on a horseback. Just saying.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed that one. So, Shaggy?
Yeah, I was thinking as well, same as you could munch them as well. I've actually had steak du cheval. Sorry, any horse lovers out there, but it's actually really rather nice. There's a really good film actually called War Horse. It's one of my favourite films actually, with animals in it.
Australian.
So I recommend. Yeah, it's a really really good film. Very weepy, but very good. But horses can be trained. Well, maybe not some household guard horses. Actually, went on a bit of a rampage through London the other week. But yeah, they can be trained for that kind of thing. But your average horse taken from the field is not going to be any good for a war, basically.
No, and like I say, horses are a flight animal. They will spook. It is their natural state. So yeah, anytime anything happens anywhere near them, they're going to run off in the opposite direction. And you never know where that might lead. Now, the horse is not going to run itself off a cliff, but it might run you into enemy territory. Karen?
Well, I remember stories of horses being used in Afghanistan, but that wasn't very common. I think that if you were going to take a beast of burden like that out to the field, for one thing, I agree with Will. I think it's an act of animal cruelty, and that maybe you should think of taking a robotic animal out there instead of something that is a living, breathing, feeling creature. But theoretically, if you were, it'd be better to take a mule. Mules are more stable animals. They don't spook as easily. They can They're much easier to work with in spite of their reputation for stubbornness. They're good. Another thing too is the type of horse. You don't want to take a thoroughbred out there, certainly, but maybe a large draft animal, you know, like a Clydesdale or something like that. Although I'll tell you what, if one of those big draft horses ever spooked, you certainly wouldn't want to be in their path. They are huge. Remember the commercials with the Budweiser Clydesdales? They're good sized horses. But theoretically, if you had to, you know, and I would say, and you couldn't send a robot out there, I would use a mule, not a horse.
Well, temperament aside, it's still not just not nice to take these animals into a war zone. Now, just with regards to removing the cows from the war zone, I found a picture of how lovely his cows looked, and I thought I would pop that up into the nest so you can see. Look, his cows, pretty darn good condition there, considering they've been living in a war zone, and well, he's kept them all alive. They all look pretty decent. They've all got all the fur on them and stuff. There's this little old dude with his fabulous beard, which I thought you might want to look at there, Shaggy. Yeah, he has got a bit of a crazy but awesome beard going on. So there you
Yeah, I
go,
mean,
folks.
but the other serious main point here is that horses used in wartime aren't effectively used either as two guys that happen to get a horse or two. These guys are just treating it. It's just a vanity project for them, and that their commanders allow them to keep a horse and use it for their whatever military patrols or whatever is a bit. Frankly, it's silly. If the Russian military was going to use horses, and didn't Tumen or somebody give them a bunch of horses? I think back a year and a half ago, some jokey weird thing that they contributed. Anyway, if Russia was going to be using horses in the military as have been used for eons, but not in this war, really, they would have proper organized cavalry or units that were using draft horses, not in ones and twos, which is why I just maintain this is all about the ego of these two individuals and nothing about the horse itself. I just find it animal cruelty. Just on a noise basis, that bloody horse would be deaf after a few weeks living with those guys. But now let's see from the land of horses, for every child, Texas. What do you think about this horse treatment by the Russian army?
I don't know. Is there any way to check and see who's listening? Because this is a major security issue to be discussing horses and how Russia might use them. I'm really concerned about this current conversation being a breach of security. It's always top of my mind. I no matter what I
You're
say,
speechless.
No matter what I say, they might do it. There's nothing too stupid for Russians to try. I have ideas. I'll need some encouragement to spit them out because it's like they could do it.
Yep, that's why I call them Absurdistan. It's like a train wreck. I just can't stop watching.
Oh, by the way, I'll just tell you that there's been a report of lots of booms in Belgorod this morning. An awful lot. There's an awful lot of Russian complaining going on. Oh no! I'll have a look into that in a minute. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, you have to remember how Russia treats its soldiers. And if they treat their soldiers so poorly, why would they bother giving good care to an animal? You know, but beside, just right there, it would be a horrible situation.
Yeah, as they say, you can tell an incredible lot about a society by how they treat children, animals, and prisoners. And yeah, Russia doesn't treat humans well at all, and their treatment of animals, you'd expect to be even more indifferent, and I think it probably is. And speaking of treatment of prisoners, of course, did you see the 75 prisoners of war that were released by Russia yesterday swapped with a similar number from Russia, and also 212 remains of Russian or Ukrainian soldiers were returned yesterday. That is a good thing, the first swap in a while. But I will tell you that I saw the videos of these groups and the condition of the people being released from Russia, the Ukrainians being released by Russia. Their condition is deplorable in comparison to the fat, happy, well-fed, well-adjusted vermin that got put on buses to get sent back to, I won't call them vermin, but the meat cubes in waiting that got sent back to Russia. Because those guys on that bus, on those blue buses, I reckon we see them all again. I reckon we'll see them on Telegram. Somebody will do a mashup of those guys, well-fed, smiling faces, and we'll see them 3 to 6 months from now in significantly worse condition, complaining about their treatment in Russia again when they're mobilized for another time to take, because Russia also wouldn't be proud of those guys and give them any decent treatment. Russia had had some local elections yesterday that I was talking about, where there was if you were a Russian veteran of the special military operation, you got a bonus, basically, an advantage in the vote, and still none of those people got elected. They don't care about their veterans. They despise them. They denigrate them over their injuries and the fact that they even came back. And though anybody who comes back fit and healthy like these guys, is going to get sent back into the meat grinder as soon as they can find any reason to do so, whatever. Indict them with cash, wait till they break some petty regulations or laws around, and they're going to get put back on a bus to a mobilization center almost immediately, I reckon. Karen.
Well, one final comment about the animals. If you look at some of the photos from the Finnish Winter War, Russia attempted to domesticate moose. And the moose went along with it until they tried to ride them into battle. And moose, being rather intelligent and independent, they refused. They couldn't beat them enough. They could not punish them enough to make them go into battle. So that was over with quickly. But going away from that, Mockers, you mentioned there were a lot of booms. And I went over to Ukrineinform, and it says that Ukraine has downed 35 cruise missiles. And I was wondering what you could tell us about that. 35 cruise missiles and 46 Shahed drones.
Yeah, it's second item in the nest. This was the overnight attack. In total, there were 53 missiles and 47 UAVs launched, and there's some details there about the locations and what have you. So they shot down a great deal of the targets, but 14 regular caliber cruise missiles and 4 of the ballistic missiles, the others, They were not shot down and have hit 5 locations where there were critical energy infrastructure. So yeah, it's good and bad news, because some of it just doesn't, didn't get shot down, and that didn't get shot down was yeah, it's caused what they called serious damage. So I suppose, yeah, it's going to be another day of finding out just how bad it is. Now then, with regards to Belgorod, however, it is trending, and well, it would seem that the Russian narrative is very, very upset, because the Russians are really moaning about, how dare you bomb Belgorod? I mean, how dare you? How dare you? Now, I have noticed that there has been a real uptick in narrative of a bunch of bots pretending to be Ukrainians, complaining about how the government doesn't do anything, and only the West, and they still don't help us, and everything is woe, and we're all going to die. They kind of need an update of that material, because there's been an awful lot of repeats, shall we say. So what I would like very much is for some video. That would be nice. Some just rolling video of them smashing the crap out of military stuff in Belgorod. Now, according to some information here, American HIMARS hit Belgorod overnight, a combined attack with intervals of 2 minutes. So, well, I'm hoping that there's going to be quite a bit of information on this. But I'd just like to point out that every day, virtually, Russians drop their own fab bombs on Belgorod. So they really shouldn't be moaning that much, because at least they're getting attacked by the enemy this time. Yeah. It always helps when you're not bombing yourself. Now, bear with me, 2 ticks, Will, because I need 2 ticks.
Tick, tick, tick. That's 3. No, I'll go back and touch on some other news internationally that I didn't get to because I was busy interrupting you on other stuff. I'll note that, as I said before, the 5 countries have, and now Jenny's here. I want to repeat what I said about the message. What I think the message is: 5, as announced by the Prime Minister of Sweden, and I'm going to say his name wrong again. And I've lost his name, but he said that the 5 Nordic countries, with Iceland and and Sweden signing the agreements today, that's now 5 Nordic countries have signed agreements, bilateral peace agreements, or bilateral defense agreements with Ukraine, and that sends an incredible message to Russia. And I think it does, but he didn't say that message. Your Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson did not say, but he said that it sends a strong message to Russia. I think that strong message is with all 5 Nordic countries signing bilateral peace agreements or defense agreements with Ukraine, that the Vikings are coming to get your ass if you don't back off, or if things get worse, because he all 5 of those Nordic countries, honestly, it's like all the bands of every Viking that ever existed coming after you, and I think that's probably scary to Russia. Lithuania, as restated, it's open to training Ukrainian soldiers in Ukraine, and I want to say I absolutely totally support this. I think the Australian government and all the governments that support Ukraine in the training efforts of basic training and basic skills training in infantry and combat like that should definitely be sending their trainers to Ukraine in the west, in the far west of Ukraine, where they're statistically not at any serious danger, and they can so much more effectively train hundreds and thousands of Ukrainian new recruits up to a good basic standard, so much more efficiently and quickly in Ukraine, that I think it's time for all the NATO countries that are providing assistance to Ukraine in this area, and Australia and New Zealand, to commit to putting their troops, their training cadre, in Ukraine where they can, like Lithuania is saying it's open to do. And the French have also said that they're finalizing some agreements to do that. I think that is the way, if you want to get 500,000 new recruits of Ukraine up to speed and into defending their country much more quickly. The way to do it is inside Ukraine. In other related news to international news related to Ukraine, but not about Ukraine directly, of course, is that China has said that it is not going to attend the Global Peace Summit because it doesn't meet their preconditions, even though they're not party to the war. They demanded that both Russia and Ukraine be required to participate, and Russia has said that it doesn't want to, and it isn't invited in any case, because it would do nothing but disrupt proceedings like it has been in the UN Security Council and other places, where it shows no real interest in participating in any meaningful negotiation other than on its unacceptable preconditions, which isn't how this war is going to end. It is going to end in negotiations, but not negotiations that are dictated by Russia. I guarantee you that. But China said they're not going to come, and that's good, because China wouldn't be a good faith actor in those any discussions anyway. And they're not going to come too, because the Yanks have really made them angry by warning Russia over their military support for Russia, after which immediately China denies supplying Russia with weapons for use in Ukraine. But it has been supporting, the United States has said they've been giving Russia every support behind the scenes, including dual use materials, also very likely military equipment itself, which all we can do is say, wait, go to the video again, Moxers, because they've also noted dozens now of a report released by the intelligence community of the United States, that there have been dozens of uses of North Korean missiles in Ukraine, the first of which we reported on December 29th, but now they are essentially ubiquitous to the attacks on Ukraine. And China and North Korea and Iran are clearly assisting Russia. The United States has called them out directly, and on the same day, of course, China's saying they won't attend the peace summit, and they deny supplying Russia with any weapons, but they wouldn't want to go along to that meeting and be presented with any evidence to the contrary, which I reckon probably exists, as did the North Korean missile fragments and componentry that they've identified in dozens of locations now. So it's the international news, but I don't think anybody will miss China, frankly, in that peace summit. And Australia is now providing a representative to go to it. I don't know who from the United States is going to go, but I'm happy to hear that Australia is sending a representative, but I don't know who that person is either. They're keeping it kind of secret, although it's not me. I volunteered, but they said they're going to send somebody else. But they didn't tell us who it was. So I said I'd go for free. I pay my own trip if they couldn't handle it otherwise. But thankfully, Australia has been shamed into providing a representative of that and I hope America sends a Blinken along myself, frankly. Interesting now here, when conscription started on May 18th in Ukraine, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania all said that they weren't going to expel Ukrainians who were in their territory from those countries just on the basis that they had a conscription notice. But I find it interesting now that Poland has considered setting up uh, basically conscripting Ukrainian soldiers inside Poland and taking them into units formed in Poland so they could stay in Poland, live their lives as normal, but get basic training inside Ukraine or inside Poland for management as reserve units. I think this is a pretty good, interesting development that Poland clearly has extremely high capability and quality training for basic new recruits. I assume they have some leftover capacity, and Ukrainian citizens who are subject to conscription in Ukraine, could get enter into service in Poland, stay in the reserves, live in their lives in Poland, be trained up in case they're needed, and then activated from Poland if they were required. I think it's kind of an interesting idea, and I don't know how many there are, but I think it is an interesting idea because you'd have to believe that if things got very bad and these people that were living in Poland had to be activated, they'd be much more happy and comfortable that they were already up to a standard of training before their lives were disrupted inside Poland, and on the hope that they might not be needed at all. I think it's an interesting idea. And here again, they got to train up as many people as they can, as fast as they can, to a high proficiency of basic combat training, and then whatever initial military occupation specialty they're going to get. And I think that's best done in Ukraine, but where residents are living in a foreign country like Poland, that they could provide that. It seems like a good idea. Russia also apparently has Chechens all over the world. Reported last week that a Chechen Russian man who was in the United States with no visa whatsoever, just secretly in America, was killed by a special operations officer out in his yard, essentially outside Fort Bragg, North Carolina, last week. And this week, the French have arrested a Chechen man, but a Chechen Russian, obviously, has been arrested in France for plotting a terrorist attack during the Olympics. They didn't provide any more details, but said the plot was foiled and the man has been arrested. I assume they are interviewing him for accomplices and others who would have provided him support. Now let's see. Markers, are you back? Or Yenny? Go ahead, Yenny.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that Iceland doesn't have like a big military, but the rest of us, we ride at dawn, and anybody who wants to join the Viking horde and the revenge for Narva, the second battle, and Poltava, and some other skirmishes we have had with Russia. Just know we ride at dawn. And
Oh, but go back way farther than that.
I was just talking
Weren't
about the Swedish losses. We didn't lose the others.
No, but I mean, I think that there were battles in much more ancient times where Vikings kicked the snot out of Russians down in Ukraine areas and elsewhere.
Absolutely, but I don't need to revenge the fact that we beat the crap out of them. I just need to revenge the few battles that we actually lost, which was Poltava and Narva. the Second Battle of Narva. So Russia beat us twice. The rest of the time, Sweden kicked their ass. Just saying. So if you want to join a winning team, you join Ukraine and the Nordics because we kick ass
Well,
and take
yeah,
numbers.
and that's why I thought that statement from the unstated statement from your prime minister was interesting because I would think that all of the previous Viking nations lining up and saying they're going to support Ukraine against Russia would be worrying to the Russians. I mean, just if you take just the Swedes and the Finns alone, I don't know if Denmark's ever fought a war against Ukraine or against Russia. I don't know if the Norway ever has, but uh, they're a scary pack of characters to take on. Well, to be standing against Russia, they should be worried, especially since because of their idiocy in this case, they've expanded their borders drastically through the addition of Finland and Sweden to NATO. That the entire Finnish border now is an area they more have to worry about, although they were probably worried about it already because Swedes aside, I don't know anything that terrorizes a Russian more than a Finnish sniper.
For sure. So if I have understood our history correctly, I'm pretty sure that Danes and Norwegian, like the Danish, the ones that lived in today's Denmark and Norway, they probably did come with us towards the east as well, but they mainly went west. They threw surprise parties on the British Isles and strong-armed the Brits too, and left the Danish King Knut. And that is where the North Sea Empire comes from. But the Swedes, we went east. And it's really funny. So I haven't really, because I live in an old Viking town, this was the, like the capital for the Vikings. And then it was the capital of Sweden up until the 1500s. We learn different history than, for example, the kids up north. And we do a lot of Vikings, like the Viking stuff. We talk about that. And we learn about Kievan Rus, how the Vikings went east, set up trades. And from what I have been able, and now that this war, it made me look even deeper into the history of Sweden and Ukraine. So we called the Ukrainians the Rus, and it's an ancient Norse word for rowing. And apparently they were friendly because we helped them found Kiev. And then we called the Russians funky nightgowns. And they still wear them. Anyway, history lesson over. Thank you.
Thank you. Yenny, I have a question from the other day. See if you have an opinion on about Sweden too. That Sweden is being pressed basically to stop having discussions about the provision of Gripen, so that it doesn't sort of confuse the issue with the addition of F-16s to Ukraine. I don't know, but it seems to me that. It might be a good I just don't believe it when people say, oh, it's too much to have to worry about two different platforms, try to integrate or bring on at the same time. I think there are so many long lead time items related to the addition of Gripen and F-16s separately, as we've seen, that they should press on. Do you have an opinion on the provision of Gripens to Ukraine? I didn't like hearing that when I heard that Sweden was being pressured to slow down that until they essentially integrate the F-16.
So I don't think that the Ukrainians are stupid in any way at all. And I do think I don't know how many trained pilots they have today on fast aircraft. And granted that there will be a lot more F-16s being provided to them than Gripen, because we just don't have that many Gripen. Because frankly, like the ones that bought them want to keep them in their air force, and we just didn't manufacture that many. So that part I can understand. So if they only have like 100 pilots, fine. Put them in F-16s, because you have, from what I've understood and when I've done the calculations, they have been pledged about 100 F-16s. That is quite a lot. The part that pisses me off is the fact that we have invested time and money in training Ukrainian pilots. They have gone through the initial training portion where they did the simulators. They have been in the aircraft in the sky. They just haven't done the battle formations and stuff. From what I have come to understand, I could be wrong on that part. But are these pilots going to like fly F-16s? Because then I'm with Zelensky on this one. Are you going to put these pilots in F-16s and risk them being shot down and killed? And we have to start from scratch with a whole new batch of Ukrainian pilots. That seems like a waste of time and resources, to be honest. Isn't it better to train those few pilots? I don't know how many they were that were trained, that did go through the initial training on Gripen, have them fully trained, and have that small squad of Gripen alongside of F-16s, because I do not buy the bullshit about Ukrainian. We don't want to confuse the Ukrainian pilots on having two airframes. We have 3 different airplane types in the Nordics. We're not confused. We have F-35s. Finland has F-18s and F-35s, and Sweden has Gripen. We're not confused. We can work together. We have Link 16. All the planes will be integrated. They can all talk to each other. They can all do everything that they need. It's not like Gripen will have its own separate. In that case, scrap the MiGs and the SUs that Ukraine has, and like have them until you have the F-16s in theater and Gripen eventually. But I don't think this is a smart idea. Unfortunately, I'm not in charge, because I would have told them like continue, have as many pilots on Gripen as we will donate planes, and have them
Oh,
in
more.
theater.
I'd do 3 times that amount. I mean, when you're talking about pilots, the lead time is so long. I would take I wouldn't take any of the pilots out of the MiG-29s, Su-24s, Su-25s, Su-27s that Ukraine is using now. I would be basically getting 1,000 new pilots, train them for new pilot, get them started as new pilots, or find pilots that are already pilots of other things, but they're not fighting the war now. New pilots through flight training, then get them started on Gripen training, because it takes so long to get through all these trainings that I would be teaching 5 times the number of people I need, because you're not talking like tanks or anything else. 1,000 people is a lot of people, but you can't tell me in a country of 44 million people they can't find 1,000 people they want to train to be pilots that are, young people, 18, 20 years old, that they get them started down the path now, with an abundance of pilots for Gripens, F-16s, and whatever else they get. And the part I don't believe is that they're not doing that, and that they're also incapable of building and developing the supply chains and maintenance chains for a Gripen versus F-16s or whatever that, and the existing planes they have. It just seems like one of these arguments that we can't do it all at once, and I don't know. I don't believe that on its face. I would want proof that they couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time in those 2 areas before
Yeah.
I just some of the simple answers. Oh, they have to do F-16 first, and then they can try to do add the other one later. It sounds like a specious argument to me.
Yeah, so the most nefarious argument or conspiracy theory that I heard is that the US wants them to be trained on F-16s first so that they will buy American planes. I I don't put too much stock into that one, because that is like Twitter gossip. And of course this
Well, what I'd say to that one is, if that's true, then the Yanks better start pulling like 250 F-16s out of cold storage in the desert and getting them refurbed right now. If you want to be the platform of choice, you'd better pony up the kit to be the platform of choice. And they're not doing any of that. It's still very, very slowly, short walking. And I'm, the United States has well enough F-16s in dry storage in the desert, that it could pull out 250 of those easily, right? And get started on refurbishing them if they in fact wanted to be the supplier of choice.
Yeah, and I also, as soon as we became members of NATO, there were talks in NATO here in Europe that maybe Sweden should reconsider using Gripen, and instead we should be using F-35s. And I was like, okay, so the F-35 costs like an F ton of more money compared to Gripen. Also, Gripen has shorter delivery because it's built in country. Why would we ever abandon our own domestic grown and developed Air Force? And we are right now, they've already done all the development on Gen 5 and they're rolling them out now. And we're going to update our entire Air Force with the Gen 5 planes. And they already started developing the development of Gen 6. So why would we abandon that? That makes absolutely no sense to me, especially considering that I think Gripen costs like 1/5 of the cost of an F-35. So we can get 5 Gripen for the price of 1 F-35. Our Air Force would shrink into nothingness if we were going to do this because it costs money to replace them. And so that made absolutely no sense. We're not going to abandon Gripen. And for as long, and I think it's sad and a damn shame that the Eurofighter is not looking for Gen 5 or Gen 6 because I personally believe that the ones that will be confused would be the Russians because they have to fight, as it is right now, they have to fight 3 different types of airplanes. They have to fight the Rafale from France, Gripen from Sweden, and the F-35s from the US. Those are like the big planes, the big fleets of planes in Europe. Throw in Eurofighter, develop another generation of Typhoons. I don't get it because the Russians would have to have technology that would have to fight all 4 types. And from what I have seen, I'm not saying that I'm underestimating the Russians, but they don't seem to be bright enough to develop something that can fight 4 different types. So I'm all for having more. And I've rambled on. I see that there are hands. Thank you.
Well, and like you said, there are 95 F-16s coming. My estimate, best estimate I heard before we started doing all this, is that Ukraine, through this war and at the end of this war, in order to maintain the peace, is going to need an air force of about 200 Generation 4 or 5 fighters, and some losses are going to be some attrition will occur during the war, and so they need to end the war with 200 fighters, not just get 200. They've only got 99 committed, so I don't see any reason why Ukraine wouldn't be encouraging everyone to pile on with planes until there were so many planes committed that Ukraine just had to go, oh, no, sorry, I can't take any more planes. We don't have a place to park anymore. I mean, that's the sort of problem that ought to be in the problem they ought to be having with planes is the same one they're now talking about in places where they're getting Gimler's ammo. And you can always tell when the Yanks show up because they'll show up late, but they'll have so much shit with them that you won't be able to believe the amount of shit they carry with them. I mean, they don't go anywhere light. I suppose there are units in the U.S. military that go light, but none that I was familiar with, because when they finally showed up with stuff, they brought so much stuff with them that it was just unbelievable. And this is what these guys are experiencing now in ammo supply is, what a full rate of supply from a committed partner in NATO looks like. And it's great. It is excellent to hear these guys saying we've never had so much ammunition. Fantastic, because there's absolutely positively no reason Russia should ever be at a massive ammunition surplus to Ukraine, ever. That ought to be one of the primary goals, to make sure that Ukraine has all the ammunition of all the various types of systems that they possibly need, so that they can go that problem solved. Because remember, Ukraine doesn't need ammunition superiority to beat the Russians. It doesn't even actually need ammunition parity exactly. When the offensive was going the best for Ukraine last summer, they only ever got to a point where they were shooting about 1/3 the amount of artillery shells that Russia was firing during the day, but the firing was so much more accurate and of a longer distance, because it's shot from better systems, that 1/3 of the ammunition that Russia had per day felt a lot like ammunition parity to the Ukrainians. And so making sure that they're at that level or higher now should be one of the first priorities, because as we've been talking about there from earlier today, with status ammo on, Russia is basically not going to be capable of making any more territorial gains. These tiny little positional things will go on, but that's not all one-way traffic. Because I'll note particularly that today in Vovchansk, that there has been not now just a little movement in Vovchansk. It would appear that in the last 12 hours that Ukraine has significantly advanced in a number of directions inside Vovchansk, and has taken back a significant amount of the city territory, to where it looks like they now hold somewhere between 3/4 and 80% of that city again under Ukrainian control. And so, it's not all one-way traffic. It's not all one-way traffic here. It's not all one-way traffic near Lipsky. It's not all one-way traffic down in the south and east. So bullets on makes a big difference. And any other systems that need to be supplied, because there's such long lead times, really ought to be supplied in overwhelming numbers, so that they can deal with attrition, and just the fact that a few more than the bare minimum they need is really what's important, I think, here for every child.
Thank you, Will. You would know better than me about this, but because I saw everything that happened in the Cold War through the eyes of a child, and through the eyes of a child who was kept ignorant about everything. But I do know that when Dad was on red alert, he would be on for a certain number of weeks at a time, and then off for a certain number of weeks at a time. And the only reason I was aware of that happening was because we would go visit him through a chain link fence, just to say hello. And my lead up to that is, no matter how many planes there has to be more than one crew, because if they're on alert for X number of weeks, there has to be an equal number of pilots on alert for the respite time.
Right. Yeah. So you got to deal with attrition. You got to deal with rotation. You got to deal with leaves. You got to deal with all training, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I hope we don't find out that when you hear these 10 pilots or those 10 pilots have finished this stage of their training, whatever, that there aren't 10 behind them as far as the eye can see in groups like that, because with these really long lead time things like pilot training, needed to be started as soon as we started talking about it 18 months ago. And clearly some of it was, but it's taken a lot longer than we thought it would. So I hope that when the first of those folks come out of that training, and the first of the people come out of the maintenance training and the setup and all that, that they're each, it's like a drumbeat of these people continuing to come through, so that they never ever are in a position where they have a plane that doesn't have a pilot ready to go in it, and that they have all the planes that they need, including replacements, rather than scraping up stuff. Because, you know, the thing we really, really don't want to see is people like Juice, that MiG-29 pilot, that, you know, some of these pilots in Ukraine have 400-600 sorties under their belt now. That, I mean, they're so experienced pilots that any of those folks that can be transitioned over onto far better equipment, you'd have to think their prowess is going to be, you know, orders of magnitude better than a similar a pilot of just any random pilot coming up on the Russian side, because their experience in flying and flying in combat is just so much greater. Now, I'm sure there are a lot of getting used to a new platform, maybe getting a little overwhelmed or whatever, that you wouldn't, you know, you're not going to throw them in it and very quickly they're going to take off. But I can't believe that transitioning from a MiG-29 Su-27 would be like night and day getting into an F-16. The pilots that have flown them just talk about how smooth they are, and these are pilots that have flown Russian aircraft before. That they talk about how nimble they are and how much easier they are to control, and their performance capabilities. That, you know, a plane isn't a plane, but if you've been flying, if you've got 200 sorties under your belt on a MiG-29, and then you get trained and can shift to an F-16, you'd have to believe that veteran pilot was going to be head and shoulders above a similarly experienced pilot from the Russian side. Is all I'm saying. And I would be training, like I say, as many pilots as I could possibly ram through the training, even if I don't have a place for them to sit right now. Get them trained on Gripen, get them trained on F-16s, get them trained on any potential platform you might have, as well as the ones you know you're going to get. Until basically you've got 250 planes committed to Ukraine, because they'll lose some, and we know you're going to have 200 at the end of the war. How many pilots do you need to man 200 planes of, say, 3 different types? That's how many pilots you need. And so they need to get those pilots training today, so that they're never in a position where they have to wait for them. Karen?
Well, guess what I just saw? Yaroslav Trofimov is a chief foreign affairs correspondent for the Wall Street Journal. And he just posted a video of Zelensky arriving in Singapore. What do you think he could be doing in tiny little Singapore? I wonder if he intends to meet somebody else there, but I can see why they kept this secret. But I'll DM you the video. It's rather interesting. What do you think?
Well, what do you think he's doing there?
Well, I don't think he's there just to talk to Singapore. People from Singapore, I think maybe there are going to be other people there. I would guess, if it were me, I would look for people from South Korea, from Australia, from Japan, and I would look for talk of new weapons manufacturing, maybe. Singapore is tiny. It's not like it's not a part of China. It's a tiny little place, and that's just very.
It's not even close to China. You should say it's not even part of Malaysia.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thank you for correcting my geography. So what do you think? You're from Australia. What have you heard?
Yeah, I honestly haven't heard a word about that, Karen. You have totally scooped me. I didn't hear about any meetings in Singapore, so I'll have to look at it more closely once I get off and see if there's anything up there. It's a
Take a
very
look.
convenient place. It's a very convenient place to meet, though. Singapore is for people all over Southeast Asia. I think Ioana might know, though. Ioana.
Yes, hello, Will. So Zelensky is expected to attend the Shangri-La Dialogue Security Conference in Singapore. It was announced yesterday. So the subject should be security assistance from Ukraine. This would be one of the key issues discussed at this conference. So this is the biggest security conference in Asia. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and also the Chinese Defense Minister Dong Gyun are among those attending. He will address the delegates at this Shangri-La Dialogue conference today. And that's kind of all we know about this. Reuters tried to obtain more from the Ukrainian embassy in Singapore, but there's no comment. So I guess there are a lot of security issues. But anyway, he is expected to attend this very big event for Asia. So yeah, it's nice. Before knowing about this, I was thinking that Singapore also is kind of big in the maritime shipping. So maybe there will be some talks about this also. So yeah, that's what I can tell you now about Zelensky's visit to Singapore.
Take a look at the video I just sent you.
Yeah, I'll look.
Right. Well, we're trying to run down the man that runs teleporter to bring Ioana, who's going to come up and sit with me for about an hour until I go off. So something that passed notice. Well, not note. It was noted yesterday, but now we're finding out more detail about it. Yesterday was a massive day. Today's a massive day for trucks and fuel tanks and things. Yesterday was a massive day for special equipment, and we're now finding out what some of these special equipment were, and some of them, well, multiples of them are phenomenally expensive pieces of kit. Nebu M. So there was a large long-range ground-based radar, a mobile ground-based radar taken out in Crimea, and also another one in Luhansk. So these $100 million pieces of kit that provide the long-range surface radar stations in place of the more effective A-50 Beriev radars that have platforms that were lost and Russia no longer has available to it over the Azov Sea and Krasnodar, mean that they go to these ground-based radar systems, and clearly, because of the range and the way they're situated, they don't have nearly as long a range, and they have to put them in more danger. And I think they only produce in 6 or less of these a year, these Nebu M's. And I can tell you that in the last 2 weeks, this is the third of these $100 million radar systems of Russia that have been taken out in big days of special equipment. And these are what these are what we want to see. When they say special equipment, it's little command vehicles and radar stations and other equipment. Well, even bridge laying, engineering equipment, but when these $100 million radar arrays go up, it's a very, very good day. So, and this is the third in the last 2 weeks I've seen. So it's impressive. And what it really means is it looks to me more and more like the ground-based permanent and the mobile ground-based systems that are now being eliminated, in addition to the Beryevs being out of play. It would appear that Ukraine is trying to blind Russia as much as possible for the introduction of the F-16s, which you'd have to believe is going to be relatively imminent. And I see Ioana's made it up adjacent to me as co-host. Is it all
Yes,
working?
indeed. Yes, indeed. It seems to be working, yes. And I do believe that this is, I don't know if this is the way we should call it, but a shaping operation, taking out all those radars. It's kind of a preparation phase.
Yeah, no,
If you,
that's exactly what it is. It's definitely a shaping operation in the electronic area.
yes, and I just counted for like about the last 6 days, 70 special equipment in the last 6 days. So yeah, I guess it's a good number. What do you think, Will?
Well, yeah, it's a very good number. I mean, of course, that's the whole range of stuff from engineering equipment, command vehicles. But yeah, these radars, these expensive radars, are when we see them taken out, these long range radars, or even the counter battery radars are also nice to see taken out, the Zooparks. But these long range radars mean they won't be able to see into areas. They won't have full coverage, and they won't have the depth of coverage for when whatever planes Ukraine has in the air, their Su-27s, the MiG-29s, or their new planes that they get, and make it everything harder on Russia. And won't it be nice to be able to see the Russian Air Force pushed back because they know they don't have the cover, and that the other planes are now in the sky, push back those planes that are dropping glide bombs, and see more. We see periodically, but we see more of Ukraine providing close air support to its troops on the ground. I'm looking forward to that myself. We see occasionally the JASSMs, the hammer missiles or other things used by Ukraine, but not the daily occurrence that we see of Russia using glide bombs in comparison.
Yes, indeed. Did you have a chance to listen to Fabian Hoffman yesterday? Because we had him in there, and he is our resident missile specialist. I was unfortunately unable to listen at that time. Were you there?
I'm never there. Hoffman's always on at 2 a.m. I can't get up and listen to
Oh,
some German
yeah.
missile expert at 2 a.m.
I'm sorry.
We never get any love on my shifts.
Yeah, the problem is, I was really eager to ask if there is a solution against the glide bombs and the S-300, S-400, and what would be that solution? Because we know that the Ukrainians have problem with this in the region of Kharkiv. And besides, if we are putting aside the Patriots, which may be able to intercept the bombers, not the missiles per se, I think it's very difficult to intercept the glide bombs. They are big, but they are not so big in the air. They do not have a big radar signature. That they do not have they are not, they do not have propulsion. So it's difficult to lock on them. Well, it's impossible to lock on them with infrared seekers. So I was wondering what could be the solutions against these two threats, because the S-300, S-400 is very, very difficult to intercept them due to the very short time of flight. You could target them on the ground, of course, but in flight it's kind of difficult. And also the glide bombs are not an easy target. So I was looking for these answers. I don't know if he answered to this, but yeah, that's what interests me.
Yeah, because I mean, my feeling is that those are exceptionally good questions to ask him, because I think the answer in both cases, like you say, the glide bombs themselves, regardless of if they're the FAB 250, 500, 1500, whatever, they're too small, too fast moving, and trying to take them out with a missile-based system, a gun system would be impossible. A missile-based system, too slow, just no reaction time, too small, too expensive. So the way to deal with the glide bombs is to deal with the platforms on which those glide bombs are being launched. And So my answer earlier today was, and I would like to confirm this with Fabian Hoffman and by himself, but there are, by my count, 9 air bases within ATACMS Block 1A long-range cluster munition missiles, 9 air bases within reach of those from Ukraine that Russia is launching Su-34 particular, but all of their ground attack aircraft that are carrying glide bombs are being used out of those 9 air bases. So my answer would be 3 or 4 Block 1A Block 1A ATACMS missiles on every one of those 9 Air Force bases in the Russia's west of the country and Crimea, all 9 of those at the same time on one night, because they can't play a shell game with their fighter aircraft and move them around if you hit all of them at the same time. And if you hit all of them at the same time, you're likely to knock out a significant portion of the glide bomb delivery planes, the Su-34s in particular. And when they've attacked down in in Morozovsk, and when they've attacked in Kushevskaya, those attacks with drones have damaged 1 or 2 planes. But the ATACMS Block 1A missile is the tool for the job on taking out planes on airfields. And if 9 of those bases are within reach of ATACMS missiles, why not? I mean, so, and the answer why not is, well, the United States said, oh, they're not happy with them using them on targets that far away or whatever. I'd do it anyway. I would hit all those bases at one night, 4:20 a.m., knock out everything I could in one night. And then if the United States said, oh, we're very upset about that, you go, okay, well, I won't do it again, because you'd only need to do it the one time, and you'd get a significant portion of the Su-34 planes at the same time. And you could go, oops, forgive me, I misinterpreted the instruction, because in the philosophy of the instruction is that you can knock out anything that is near the border or coming across to get you. Well, the glide bomb delivery planes, the Su-34s in particular, are absolutely positively coming to get you in Kharkiv and Kherson and Dnipro, wherever they can land these things, as well as providing close air support to their troops. They're dropping glide bombs into Kharkiv. So knocking those planes out on the ground, unless you want to fly planes into the air, wait around till the 16s and F-16 show up and try to get them with longer range missiles, it's not nearly as certain a job as getting them on the ground. Taking those planes out on the ground, I think, is the way to go. And the other thing about the S-300 missiles, I would also absolutely positively, they know where those S-300 launchers are located inside Belgorod. We know that they're using basically every day using S-300 missiles in ground attack mode to attack Kharkiv and other villages in the north of Ukraine. It is unconscionable not to take out those S-300 launchers that are doing that, attacking in ground attack mode, because it's a war crime by design, Joanna. You cannot accurately target S-300 missiles to military targets in ground attack mode. They're an area attack weapon, and using that sort of an area attack weapon on residential areas to just hit whatever you can hit there is a war crime. So let's just say one night they used a whole bunch of ATACMS missiles in long range Block 1As to take out S-300 missile batteries 150 kilometers into Belgorod, and 5 or 7 of these air bases the same night. Might America protest about that? They might, but I bet you there is more chance that they would protest it in silence, in secret, than they would to come out and say, boy, that's going to cause us to cut off weapons. I mean, and Major, it doesn't really matter what the Americans say. Do you think it is realistic that if Ukraine used ATACMS missiles to knock out Su-34s on the ground in Russia, or S-300 missile launchers on the ground in Russia, that the United States would honestly cut off support for Ukraine militarily because they knocked out the weapons that Russia's using to terrorize cities? I just don't see it happening. It might, might. It may be too risky, but I don't see it happening. They didn't cut off Israel. Remember, they said they were going to.
They even helped Israel,
but they didn't.
They helped intercepting the missiles that were targeting Israel, so they didn't do this for Ukraine. Don't remind me of this because I think it's completely unfair.
Yeah. Well, plus that they said, the United States said, if Israel plans and goes into Rafah in a ground invasion about 2 weeks ago, they said that we will stop supplying them munitions to attack on the ground in Rafah. About 5 days later, they got another $1 billion aid package that included all the ammunition for all they needed to do on the even though they were going into Rafah. So I understand the Americans want to try to play this game where they don't want to make Russia lose too fast or lose too big, or look like they're provoking it, but not attacking weapons that are being used for terror attacks seems unconscionable to me.
Exactly, and I just checked. The S-400, for example, has a stated range of about 400 kilometers, but this is in air defense mode. In ground to ground mode, it's estimated to be a bit like up to 120 kilometers. That's one of the problems with Russians using these systems, because the distance is short and the time to intercept the missiles is also short. Also, they are very big missiles, so even if you intercept them, there is the risk of damage at the ground because they are big. They have a big warhead. So even if you take them down, there will be an explosion on the ground or fire. And it's a densely populated region in that area, so it's really a big threat. So if for this Ukraine has a solution right now, because US agreed to lift the ban on Ukraine targeting those Russian concentration of troops and the equipment over the territory of Russia in the vicinity of the Kharkiv Oblast. So they could have a solution, and I'm eager to see that. I'm eager to see the Ukrainians taking down those systems, because they are very, they are a threat that is going on for 2 years now. These air defense systems that Russia is using to target civilian targets. But for the planes, well, that's my second question. I read the points as they were highlighted by Politico about the lifting of the ban and the restrictions that are still in place. And there was something quite, puzzling there. So Ukrainians are allowed to attack the planes that are in the air, the planes that are heading towards Ukraine to launch bombs or missiles or whatever, but they are not allowed to strike the planes on the ground. Why is that? Isn't this ridiculous? So if you can strike the planes on the ground, it's the same planes. So, for example, there is a plane. Yeah, it's going up. It's bombing Ukraine. It's returning to base. You are allowed to target it while it's in the air, but you are not allowed to target it on the ground. Yes, I understand the reasons. Do not destroy Russian assets. Do not destroy air bases. I mean, why? Why do not destroy air bases? So I would really like your opinion on this, Will.
Well, it's nonsense. It is absolute nonsense. The best, most sure, most efficient way to take out those aircraft is on the ground. And it appears to me that we know that U.S. Anti-aircraft systems have been used to shoot down Russian planes that were approaching the border previously, and so we know it happened. Now, the United States was obviously upset about that and said, no, don't do that. So the United States is kind of relaxing back to the point where the things they weren't acknowledging were happening before are now they're acknowledging them are happening, and that's kind of the new normal. They're working up to it, but saying they can't strike those on the ground is asinine. The rules of armed conflict in the Geneva and Hague conventions say that Ukraine can strike anywhere inside Russia that it needs to, provided it is a valid military strategic target, and air bases with planes full of Su-34s, Su-25s, Su-24s that are loading up with whatever, or the MiG-31s with the Kinzhal missiles. Taking those things out on the ground is the most efficient, effective way to deal with that platform. And the platform is the only way to take those planes out. Waiting until those planes get in the air and are close enough to the Ukrainian border to launch their weapons and be hit by whatever, an F-16, a MiG-29 in the air, trying to shoot them down in the air is a waste of resources and a significantly larger risk, when the minimal risk way is to find out where they're at and hit them on the ground. So that's, I'll do it right now. Come and arrest me. I advocate that Ukraine hit all or as many of those 9 air bases on the same time at the same night and knock out all of the Su-34s they possibly can, because there's only about 115 left, and they aren't all parked over here fighting in Ukraine, but about a third of them have been lost already. They can knock out a significant portion of the remaining Su-34s that can't be replaced in any serious amount of time by Russia. They could blunt that whole attack by glide bombs significantly in an attack one night. And I would risk doing it. I advocate doing it because the rules of armed conflict do not preclude Ukraine from attacking inside Russian territory or moving its armies inside Russian territory for the purposes of fighting this war to bring it to a close so that they can get all of their territory back. They can move into Russia. They don't have to intend on keeping the territory, but they absolutely are allowed to move into Russia or attack any valid target. And the United States written instructions on sale of weapons to any other country, not just Ukraine, United States written instructions from the State Department on February 9th restate exactly what it says in the Hague Conventions on use of weaponry, that thou shalt not use U.S. weapons to create atrocities or make direct attacks on civilian areas. That's what it says. Ukraine hasn't shown any interest in doing that. What they have been doing is using their long-range strike capabilities in drones to try to attack these bases, but they're not knocking out anywhere near the amount of planes that one ATACMS missile would do. And one ATACMS missile, well, I would use 3 just to be sure, or 4 to be extra sure, but I would land 4 ATACMS missiles on Morozovsk, on Yezhk, on Kushishevska, on the 4 that are up in the Belgorod, Kursk, and Smolensk areas, and the one over near Voronezh. I would hit them all at the same time on a night, and wear the diplomatic, bleating that will happen. Just prepare and deal with it when it happens, because I guarantee you that would help. That would do world of good for Ukraine. And I also find it highly unlikely that the U.S. or anybody else is going to withdraw military support for Ukraine for simply knocking out these tools of destruction that are using to essentially create war crimes every night. That's what I think, Ioana, but nobody listens to me.
I totally agree with you. And I listen to you, and I think our listeners are listening to you, and I think Chris listened to you, and I see he has the hand up. So Chris, hello.
Oh, hi, Ioana. I will. Yeah, let me just see if I can find something here. Just give me a second.
In the meantime, everything that you said, I will just contrast it with news that I've just seen. Russians shelled the residential area in Balaklia in the Kharkiv region, injuring 12 people, including 8 children. It's a village near Kharkiv. 12 people injured, including 8 children. I believe children were injured yesterday too. I believe 2 days ago, children died from Russian shelling. And today it's the International Children's Day. It's not celebrated in all the countries, but it's celebrated in former Soviet countries and, in this part of the world. And it's Children's Day today. And Russia is shelling and killing and injuring children. They did it almost every day since the beginning of the war. More than 600 children died in this war. Of course, by civilian targets being hit. And we are at about 800 days right now into the war. And just remember that every 4 days, 3 children are dying in Ukraine.
Yep, and seven
May I-
more seven more adults and additional people seven were killed and additional were injured in attacks in Kharkiv as well on residential. I mean, you can see when they pan around on these damage videos when they're turning around. They're just villages and small cities. There is no military value to these strikes overnight at all, including 2 on hydroelectric power stations again near Dnipro. These Russians aren't attacking military targets, but I also am starting to see video coming through of strikes in Belgorod, battle damage assessment, and it's nice. It's all military targets. It's MSTA howitzers, other vehicles that they're attacking. So yeah, you're going to see a whole bunch in the battle damage assessment that we'll see in the next 12 hours. You're going to see a whole bunch of military equipment killed on the Russian side, but thankfully in Belgorod, and you're going to see more of this, the horror stories from Dnipro and Kharkiv and Kherson. I mean, Kherson basically every day gets shelled with something, MLRS, glide bombs, regular artillery. It's every day.
Yes. Let's go back to Chris. Chris, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, thank you. I am. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to flick between applications here, and I couldn't do everything. I'm only a man. Can't do multiple things at once. So, well, what I was just thinking about, I was like, okay, how far are these planes away that are launching the glide bombs, right? And how high are they, right? And the reason that I was doing that, because I was like just trying to think, okay, so if I know how high they are and how far away they are, I can then decide what I can use to shoot them down, right? Because I was like thinking, because you see, okay, and I'm gonna just read something out in a minute, right? Because you see people saying, well, the only thing you can shoot them down with is a Patriot or S-300 or S-400 or something, right? And I was like thinking, well, is that true? Because could you hit them with a manpad of some description, right? I'm not saying it's the best solution, right? But like, for example, you put like a special forces unit or something right on the border or even inside Russia, and you shoot some of them down, which might make them think twice about it. But so anyway, I just thought this was quite interesting here.
Yeah. What is the range of a manpad? Do you know it?
No, I don't exactly know what it is,
Okay,
right? But what I do
They're
know,
only about 6 or 8 kilometers.
Okay, so for the glide bombs, I know that I did a ballistic calculation a while ago. I might have to redo it. So you basically
40
put
Ks.
yes, between 40 and 50 kilometers, depending on the altitude of flight, because they can fly at 10 kilometers, they can fly at 20 kilometers if they want to. So it's a little bit dependent on this, depending also the speed of flight. I don't believe they will hit supersonic speeds with those bombs attached to them. I think it's impossible because of the drag and because they may damage the structure of the pilots that are keeping the missiles. So probably the speed will be about 1,000 kilometers or so. So according to those calculations, the distance for the gliding bombs is about 40 to 50 kilometers. You can add maybe a few kilometers to that if you want. So they will be out of range for the manpads, but clearly in the range of Patriots. So Patriots could target those planes.
Well, when you say that, Ioana, right, you mean they're out of range for manpads if you launch the manpads from like within Ukraine. But if you did what I said, right, and you had like a special forces unit in Russia, like basically underneath them, you might be able to hit them. I'm not saying that's the best solution. I'm just saying it's a solution, right? Or a potential solution. Let me just read you this, right? It's just a little Reddit discussion, and it sort of gets interesting, right? So the range, so Ukraine is in a race to stop Russia's mounting glide bomb attacks, right? So basically somebody's saying, can someone explain why the glide bombs are so hard to shoot down? The range is a multiple of altitude. So a 50,000 feet, I know you're working in meters or kilometers, I think, Iwana. So a 50,000 feet release and a lift to drag ratio of 10 means about 100-mile range. Lift to drag ratios of 10 or more are very par. Newer airliners are routinely pull 20. While the release point is very visible on radar, it's just too far away for anything but a Patriot or S-300, or I assume S-400, to hit. Even the best AMRAAMs won't really hit that far. So people saying F-16s are full of shit, Meteor should reach though. GLONASS and GPS jamming to aim a few kilometers towards the Russian lines is probably the best bet. I'm just going to do a couple of comments here and I'll get to the final point. Problem with Meteor is you need to get your aircraft high enough and fast enough to launch. Putting your F-16s or Gripens firmly in the range of Russia's SAMnet. You'll find that the potential energy required to get to altitude for Meteor is pretty negligible compared to its overall kinetic performance. 40k feet altitude is about the same cost as 8-mile range. 40k launch doesn't look so high or fast when you're talking about Mach 4 cruise energies at 100k feet. The final bit of the comment, yes, the Meteor is by far the best option. However, requires AWACS and a jet close by. Also, it's an expensive way to get rid of a gliding bomb, but shooting down Su-34 is a possibility. Problem is, the F-16 doesn't have the greatest radar. An F-15 would be far better. I'm not aware of the Gripen's range, but I have vague memories of it not being the best. Neither the F-16 or Gripen match an Su-34 or 35 radar. I'm just going to put brackets of my own here. The F-16s had their radars upgraded, didn't they?
And they now have AWACS.
Exactly. Well, this is why I'm reading. This is why I'm reading this. Just finish off. Just a couple of sentences. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, damn. Hang on a minute. I don't want to reply. Okay, yeah. Neither the F-16 or Gripen match Su-34, Su-35. Yeah, some of these down to basic physics. A bigger radar dish is always better, and both of the Russian jets are just bigger. During World War I, both sides developed extremely large shells weighing hundreds of kilos. A simple solution was digging deeper. Command bunkers could be 9 meters deep. That's it. Okay, but you got the bit that I was talking about. I just thought it was really interesting that they were talking about needs AWACS and basically a jet with a better radar. Well, Iwana, hope that was worth it.
yeah, and that was the key that we were talking about. These the Swedish plane that they're providing is essentially the same. It's actually very comparable to the capability and range of the A-50 Beryevs, which the Russians are no longer using in theater. And the key to the Swedish AWACS is, well, the key to this is, it isn't like when the Australians were flying our AWACS in Poland and giving some of the details on. Ukraine will literally have these planes as part of their organic capabilities, and they can be flying their F-16s and any other Link 16 equipped planes passively. They don't even need to turn the radars on in the F-16s. They'll be able to use the radar capabilities and command and control functionality of the AWACS to be able to both find and prosecute and sort out targets well beyond the range where the missile systems of the F-16s are capable of functioning. So they'll have a lot longer reaction time. They'll have a lot more capability in planning and prosecuting the priorities of these targets, and they can also be used to control missiles fired from the F-16 can be under the control and signal guidance of the AWACS plane and not even have to use the F-16's radar for guiding those things until they get to their terminal phase. And then in terminal phase, the seeker in the missiles themselves takes over and guides them into their terminal phase. So, yeah, the big important thing here is that to shoot down the platforms in the air from Russia, the Su-34s in particular, either requires the Russians to get lazy and go too close to the border, because the medium range systems that the NASAMS, even the Hawks, the systems that they have that are up front and close to the zero line can barely reach to the point where this 40 kilometer range out. So if the Russians got lazy and drifted their planes in too far and too close, like we've seen in May with the Su-25s, if they get too lazy flying those things and they fly into the integrated air defense, meaning man pads, surface systems like the medium range systems like the Hawk and NASAMS and Iris-T, and then the Patriots for the very long range. Russia could get a little bit lazy, demonstrate a bit of hubris or lack of skill, and lose one of those planes. But they could lose dozens of those planes on the ground the same night if they only just released. Well, tell them where they're at and hit them with ATACMS the same night. Joanna.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm very glad that Ukraine will be receiving or already received those AWAC planes from Sweden. They are an important addition and probably essential for the F-16s arriving. I really do hope that the F-16s will be in Ukraine soon, probably this month. I have high hopes. Really, I have high hopes that the F-16s will be flying in Ukraine soon. But until then, we have Patriots. Patriots prove themselves able to take down planes. Those launchers, those bombers, have to fly quite close to the Ukrainian borders for the glide bombs to reach Kharkiv, like 30, 40 kilometers maybe. So they will be in range for the Patriots. So a Patriot system in the region of Kharkiv, well covered somehow in order not to be a target, could do that. And according to the last change in policy from US and even Germany, the Ukrainians can use the Patriot system to target flying assets of Russians. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see that. I'm really looking forward to see that. What do you think, Will? And I see Jenny has the hand up.
So yeah, the Patriot can reach that far, but the key is the altitude, because glide bomb launchers that are at a low enough altitude. I don't know what the altitude they're launching these things from 40 kilometers out is. My sense is they're getting very fast. The plane is getting very fast. they are angling up when they release them, and they are releasing them and then, dropping back down in altitude so that they can't be seen or targeted effectively by the longer range air to surface to air systems. But I haven't heard. I have never heard anybody say the altitude at which they know that the Russians are launching those glide bombs, because the altitude's very important. Yenny.
So the Gripen BNC, which is our fourth generation fighter, fourth generation Gripen, they had their radar system updated according to Saab, and they did an upgrade on various things on the fourth generation. Also, the latest generation, the fifth generation, is right now rolling off the conveyor belt in the at the manufacturer. So we are in the process of switching out or upgrading our entire Air Force. Hopefully, they will also rebuild the Air Force, because Sweden did go through, like in many other countries in Europe, we did a stupid thing and we didn't really keep up with our military strength, and we need to now build it up again. And that means increasing the Air Force, which means we will need more Gripen than we have right now. I think that we only have an Air Force of 80 planes or something, when I looked at the website for the Air Force. So that is open source information. I'm not looking top secret stuff. But I do know that there were several things that they were going to do as an upgrade on the fourth generation planes. Among other things, I know the Swedish word upphängning, which is the part that holds the whatever they're going to fire, whatever missile and everything. They did an upgrade to that. I think it is so that they can carry more different types of ammunition or missiles, and they made it stronger so that they can carry heavier ones. The benefit of Gripen, and I've said this so many times, is that they made a fighter jet that is still powerful enough to, make a difference on a battlefield or in the air, in the aerial battlefield, and still simple enough to have pimply 19-year-old conscripts service it. That was the thing. So the fighter pilots are employed like full time. That is their job. They're not conscripts, but the servicemen are all pretty much conscripts, and it had to be easy enough for even an easily distracted 19-year-old boy to take care of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Yenny. Go ahead again, Chris.
Yeah, so I sent you that little discussion, Will, and I'm not saying that they are launching at 50,000 feet, but it's saying 50,000 feet in that example, right? It's sort of it's sort of quite interesting to me. So in that example there, they say, well, let's say they're launching at 50,000 feet, right? Let's say you've got a lift to drag ratio of 10, right? That will give you a 100-mile range. Well, this is sort of interesting to me, because I'm like, okay, yeah, right. So if the lift to drag ratio isn't so good, right? If they're not flying so high, then obviously, I don't know what, let's say it gets to 50-mile range or something. Yeah, some number like this, right? But this is like one of the reasons that they're probably dropping bombs into Belgrade, is because they're getting this all wrong, aren't they? Right? They're too low. The lift to drag ratio's not good enough, right? And therefore they're not getting the range, right? So therefore they're dropping them inside. But anyway, but what it does mean is, going back to what you said, Will, that if you, well, actually go what you and Ioana said, right? If you've got a nice Patriot battery or something somewhere up there by the border, and if they get lazy, which is what you said, right? You're going to take a few out, aren't you? Right. So I can see that happening. Will, that's what I was going to say.
Well, look, and look, we know with the Su-25s, 8 of those have been shot down in May. So, the behavior we saw of those pilots when there was significant ammunition shortages at Ukraine's side that we know now, and obviously they were out of stingers. We saw those planes banking right over the top of Chasiv Yar, and after they dropped their munitions and speeding off around. So those planes, the Su-25s that do come in a lot closer to use their rockets and bombs, providing close air support, those those would have been shot down by Irish-T or even Manpads once ammunition was turned back on. But to get those, to get the Su-34s in the air, you've either they've got to be high enough that the Patriot can see them, or they've got to be close enough that they can be hit by the Hawk, the Irish-T, any of the other systems. That's close enough. So the long, medium, and short range stuff. If only if they get hubris or laziness or just lack of skill brings them too close to the front. Now we saw, obviously, in it was March, maybe it was April. We saw all of the Su-34s get shot down, 13 in that month, and that was that's almost certainly because those planes were high enough, even though they were 40 kilometers away. They were high enough at 40 kilometers away that Patriot could see them, or S-300 could see them. And so they were able to take those planes out in the air because they got too close, right? They were trying to provide effective close air support to their troops when they were trying to take Avdiivka, and they had to go too close. And in order to make those munitions at 40 to 50 kilometers, be able to reach their target, they obviously had to get high enough that they were in danger of long range air defense, and boom, they got nailed. I'm not convinced that they've got enough air defense missiles yet in Ukraine. That is what Zelensky and others are still saying, that they still need quite a lot more, and you'd have to believe that, because the interception rate of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles is not nearly as good as it was a year ago, and they're shooting down basically all the Shaheeds every day, but the cruise and ballistic missiles they're not getting all of them, and that here again suggests to me that they probably are still a bit short on air defense ammunition. Given that they were able to shoot down 100% of those, a year ago, and we knew they had enough. And this leads me back to the point of why rely on using up all your air defense missiles when those planes could be taken out on the ground. I can get dozens of them at the same time on the ground, whereas I have to waste a very expensive missile that are in short supply when one missile or 4 missiles spread out across an airfield like Morozovsk could take out 20, 30 planes. And that's why I do it. Morozovsk, Yezhk, Kushevska, the others. I did all my pre-homework. I was assuming that it was going to be Katie bar the door time, and I have pulled up all of the maps, the Landsat photographs of all these air bases, these 9 air bases that I'd like to see taken out. I've prepped all. I've prepared to do battle damage assessment on all these by pulling them up in the expectation that this restriction would be lifted, and if only so that all my background work doesn't get lost. I certainly hope they get the availability to shoot all these air bases, because there's ones up by Smolensk and Kursk, and that all could use some attention, frankly, and they're being used for planes and helicopters now. So I'd like to see them go. Stephen.
Good evening. How are things in the workers' paradise? I've been enjoying this conversation a great deal. Fairly ready shortly to take over, if you would like to drop down at some point. But with regard to this, the 50,000 feet figure caught my attention. So I plugged that into the air density calculator, and it's approximately 1,225 times less dense up there than it is at sea level. Now, given the complexity, well, that's in ideal conditions, of course. Given the complexity of high and low pressure systems, let alone wind shear and things like that, and given the fact that these are airsats bolt-on systems that have, frankly, not been tested, except, well, presumably in, I don't know, central Russia somewhere, and then just battlefield tested ad hoc. I would hate to be the person attempting to make that calculation. The height, speed, launch calculus of old school dumb bombs with their bolt-on wings, even in perfect conditions, let alone with wind effects and pressure. What do you think? Thank you.
So in theory, those planes could fly up to 20,000 meters. In feet, I believe it's around 60,000 feet. In theory, in practice, you have a big bomb attached to your plane, so you need the lift in order to this. I know that the ratio, the weight of the bomb compared to the weight of the plane is quite small, but those planes are not designed to have those glide bombs. So the smaller ones maybe do not pose a big problem, but the bigger ones, they want to do up to 3,000 kilograms. I don't want to see that, but I doubt that there will be no problems with the planes. So I do not think that they are flying so high, really. Now we don't have data from the radars. I believe that Ukrainians know exactly what height, what altitude those planes are flying. I believe that a normal altitude will be between 10,000 meters and 15,000 meters. And I also don't think that the range is close to 100 miles for the glide bombs. It's an enormous range. I don't know exactly the drag ratio that was applied. It's not like the small gliding bombs that the US delivered to Ukraine. You have to attach some wings to those bombs in order to glide. The Russian bombs are bigger. You cannot attach bigger wings because that would pose a problem to, they will not resist to the friction. So I think that the distance, the range is smaller for the glide bombs than the 100 miles. This seems really too big to be true. I believe it's somewhere between 40 and 60 kilometers. We don't know exactly again, but yeah. So yeah, about your question, I really don't think that those planes are flying so high, and even so, they still should be able to be targeted by a Patriot system. What do you think, Will? Maybe.
Yeah, I think that that guy put that in for the sake of calculating an argument, but and I don't know for sure, but like I say, I would love to hear somebody tell us an accurate range for the altitude at which they're launching these things. But by my memory, I think munitions like this are normally launched somewhere between 10 and 20,000 feet, not 40,000 feet. But yeah, I just don't know. And to get at 20,000 feet, launching a glide bomb at 40-kilometer range sounds like it might be reasonable. But yeah, to go up to 40,000 feet so that you can get 100-kilometer range out of it, given the accuracy, because they are relative. These aren't JDAMs. These are relatively crude compared to the JDAM or the JDAM ER. And Russia's come up with them relatively quick and dirty. They are accurate enough, but they're not so accurate that I think they'd want to be trying to launch them from 1,000. And the ones you're talking about, the 3,000 kilogram ones, those are going to have to be loaded in a long range strategic bomber like a Tu-22. They're not going to be able to put those on the Su-34s because of the form factor. They're so big, the tail, they're actually quite long. And the Su-34, when it takes off, has to rotate, and the bomb tail would touch the ground if they carried the very big ones. So they'll have to put those in the strategic bombers, and then they would be in serious danger, as we know, because they have shot down one Tupolev 22, and the Tupolev 22s, if they can't, were very high and very long range, would be ideal targets again for Patriot.
Absolutely. And is there not, there's a trade-off, isn't there, between airspeed at launch of the munition, altitude. So at sea level, air density, looking at this chart, is in kilograms per meter cubed. I know this is odd because this is a feet metric. Well, this is feet, but the air density is given in kilogram per meter cubed. That's why it's odd. So at sea level, it's 1.225. At 1,000 feet, 1.112. At 10,000 feet, 0.413. At 20,000 feet, 0.088. At 40,000 feet, 0.004 kilogram per meter cubed, as opposed to 1.225 at sea level. So, you will get an extended range as you go up and as you increase speed. So you have altitude and initial velocity of the aircraft at release relative to the ground, but you also have then the lift calculus, and the lift calculus has to be a factor of how much air density there is under the wings of the bolt-on system, or the wings on the glide bomb. And that curve's got to be pretty steep as well, hasn't it? Because as you can see, the air density is, I can't do that math in my head, but somewhere between logarithmic and exponential. I'm not sure. Perhaps you can. I don't know. I was never that good at that sort of thing. Anyway, but it's pretty radical, right? So the higher you go, the thinner the air, and the thinner the air quite rapidly. And so basically at very, very high altitude, your wings aren't going to be gliding. That bomb is just going to fall off the aircraft and go pretty much straight down. And only when it rejoins the denser air are the wings going to become effective. So perhaps some of the reason they've been bombing Belgorod is they've basically effectively been conducting live tests over Russian airspace with civilians on the ground. Would that surprise you? What do you think?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me a bit. But the number that they've maybe that's it. But the number that they've lost in Belgorod onto their own populations, it's something like close to 60 now, and that to me smacks of the mechanisms by which they load those things on, that they attach those to the plane, were not designed well enough to make sure that they don't release unexpectedly, because the number they've lost in the area that they've lost suggest severe short drops where, you know, maybe the way that there's, it looks to me like the pins that hold those things on the plane, or the pins that lock those devices in place are also load bearing, and that wouldn't normally be a good design for a release mechanism for a weapon, because it's subject to pulling loose when in drag or something like that, or, you know, slight bending of it, well, because the load on it is always there, and slips out of the housing where it fixes in. Those, they just look a little shonky. So it's probably either accidental release when they're maybe going to arm them, or you know, it could be pilot error, let them go too early. But it also easily could be, as you're saying, miscalculation on the altitude, speed, and angle of attack that they're making for release of those weapons, that cause them to go in, well, just not perform in the manner expected, given their design. And yeah, but a lot of drops, a lot of short drops in Belgorod, especially as they've been focusing more on Voskhans. There have been a lot of drops up in Shebkino, in that area between Belgorod and Shebkino, and that suggests, well, just that they're either getting antsy and dropping them early, or there's some mechanical malfunction or a miscalculation, as you say, depending on how high they are when they release them.
Well, indeed, and so you have the material science aspect of it, in terms of you know, the wear and tear, well, simply just, does the release mechanism work? Firstly, secondly, are the pylons under the wings sufficiently robust in this entirely you know, undesigned for application? Then you have you know, the question. Well, the deeper you go into the air, the greater the air density, the greater the drag. So of course, it's better to be high fast. But then, of course, you're trading off two things: speed and air density for range and lack of drag. So there are four different factors involved, and there's actually five, actually six. So the fifth one is the real air density as opposed to the predicted. In other words, of course, simply the pressure, high pressure, low pressure. Then there is this funny thing that air does. It moves across the surface of the earth. So you have that further problem. If you're releasing into a wind or across a wind or with a tailwind, you know, I mean, it's really, really hard. And then, of course, the sixth, and that is the pilot psychology. You know, how close do they want to get? Because they know that the closer they get, the more it is likely that they will be shot down. And certainly, looking back to the Second World War, there were many, many incidents. In fact, you can see the traces of that all across the likes of the county of Kent and other areas in the British Isles, and also on the continent from the other side, of bomb craters of early release, because the pilots, you know, were tasked to go and drop their bombs on target, and they decided, well, hey, the target is the whole damn island, and I'm going to die if I go further in, so I'm just going to release it here. So let's just do that and go home. And you know, so there are six variables that I can think of just now in this, and so it's actually, I'm going to reverse my position on that. It is not that it is a question whether they are conducting tests over Russian airspace and over Russian civilian populations. It is that they are doing that without any question at all. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you.
Well, yeah, I totally agree. And the other thing, because they've shown a lot of their air defense work over populated areas in Belgorod is, obvious. We've seen it for a long period of time, how they've fired S-300 missiles, have misfired. They locate them in populated centers. So, yeah, this sort of taking a blasé attitude to public safety in your own areas is, yeah, well documented. So, yeah, wouldn't surprise me at all if they were using these weapons in a manner that they're still working out how they work, and problems with them, technical issues, calculation issues, pilot issues, all the variables you talked about, but persisting in using lines of attack, vectors of attack to the Ukrainian positions that didn't take into account at all what was underneath them in the path where they were making their attack. I don't think they probably take that into consideration at all. I think they take into consideration only what is the best angle of attack or vector of attack toward a Ukrainian target that's going to place the weapon most reliably where you want it, regardless of what you're flying over.
Absolutely, and angle versus vector. I mean, this is similar to so this is air artillery we're talking about. This is similar to altitude and azimuth calculations. So for those of you who are not familiar with these sorts of things, and I'm not an artillerist, I'm just some sort of amateur barking at you from the sidelines. But it's basically how. What the angle of your barrel is when you fire the munition, and where it is with relation to the northeast southwest grid of so that that's the altitude is the barrel angle, and the azimuth is the lateral angle. And so when Will was talking about the vector, my understanding of what you're saying, Will, is is similar to the azimuth, and then the angle is the angle of release. Is the airframe angling up when it is releasing? And of course, again, that will be a factor. Well, factors involved there will be the speed of the airframe, the altitude, because that affects air density, and that's before we even get into things like prevailing winds at differing altitudes. And of course, we have to remember that winds can be completely contrary to each other as you descend, as the munition or the airframe or whatever else either ascends or descends through the air column. So you can have a very, very strong east to west airflow at let's say 20 to 30,000 feet, which then, as the munition descends and the density of the air increases exponentially, logarithmically. Somebody help me out here. Brian, I hear you're listening. Maybe you have a better idea about that. But as it descends, it will be descending through different vectored airstreams at different densities and different speeds. And those are ad hoc, momentary considerations. So, every day is a different day. The jet stream, the higher altitude winds, which will be affecting things at sort of between 20 and 50,000 feet, they drive weather systems, but they are not related. Well, they're only related to the general positioning of high and low pressure systems in the deeper atmosphere as you descend. And as you go down to the deeper atmosphere, then you have those considerations. And of course, those considerations are more easily calculated when you're looking at large scale, like high and low pressure systems. But as the year wears on into summer, you also then have convective systems closer to the ground, thunderstorms. And thunderstorms are formally unpredictable. There is no supercomputer in the world that can model the actual effects of convective systems in a local area. All you can do is have a general idea of where those systems might arise. You can say, yeah, there's going to be thunderstorms in this area tomorrow afternoon or the next day. But the calculus of how they will develop, where, and what the local wind effects will be in the deeper altitude, and of course, as you go down towards the ground, the density exponentially, is that right, increases, and you know what pilots call wind shear increases as well, updrafts, downdrafts, and sudden side drafts. And so, you know, all of these things are pretty close to imponderable when you're looking at a dumb bomb that is very poorly guided, as opposed to, for example, something like a JDAM, which has a very sophisticated and carefully calibrated system that in real time deals with those sorts of variables. Is that about right? Would you say, oh, Joanna's got her hand up, you're co-host. Just jump in.
No, I was listening to a very interesting picture, and I wanted to add something to this picture, and I think Will can attest to that. He is still here, about how innovation is done in that part of the world in Russia, because we know the system that works in the Western democratic countries where meritocracy is a thing. Well, in Russia, it's not like this. So about glide bombs, for example, Putin says, I want to bomb the Ukrainians, do something, make bigger bombs. And they say, yes, sir, we will be doing bigger bombs. And then they go to the head of the military innovation, and they tell him, do bigger bombs. Yes, of course. And then they go to an engineer, to a physicist, and they ask something that is not really doable. And those people there are not necessarily the best, because some of them bought their, bribed their way into the system to be very up. And then they go to some.
No, Joanna, really? I'm shocked.
Yeah, exactly. So they try to invent something, and you talked about testing on their own population in Belgorod. Yes, of course they are doing, because they do not really know what those bombs are doing, are supposed to do, or what the real effect will be, and they improvise with fixing them to the aircraft. We have seen that bombing continents that happens all the time. So they are not very thoroughly designed. They are not very, tested in conditions. Even they got the idea of the glide bombs after the glide bombs from the West appeared in Ukraine. So actually, they are just guessing. They are just guessing there, and it's how it's done in that area. You have seen how many people, physicists, were arrested and interrogated and even convicted lately. There were at least a few arrests